start that you want,
Okay,
and they've had
this
all the
time
chances.
I might be a bit late. This time, you might be right. Hold on, actually. Thinking Man's Sideshow. That's harsh. We are here for Gloria versus Cloud9. You know what I'm gonna do, like, in between the games today as well? We're gonna take a look at the fucking standings. Because, like, we're getting towards the end of this now. You know, we're getting to playoff time, and seeding, like, you know, the different positions and whatnot could make some difference. So, I'm not expecting this game to be close. But if we assume that Cloud9 win, and that they go to 3-1, and SEN win, and they go to 3-1, then some interesting things could happen. Right. Clove. Sticking with kind of EDG 2024 vibes. I don't feel very good about this upset.
That neon wall that they've been throwing for
Cloud9 with a more 2025 comp, I suppose, and, you know, playing the agent that's, you know, clearly broken. I like money. Baron C. God, that brought back a fucking flashback. The true OGs, the, like, actual OGs, will remember when I used to have an It's Always Sunny, money me, money now as one of my alerts. And I just couldn't get it to stop playing in my head. Tung sahur. I'm not gonna pretend to know what that means, but I appreciate it. No productions? Right, tell you what, I'll do a little fucking
simple.
Tailor-made prediction for you.
Playoffs. That's something that, as an org,
we never paid out.
Managed to do a number of times in VCT, but they haven't made it all the way yet. Maybe this is a squad that they can do it with.
It's time for Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung.
I'm gonna go
SSDs.
Fury
We're heading
around.
into Lotus, a map that we didn't expect to see here. It's not been great for C9. Feels like Furia kind of really got their
Bombardino Crocodilo Tang Sipper.
Absolutely the best opportunity to take
0
a map
to
as
3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 to 12.
Oh, buddy, we know C9 like to fight in these early rounds or on that attack side to begin with here, and Havoc barely extracts himself.
Right, you've got 2 minutes.
What would have been a maelstrom of attackers. But Cloud9 aren't wasting any time. This rat,
I don't know how they would get
12. Is a
12.
contingency. Trapwire's going to spot them out, and C9
plus.
know they're on a timer to hit this
That
side.
would automatically happen.
Barely able to cross there as Furia are really trying to accelerate.
But there you go. There's a prep.
They're making the right play. They want to take extra
A Fury around. Let's do this.
The pressure here.
Glow, strong wind to blow him over. He's going to get his one, and that's it.
That way you won't get too convinced by the pistol. Well, you might not go 0 to 3.
Match them on pace. He's going to be able to meet them here, but he will be outnumbered, and C9 will check for this.
We're in spawn. What the fuck is going on?
Well, Frenzy not going to get it done for him, and now...
Okay, cool. This is already a fucking chaos round.
Unfortunately, that's just not the greatest range for the Frenzy. I can't blame him for trying to catch someone off, even just get a little damage and swing back, but now his team...
Why would you willfully watch Fury and sleep on Pacific bangers?
Zeppa, same with the salvos.
Why does this mean I'm sleeping on Pacific Bang?
A pretty nice contract here, but as he leaves his previous team 2G,
I watched the good Pacific game from today, no?
And he's got a score to settle.
I'm not even going to watch Team Secret. I don't even need to know. I'm on a need-to-know basis with Secret. I do not need to know. Let's go, Zeppa.
We'll close it out.
A strong start for Zeppa, who has been
slept on Wolves. Wolves are playing all gluers.
So far in
There's nothing I could have learned from watching Wolves be all gluers.
Around him as a player from the community coming into this year.
Wait, what was the game yesterday? The game yesterday was good. G2 Lev. What do you mean? G2 Lev was worth watching. It was an interesting game of valor.
Opt to go for that look of two duelists with him and Oxy, who's getting hyped as is the usual for him. Off to a great start, C9.
Obviously, a loss against MIBR, but Cloud9 showed their resilience and depth almost.
What's the second game today? Sen versus Loud.
Series. Of course they're hungry.
Honestly, I could use with Cloud9 at Minor. The thing is with Cloud9 is that they still feel they're a bit Cloud9. You know, like, could they lose a map here? Possibly. I mean, this is Furia's pick, and it is a bad...
Zephyr my 7.5 point goat.
Rafa can't do much else either, and it's up to Khalil. One of the
7.5 point goat.
In Americas.
You've got Zephyr in your team. Interesting.
Very little to do, and very.
I mean, in terms of like teams that I underrated, I would say Cloud9 are one of them. Obviously, Boom are a big one.
Getting fairly close to that.
Boom players. If you had Boom players, you'd probably done pretty well.
This opportunity to touch on is C9 have.
But also C9, I would say, are better than expected.
Looking at the mental.
MIBR are probably a bit better than expected.
They looked completely out of it in the previous matches that we've seen them play, especially against
Who else is better than
Leviathan.
expected? Mates
It looked
probably,
like they just
maybe
lost
slightly.
the will to win, the drive that they had.
And again, they got
Where
kind
is
of
it? They need to find that, and they can't let this early
Fnatic,
disadvantage
honestly,
already
maybe,
get
yeah.
in their heads.
Although I
Get them
still
back
cost
into
it.
that really
Actually,
cool
I mean,
mental space
Crashies
that we saw them in, where
still
comms
kinda
were lacking,
fucking.
that fire was
So, yeah.
lacking. Here's their opportunity, though.
100 Thieves and
First
Crew?
full
I
buy of the
think I
game.
Obviously,
I've
already
priced
up to
them
4
adequately,
kills
to be
here.
honest.
Absolutely
The
incredible.
Cryo is misrepresented
Really
because
to
he's
see what
playing like
Furia
full-time duelist,
have been
whereas he
working.
wasn't
This
in
is the
Kickoff
best
before.
map for them.
But if he
For sure.
was, then
The fruits of their
he
labor.
would probably be Caustic correct.
Might have come a little bit too late in this stage one already. 0-3.
See what it is to just play off that self-drone, which is broken early, and then because of that contact, immediate stun. This is lovely util from C9, but the counter util effective at keeping Oxy at
lived
bay.
there.
Yeah, the fire rate reduction there for Oxy made it very hard for him to get heroes.
Oh, no.
That's a chunk of damage. And Furia are able to fall back onto this B side, but heads now are turning.
An anonymous
in that
gift
C
they give to the
direction.
tier
It's
1
Khalil,
to
the grizzled veteran.
Gonorrhea on my Graham cracker.
Really cool set.
Did you run out of letters there?
C9
Is there
trying to
not
find an
not
opening on this
enough
bonus
letters
round, but you have to
for
respect
the E
that
cracker?
counter util from Furia that got them out safely from.
Can Flashback be given
There's
Bane's
a
points?
scenario, Vic just random
Whilst
spam
I would
into
love
the
to do
site,
that,
catches Khalil. That is tragic.
last
The
week an
storage util
executive
is gone.
decision was made
50
by
seconds
the
left in the
VFL
round.
devs.
Furia
But
now know they're probably just gonna have
last
to
week
take a
was
full
the
execute
last
here.
chance for kind
They're
of
getting in position to receive it. Havoc's moved up another brilliant
those
hotline. They captured on the
situations.
multiple players. Havoc can't see the wood for the trees now as the paranoia comes in and he is blocked off from the action.
it's unfortunate.
Rafa as well towards Halls. Fury have to give up the site again.
But it is what it is. Now you know that you have to bench Flashback.
Planted, Vic, standard position for the Omen up on top box. C9, they need to stay within the site, not exactly a spam angle to play off of. Fault line coming through. Havoc wants to gain space off it.
Fast lane used, but Havoc gets cut down as Oxy's ready to meet him at that impasse. Mitch is stuck here and he's going to spray and pray. Rafa's able to find yet another one. The numbers are even here. The close smokes are dissipating and Vic needs to find this.
He knows he's on.
Backs off the angle. He's going to push for more.
Where's Vic going,
not
man?
on the side. Rafa
Why
ends
is he
around
so
with 3.
panicked? Like he
And a
just
very important staging ground developed now for Furia.
like it's
I
like he
really feel
didn't
this
trust
round
that Zeppo was actually
importance
behind him and
there
could
was
kill anyone
massive
coming
for
this way and
Furia.
just ran back.
Again, going back to the
Cool
mental
bug
struggles
fact,
that we've seen
every
them
team
have
that
as
has
a
ever
team.
beat C9 in the
Communication
regular
falls off.
season,
The vibe is just
post-franchising,
tarnished
have
for
made
the
it to the
squad.
following
Like,
international,
that was
therefore me
desperately
bra
needed.
going
Okay,
to Toronto,
deep breath. We're in
baby.
the game. Our economy isn't
That is an
broken
interesting
from a
fact.
bonus where C9 just capture immediate full momentum in the server. And again, there's Havoc. He is the one guy every week. Every week when
He
they
has
win a
the
round,
energy.
you see him. He is the guy getting hyped for the team.
That's the kind of player
And that was
Furia
around. They got
really
into a
need right
5v4
now.
from kind
It's
of a
funny when
random
you go back
spam
to the beginning of his
That was a
career in
chance,
Americas last
really.
year, he had no confidence. That was his biggest
for Cloud9. That was a
fault.
big chance.
And now
Why is
he's
it
the
so
guy trying to
quiet?
bring it for the team.
Oh, that's not a great start to another free pick.
Should be around
C9 over on the B side of the C side of the map, excuse me. Again, they don't bother with A, even though they wanted to fight Rubble so much against MIBR.
I do like that C9 are going to try to continue exploiting this C site. Furia do not have a lot of stopping power with this comp. There's no vice
Yeah,
to
the
slow
fade
you
is here.
down. There are no kill trips placed on the site. So you, as a Neon, know you can just get right in there with ease. The only thing to stop you is maybe a 4. That's about it, right?
And a 0! Thanks for the 7 months.
Foxy my god C9 is making a lamb.
Play right now, or at least on the table. So Furia have retake util to work with.
I mean, I'd
Just
still
waiting
say
for them, and Rafa gets cut down.
they're
At least he's able to
somewhat
make
up
a
against
trade.
it because, like, you think
Aftershock catches
G2
the chance,
almost
clearly
certainly
wasn't able
will.
to move, rooted in place, and Furia
MIBR already
don't
beat
feel
them,
like
although
they
it was
don't like
close.
what they've seen here at all. They're out of there.
Sen in there, potentially Crew in there.
To save at that point, unfortunately, C9
could be
like
tough to beat.
And taking forward space.
Some people might say 100 Thieves, but they definitely have a chance.
Pushed up back halls, and it's only Havoc trying to get back in there, and it feels like he can't. He's getting paranoid. He feels that if he swings, there are going to be multiple players facing him. And then as Fury have to go back in, again, you're just contending with the Taeho breach in this meta, and you're at that early disadvantage because of Oxy. I mean,
that kill on Rifle feels like it almost sealed the deal on
hello,
that round.
second favorite Brit. Who's your first?
Play around a Rolling Thunder to take that mount control or hit the side, but having a trade of breaches there basically negated that possibility.
On the front of the ultimate, specifically the Rolling Thunder you mentioned, there are 2 of them active in the server at the moment for either squad. On a round of some serious importance for Furia, their economy is hanging in the balance, and it looks like they want to go for perhaps a trap.
Wouldn't be surprised if all 3 Toronto teams from Americas came from Group Omega. Honestly, yeah. Because like you would assume G2 are almost as guaranteed.
Just pulled Furia into a
and then, yeah,
position.
could it be MIB or C9? I could see that. If Crew wins tomorrow, they are locked in for first seed in playoffs, right? Who do they play?
How much are Bull paying teams to let them win for game? They bring bot suggestion for DRX game flashback quads to get benched 2 days before game, and other 2 teams are just shit.
Well, the thing is, Boom are top of the group now, so unlucky. Yeah, did they get a bit fortunate to play DRX kind of nerfed a bit? Yes. They did get a bit fortunate.
We've sort of seen it used at an angle there to give you access to tree so you can toggle the door at least.
Careful here.
Prize, of course, the
I don't think they know that they've been spotted.
He knows he's going to get busy later.
Now they do.
Havoc peaks. Could have been his undoing.
Fury not really moving too much.
Try and get back to Prize to anchor this site.
He's committed. He wants to anchor, but there's Rolling Thunder in place. So Price has to have his wits about it. He's here with the paranoia now, and Oxy was hoping to capitalize. Relay ball around the corner, and Price absolutely dominated. Havoc fell soon after. And let's fly.
Oh, with DRX nerfed? Because Flashback didn't want to play. What was I going to do?
A 3-gun situation for the Middle East. They have the breach in play.
Khalil is hoping that maybe someone will overpush. That's essentially the only way Furia are going to get.
Oh yeah, someone asked if
that doesn't happen, which
Crew win tomorrow. Who did Crew play? No, so Crew
on site. This is inevitably going to
won't be top of the group till they play 100 Thieves.
Oh, almost caught. Khalil's got his back though.
I mean, they're just saving. Sorry you missed that saving kill. I'm sure you don't give that much a shit. So if 100 Thieves beat them, they're already in playoffs, yes. But if 100 Thieves beat them, then 100 Thieves could be first. But it would depend if there's then a 3-way tie with Sen. Then it would go on maps. So it would depend on all sorts of like how did Crew do against DG? Did they win 2-0? Did 100 Thieves beat Crew 2-0? All that kind of shit would then come into it. So yeah, it goes record maps rounds is how I'm pretty sure I mean that's how it's gone in the past. Okay, they're taking a timeout, so we can't actually talk about this. Yes. Oh, Crew, this weirdly, this EG game kind of doesn't matter for Crew. Well, I mean, I guess it does if there's a 3-way tie. But you definitely want to win 2-0 if you're Crew, 100%. But yeah, if there's a 3-way tie, well, no, if it's a 3-way tie, if one of them has beaten both of them, then they are automatically first. However, for this to happen, Crew would have to lose to 100 Thieves, who have already lost to Sen, and Crew have already beaten Sen. So that wouldn't be the case in this scenario, where everyone ends up tied, because 100 Thieves would have to beat Crew, and Crew would beat Sen, and Sen would beat 100 Thieves. So that wouldn't happen. So in this scenario, it would be on maps. So yes, Crew can... those teams are... If you get 3 wins, you're already in the playoffs. So 100 Thieves and Crew are already in, guaranteed. But it's just depending on where they finish. But as I say, finishing in the top
seeing a lot of
top seed is fine.
Streaming and losing his damn mind watching these guys. That poor man. They need him back in the server. I'm sure he wants to be there.
Do we know how long Flashback won't play for? I don't know.
As the rest of C9 intend on gaining
Fletcher,
space
I'm gonna
to
ask
trouble again.
Chopra and
whoever else
is
sublime. Look at where Fury are playing. They've got to quickly scrabble to get in position.
See if they know.
They overloaded that mountain spot for another round after that timeout. Prize this time's going to get hit by that, but Oxy has to back away from the relay bolt.
Honestly, this is good by Fury. This is a nice reaction to the breach. Actually did a pretty good job of stalling it out.
Now he's got backup from drop.
This has allowed all of Furia to get here.
Now they're all here.
Drop Havoc swinging back with Oxy, who's still pressed forward.
Oh my goodness, he's going to do more. He tries, slides on.
That's actually a pretty nice round by Fury.
Despite the fact that Fury had 4 players on the wrong side of the map, gambling on a mount play.
Yeah, the good thing about being the 1 seed in the other group, like, you want to finish top of the 100 Thieves crew group, because then you don't play G2. And if you don't have to play G2 to qualify, obviously that's very good.
15 seconds, just had to try and stay alive, throw out the fast lane, hide behind the wall, hide behind default box. Prize at the same
Loud
time
still make
like
playoffs?
he was surely going to die.
Cloud can make playoffs by winning out.
They
would then beat SEN and EG. They'd have the head-to-head over EG.
Rolling Thunder used by Cloud9.
Hello, Mr. TMV. How are you? What
lose their last game? I mean, they can just make it by EG lose. They win out.
Oxy's trying to get through
EG lose out.
Oh, with the shorty, he gets the first at the very least.
Okay, finds his
Unless 2G play EG.
Now tree control over to Cloud9, but quickly.
No, but they've already played.
Fury nipping out their heels now. The Jaguars
yeah, they just need to win out and have EG
on rubble. It's a trade.
2G loser.
Vic gets to upper. Cloud9 know yet again now that there's players behind them. They need to push off this site into the enemy spawn side. The Nightfall comes in and Vic wins a very important duel.
Oh, beautiful Armageddon as well. That's just going to force Havoc out the way. Vic is trying to make that rotate towards stairs.
They have no control. Havoc has to fight his way into the map, and Vic says no. Another push through, another frag taken. And Prize, great anchoring in the last round. Stayed alive, that was the most important part, but now he needs to do more than that. He needs to mow Cloud9 down. Vic is in drop, he finds it. And there's the trade. Zephyr gets in. Cloud9 are up to 5.
I respect that Furia came into that round off the back of a really well-played prior.
Which team has had the biggest gap between their level and the rest of BCT? Fnatic 2023.
That 4-man split down C.
At least in the partnership.
On defense, just right.
But honestly, I think that's probably
that
true.
Neon ultimate running full speed, but the C9 response.
Like early 2020, I would say lock in
Rush
2023.
forward to the site, flip the map.
By the time we got to Tokyo, maybe it was a bit
side
closer.
For the defender spawn, and then they take that head control fighting forward.
We saw the same
SEN 2021.
Right? They got wrapped on the C side of the map. They will push off the site.
It's hard. Like for me, it's harder to just know, right? Because
going for this
whilst they obviously won in Reykjavik without losing a map,
early pressure they face
because that was the first international tournament.
Who can try and teleport
like
away,
I don't like. It's just difficult to judge. You know what I mean?
Salvos.
Ooh, just gets away, but takes a bunch of damage. Cloud9 try and bait that push up on the extremity C side. But you
could make that argument. Perfectly fine.
Oxy couldn't sell
but I think
it on
it's
the
just
A side,
difficult to definitively make that argument.
Well, Havoc there is going to apply the Socratic method straight to his dome as Oxy falls and Rafa tries to make it
better. With some rougher rounds here.
He is hungry, and he sees Zeppa is paranoid. 4 kills for the duelist. And that's a well-earned smile on his face.
That was a snappy 4K from Havoc. What an impressive first kill, shutting down Oxy, who's just at maximum speed running in. Dispatches him, and then beautiful crosshair placement for the second 2. Excellent play from the Furia duelist, who seems
But I think the thing is that it will be so much harder now to have a level of dominance like Fnatic in 2023 is so much harder now because there are just people know what they're doing now. You know what I mean? Like, there aren't many terrible rosters anymore. You know, like, if 6 teams in EMEA were terrible in 2023, and, like, there was only 2 good teams, them and Na'Vi, and there was maybe, like, you know, 2 okay teams. Like, if that's all there is, you know, it's going to be pretty good for Fnatic. Right, whereas now, you're not going to get 6 of a league be pretty shit. Right, you're going to get maybe 1 or 2 who are going to be, like, non-competitive. Like, it's just not going to happen. So that level of dominance just is unlikely because people are just better at their game. People just understand the game better. They know what makes a good player better. There's generally less trolling across the board. There is still some, of course, but generally there is less. Americas has a lot of bad teams, but they don't have like Furia are maybe non-competitive.
Back to Furia, stacked up towards C, same 3 players.
And EG are maybe non-competitive, but I don't know if any others are.
I know that there's a player very close to them. But Havoc's able to get space.
Like 2G on
Hello,
non-competitive.
Mr. TMV, what has been the best America's game so far in your opinion?
I wouldn't say loud on non-competitive. They could have won.
Out of nowhere, he gets leapt upon. Rafa pulls Khalil out of the game. Okay.
NRG aren't non-competitive. They are against G2, but they're not
What an
non-competitive.
impact kill for the IGL Midge to claim at the
They're
tail
going
end
back
of
into
that
him.
fight. Frustratingly putting Prize in this clutch situation.
Can he do it? Mitch is the only one watching this direction. He had the right angle, but he didn't expect a second.
That's unlucky.
Cloud9 bailed themselves out, but it got a little awkward.
I just thought that swing from Vic
Thinking
would
Man
come
is
from the right.
terrible.
He tried to pre-fire it essentially.
I mean,
just
it's
snapping.
topical.
Can't blame him
Thanks for the
thinking
tier
that
1.
was a possibility. Oh. I do like this adjustment from Furia, where they had Havoc now out of the timeout, actually push up, take the fight. He baits the util, so Khalil can stay. They can fight together.
Come on now.
Cloud9 is still trying to bait that aggression out of Fury, though, on these extremities. This time they managed to sell it by committing Oxy. and
drop out NA.
They still got what they wanted.
Thanks for the prime as well.
This time we've adjusted to
That's
the
just a
8-point Oxy
description of
crossing
most
early.
of the people in this chat, no?
It's just too telegraphed. Oxy is ready for it. They fought Rubble so many times against MIBR, and they threw
What
themselves
would you
at it
say
over
the
and over
best
again.
region is
Still
ATM?
players here, but losing Rafa towards A. Like, what's Havoc supposed to do here now?
That's just random spam. What does Havoc have to do? He has to stay here, fight, and get 3 kills.
Seabade!
How
How do you say that name? Seabade? Seabade?
3K needs to come up.
He crossed.
With 5 whole
He's gonna be by the neural
gifties.
He's able to get out. There was also a backstab in progress, and that gets spotted out by the Cypher. Oh, with the slides. Pretty slick, but there's Havoc. He got 2. Not bad.
Yeah, they'll take it. And hey,
Winnable.
he basically
What's the best
counts for 2
region?
players right now with the ultimate, so we'll talk up to a 2.5 versus 3 on
Thinking
this
Man's
rotation.
horse
Works
video.
now. Not dead yet, though. We'll see if that actually is a factor.
Thanks for the
Had
gift,
chance to make
Billy's
use of the
bright blue
previous
ball.
round, chose not to. Out through stairs. Player at Rubble, Mitch is hearing
To
all of this.
Thinking
He
Man.
does not seem to
Not
care.
even
He runs
Thinking Man,
straight into
Thinking
it.
Man horse video.
Prize, yeah. Tough
Um,
one. Vic here, very cerebral player, is ready to find a 3K and around with C9.
That was an absolute dismantling
The
of
best region.
Furious aggression into Rubble. Oxy just beating the timing on the stuns that came through here. Dodges the flash as well. Freest kill of his life. And then Rafa just spams through with the Vandal. They see
Oh
the
man,
tracers.
see every
Vic
region
gets
has
through,
its
and that is
shit.
Tragic. Havoc.
Every
trying
region
his
has its
best
tragedies.
To live up to the he needs to get 3
It
kills.
actually might be
Getting
EMEA,
2?
you know.
Yeah, not bad.
But
Well,
EMEA doesn't
that's
have
still
the-
a pretty good result for him. But
It feels
EMEA
like
doesn't
the
have,
util
like,
early in the
a-
round for
but
Furia
then again,
isn't
neither does
calibrated for
Pacific.
Neon's speed. Because Oxy gets ahead of all of that. Might try to do it again here. This time it's Vic considering a TP forward, a little dodgy, but it gets into that corner.
EMEA might be the
What's the
worst, but I
stakes?
think that
See
quite
what
like
you attempt to
people
accelerate.
always ask
The
this
first
question.
time
It's
through,
like,
you
why
run
do you have
into a
to like?
stacked site.
We don't know.
Like, like, can't we just be happy?
Here's the door. Paranoid.
You know what I mean?
Might try and capitalize here, but the relay vault's going to force him
Not
back.
enough
Great
people
stun.
talk about my
Great
teammate
stun.
V1C,
Oxy
but we
recognizing
really
this,
need to
someone trying
realize
see
how
one of his
talented he
teammates.
is.
What do you mean your
This guy is
teammate?
so clean. Cloud emoji, sun
He has had a
behind
good
large
year,
cloud
Vic, to be
emoji,
fair.
sun behind cloud emoji, sun behind late cloud emoji, sun behind small cloud emoji.
That's a nice shot.
Cloud9 might consider baby door now, but they're going to get through Rafa to do that. Havoc's down. That's the A player.
Spamming?
It's tragic elsewhere, just spamming
Now he's
through,
got breach
toggling
on.
the door. And in the meantime, do C9, do they want to try and prod towards the put Rafa in an uncomfortable situation, playing baby door alone?
Close fault line challenge. Mitch takes it, wins it out, but Prize comes through the door.
Oh.
Okay,
Can't
Vic
do an
goes down, but
aftershock.
Rafa is cleared, so baby door is open and Cloud9 are on this B side. Guns are better for the attackers, but here comes a Prowler to try and spot things out.
Great haunt. That's going to get some information. Oh, well, at least they don't know it's close. As Prize now sending through the Prowler, trying to give Heat an opening. Who does just have that stinger.
behind
Both
smokes.
chokes smoked off at the moment, so he can get up close with the close range weapon.
Oh, buddy.
You
Gotta get up
don't
early in
res
the morning,
that?
Wanna beat Oxy at that kind of game. Now it's up to Prize. No U2
What the
to speak
fuck are
of.
you doing?
Very
Why are we
little
not
time
resing
spotted
that?
out now by the cam, and he knows retribution will be forthcoming. Cloud9
What
have no
team has the
reason
most
to overcook
potential in the
here, and
VCT at the moment, Mr.
will complete
TMV?
another solid attack side round for Cloud9.
And Havoc is
Potential.
trying so hard
Like
to
what,
will his
potential to
team
get
to
better?
win at the
Potential to
moment.
win
He did
multiple
it on
titles?
this map, on the Neon
One of them
against
is
NRG.
G2.
He top
in terms of like potential to actually improve.
That is a land-only shot.
It really, yeah, you're not getting that even on 6 ping. You need 5 minutes. That's max the ping you need to hit that. Crazy stuff, but it's just tragically
like a really,
not enough. This C9 team are more than a legit dark horse right now.
It's got like a really young
Came
team.
into this year
There's like just a team of like
with
fucking
an abundance
aimers.
of question marks surrounding their roster decision making, etc. But they have proven everyone who doubted them wrong. They are looking really fantastic.
MIBR is a shout. MIBR is probably
despite
a decent
the woes
shout.
that they've had in stage 1, this is where they've gotten a win. This is where they actually kind of pushed G2 to their limit on G2's undefeated map. They got 10 rounds against them. That is nothing to
Furia has
scoff
the
at.
potential to make me quit Valorant.
Here, though, they've been pretty lifeless, listless, lackadaisical. Okay, Paranoia are going to be following up that Nightfall here, and it does force C9 away.
Shadows traveling.
But honestly, they've been able to sort of insist on maintaining course towards the A side, but okay, Khalil's is going to take that one for free. What's the plan now?
Sixth sense.
And now you have breach up, but you're now lacking your neon.
Connect
So
on anyone, but no reason for
kind of
Will not
feels
to
bad.
continue to post up on this angle. Now 50 seconds.
Like this by Vic,
coming
though.
through. It's a tree. This is pretty crazy from Vic getting all this space. I respect it.
This is a nice play when
Yes,
you're
he
in a
has a foothold.
4v5.
And the rest of Cloud9 likely to cross over towards door here. It looks like Prize is not actively watching for this. Here's a rolling thunder on towards the A side, but there are no entrenched
hoping that they got
defenders.
them.
Cloud9 don't
They
know
did
this,
not
so they get
get
push
them.
off of it. Anyway, Prize finds one. That's Mitch is crossing past him. Zebra's going to be able to
They
make the
got
trade,
the
but it might be
opposite
enough
of
as
them.
Havoc now's going to come in with that ultimate. Oh, it's ugly. Zebra cleans him up with a shorty now. Khalil might consider going through this smoke with the Armageddon in play. Ruff is going to get there, but Vic almost had 3. What a bizarre
Hey, everyone's 6 feet under, but hey, we got it.
a defense side win anyway.
They almost lost that. They actually almost lost
Furia
that. If he
had
would
a
have
good
lived,
read on what's
they actually would have lost. That's certainly a round of Valorant. Did Lev move up in the Americas ranking after yesterday? Weirdly, yes, I would say. Robert Lewandowski? Wow. Thanks, Roadman, for the gift of Robert Lewandowski. I'm sure he needed it. Okay, 8-4. We never used our Cloval. That's funny. Despite having multiple chances to. I also realized I am currently 5th. However, the people around me have either as good of left to play or slightly better. So I'm probably going to end up, I would guess, somewhere between 10 and 20.
Mr. TMV, what has been the worst team in the history of the partnership era in your opinion?
I'm glad you asked, Sergeant Sentinel. I would say the contenders are probably... I mean, the contenders are probably all from 2023, if we're being real. No. Oh, maybe Bleed. But didn't Bleed win a game? But honestly, maybe Bleed. Depends if you're talking about a year or like all time. If you're talking all time... Oh, man. Furia might be. But 2023 DFM and KC come to mind, of course. Though KC did win a game. I think they actually won multiple games. Right, I mean, look at these. Okay, these two are the obvious good ones. This Apex one's actually quite nice. I think 2023 DFM is probably the right choice, though. Like, for just a one-season team. If you're talking, like, of all of the partnership teams since 2023, who has been the worst? I actually don't know the records of all the teams. That would actually be quite interesting to see, the records of every team since partnership. DFM still might have the worst, honestly. Koi have also. I mean, I can't think. What have Koi done?
The smoke here, then elect to jump back in because Mitch is saying go, go, go. Havoc goes pretty low behind the rubble. He was going to be Oxy falling. Interesting. Khalil gets offered up as a sacrifice to Krakatoa, apparently. Fury, their prayers for strength are answered at least. as Vic and Ned had to make things happen. Ned bursts out of Baby Door.
I need to maybe calm down a little bit here. I don't know what Mitch is doing.
Really overcoming into that fight, in my opinion, forcing things too much, and they've left Vic.
Vukashu! 7D, thanks for the gift sub to Vukashu.
Spot out for one, good paranoia. No,
It's found two. Prize cowering inside tree, salvages it. As the Furia ship was almost scuppered. Well, the young gun Vic emerging for 2 kills. It will be Furia getting to 5 and winning an all-important pistol.
We're going to take a deep breath after that one.
I'm not feeling great for Cloud9. I mean, this comp on attack side, again, I have no idea what Mitch is doing, because this comp on attack side is just going to, like, fully snowball
after they had been denied by that initial.
How long until we see a super team like Fnatic? Will Prop come from China because you would need a roster with the best players in every role, best coaching and insane strategic depth?
The rarest of times.
We might never, to be honest.
All right.
Yeah, 2023 was a unique moment.
But it's just heat. That leaves C pretty lightly held for Cloud9. Wanted to gamble well and made the wrong call here.
They are trying to pivot over to C with some haste. They've got 3 players here, so.
I mean, what? You'd maybe need a team with a fuck ton of money.
But Vic, little damage on the Havoc.
That's going for it. He's going to run into a wall of players, and it doesn't matter. He cuts a bloody sway through them anyway. Vic not just the one, but it's short-lived. This is tenure in halls is cut short.
What is that?
Only 2 measly pistols for Cloud9. A paltry offering here against.
Well, how long can a Twitch name be? It feels like a lot of these names are like far too long.
More than content to just
but thank you,
go
Anonymous
for a rewrap, try and get 1 or 2 more kills here.
They've got the breach tilt. Also Bulldog there.
I think Leo will be the best again when he comes back.
Oh my goodness, it's audacious.
There'll probably be an adjustment period, I would have thought. I would doubt he would be.
That's Fury exiting
if he does come back, I doubt he would be like.
Ultimately, that damage doesn't
for
matter.
the world straight away.
In fact, at the very end, they got all.
They'll probably be coming
dogs
into a new meta.
You know, he only had the pistol, so hey, Furia, they leave the
A super
round
team cannot
what they
exist
brought
unless you
into it.
clone Sim 5 times.
Now, the question is if they can convert this bonus against C9. Have they cooked up some kind of strat for this bonus? That is
How
something.
much longer does Trent have to be a top initiate to be in the GOAT initiate calls with Leo?
Swing rounds. They have something in the tuck. I mean,
Don't spend this all in one day, bro. Enjoy.
They want to just try to take this early fight and slam any players that are in
the problem with comparing to Leo is
pressure of the fault line.
The Leo I think was
okay, well,
okay, you are joking.
Now they. I mean, this happened for Cloud9 as well, but now you can lose. Again, they're just going to death ball C, it looks like. The longer they take, the more
Cloud9 they need hands to carry these expensive rifles.
They're just coming in.
Flash up, they might try and challenge this. Vic backs away, but actually gets clipped by the.
But the problem with comparing to Leo is Leo was undoubtedly the best player in the world.
Splish splash, baby.
I'm not sure, like.
Vic want to do now.
I would doubt that Trent would get there. You know,
Vic is going to get
like
pushed
the way
against
he's
the
unquestionably the best player.
Their nerve broke. They didn't multi-challenge this. Vic had backup in fairness. 3 players in halls now for Cloud9, and they're thinking about going for the jugular. Khalil sees him. Zephyr wraps around the smoke and gets his. And there's no waterfall presence here for Cloud9, but still 3 players, 3 rifles to work with, and they're pushing up onto the site itself. Prize in a pretty obvious location, but he's able to find a key kill there. It's only the Clove left. 1 versus 2. Cloud9 have some time, so they go for the double swing, and he is frazzled, frustrated, and thwarted.
Okay, it got close. Furia, man.
So close for Heat.
They played a very aggressive close one there.
A look on his face that we've seen a lot this year on Furia.
One of them where this is one of them where I just think
he'd already
could you
won
not
a crucial
plant
1v1 towards Waterfall, took out Mitch on his initial swing through.
When you've got the whole squad
and then gets
here.
1 more after there were the swings coming through on top with the C9 players wrapping Ben.
And then win.
3 on the round, and they still fall short.
They don't have the best
got the spike down. That was just their bonus, but when you know that you had it in your grasp and it barely slips through your fingers,
they have a pretty terrible.
You're going to leave that round with frustration, regardless.
Silver linings, though. It was a pretty costly round for Cloud9, and now their buy looks far less convincing. That fault line is not go. There's Havoc.
They're in some trouble here, Cloud9.
Toes out there on Mount.
Cloud9 game to
Oxy and Vic.
Trent is one of the best initiators, but not sure he's even the best. Never mind the best initiator, best fragger, and best clutcher like Leo was.
Still just continues to try and will this team to a win. The shots that he's hitting have been
the thing about when you
really
watch Leo was it's like
kicking and screaming.
You just felt like he didn't make mistakes.
Furia.
You know, he would play aggressive when he needed, when he should do. He played safe when he should do.
They have that presence. over
His
towards the
aim
A
was
side of the net.
insane.
Net is swimming in a palace of util.
He'd win a lot of rounds
Judge
for Fnatic
in
on
his
his own.
hands, and an opportunity.
Okay, Net
to do
has
the
a chance
funniest
here.
thing.
It's probably just one of them where, hey Net, if you get 2 kills, we'll try.
Stay tucked, still
If you
undetected
don't,
as of
we'll
yet. The side
just
cages
save.
now will be thrown up. So those layers of defensive
But when
utility.
this cage goes down,
I think
he's
expended.
kinda fucked.
Sees the paranoia whistle pass, Net is waiting, but there's 2 angles that they could be coming from, and there's no help in upper yet. That smoke will dissipate, and Zephyr can now get involved in the game, and Havoc finds his third. How did Cloud9 get out of this? It's just Net.
They haven't given him anything. He's just been praying that someone is going to walk around the corner at any given point, and then he feels like,
Well,
well, I
that's
got to
sad.
make something
Imagine
happen
having a
myself,
judge
and
and
he's going to
that.
fall to Havoc, getting
could
him
actually
his
lose this
4th
map
on
now.
the board that round.
And they're against just a full death ball. I think
He
what
loses
you've got to
server now.
do is just put
17,
Net on
13
one side of the
for
map.
Here's an early action.
Like this early fight.
It's movement. Oh!
That is not supposed to happen after the Neon nerfs.
Unless you're doing it with
Done
4.
we thought we were done with that. This always happens in Valorant. They nerf an agent that's at the top of the meta, everyone stops playing it, and then someone realizes, hey, wait, it's still pretty good.
In Americas, it was Arsena. When
And then-
Arsena came out on Neon, we're like, is that good? It is. I mean, DJZ's picked it back up.
Okay, 9-7. Losable. Very losable. Still not a fan of this jersey. Have Fury won a map yet? They have. Oh, was it against NRG? Of course it fucking was. Fury only winning a map against Cloud9 and NRG would be quite fitting. That would make a lot of sense. So Loud have to... Wait, do they have to even win today to get in? Hold on. They play EG. If 2G lost to SEN, let's say they lose 2-1 and 3-8. Let's say you lose 2-0, 2-6. Then if you won, you'd be 5-8. You'd be 2-8. No, they could win. They could get in with 1. They can win a 3-way tie. Loud. Oh shit, sorry.
And already asserting that A-side control. Cloud9 hoping to gamble
Fury
for a bit of
no, Fury
a
on eliminate because they could
whimsical
win
B
2.
hit from Fury. It's not going to happen.
Maybe they will. In my mind, they're eliminated.
Brazilian side, they've been able to take this space.
Well,
over towards
mathematically,
Rebel with ease
they
and
live.
have Heat just
Okay, it's an eco for
making
C9
sure
as
that
well.
no one over on C9 to push up. Oh wait, they just spot Oxy around the corner.
Hero Guardian.
Gotta go.
Is that Nismo in the server?
That was a sick reaction tap from Oxy, giving his team upset potential on round 17.
Being known by the
Fury
Lotus
has
just
definitely
makes
been
me sad.
incentivized to carry on over at A for now.
Feels like a different
They'll
map.
continue to take their time, nice and slowly.
Vic handed the
checking
Guardian to
every
Oxy.
corner.
He passed the weapon over.
And by that, I mean a map that's just worse.
And Oxy is slowly encroaching here on this occupied A side of the map.
Okay,
Really
they
carefully,
really,
though.
really hope that they go B. Little do they know, Fury don't
Waiting.
know
You might
exists.
be waiting for the other players to come out of B side here, at least get a crossfire set up.
Mitch does have a full util kit on the breach. They have tools to get back in.
Okay, Oxy spotted. Okay,
there's
Guardian
their
down
gun
straight
gone.
away. Haven't caught out by the fault line here, and there's an aftershock coming through. He's able to sidestep it. But Cloud9 gearing up for this push. Another paranoia comes in, counter from the side of Fury. It looks like it caught on Khalil. Is able to find 2 from Pit.
Unlucky.
Net is the benefactor. The newest installment of the Sisterhood of the Traveling Guardian. But he has nothing
Should
to
we
do
add
with
a
the
relegation
Wyatt. It'll
system?
be a hold on to the weapon and go next.
No.
Player standing.
Havoc having a lot of confidence there, and Khalil to lock things down for him, holding.
Nice run by
from
Fury.
Pit.
Hold
That's
on.
exactly what he does. Danger for a moment.
Lock sticking.
When Oxy gets that first kill, but Furia, they take their sweet time getting into that very free.
Today I
A
queue a
site.
DM and I see a GX
Setting up some
banner.
nice
So I
post
started
plants.
talking about the 13-0.
So now we get
When
into
the
the
DM
part of
ends,
the
oh
half, right? We've got
fuck,
to
I
start
missed it.
talking about these ultimates, right? We've been sitting on a number of them for quite some time, and crucially, it's the initiators that we're looking at. Armageddon available for C9.
When the
Roll,
deathmatch
is
ends, I find out it
available
was
for Furia.
Runner. Wow.
Also, when are we going to see the Clove ultimate? Will we?
That's rough.
Yeah, he might be saving that for Pearl at this point. I don't know if we've actually seen it yet. But perhaps it'll finally be this round. All right, C9.
Oh,
up front,
C9.
they're
Why are you
taking
wasting
that
my
space.
time, bro?
Jose, pressed up, stealth drone.
I wanted to watch T1
From close
ROQ.
distance to try and get additional info. Are they going to push all the way through onto Heat? No, they won't, but they will control all of the A side of the
Come
map.
on, C9.
And they'd be content if that pushes Furia into some of their ciphers
I believe.
set up elsewhere.
I like the double back here towards A, but there's no one that's really inserted on that part of the map yet. Ned is also playing ultra passively. So he can
thinking woman's estrogen. Estrogen? Estrogen.
Furia have been able to get some space over towards Mound.
Thanks for the gift sub, Roadman.
How do I look at this pace, I wonder, because so far it's been pretty fast and furious.
Do they want to try and go back towards A? Do they feel like they've done enough to actually pull C9 away from forward positions at Mount? They want to re-clear. Here comes that initiative util, the flash, the prowler.
He's in fast lane. Mitch just steps right into it.
Okay, missiles are good.
Still.
Now a 3-stack on C.
With 40 seconds left in the round.
Seeing that they haven't come in here. Got the trip on B.
They are praying that they are dragging these
defenders all across
me today in DM, can I get him find my vitality?
It's a rolling thunder. There is Cypher util in play. Armageddon could catch Havoc out here. It's dangerous. He's got to get clear of that. He's got time. Gets up over towards the site. Now ready to go with the ultimate, but Net has pure stopping power.
DP and spawn. Mitch died to that.
Mitch is out of the game though, so that brings you till now no longer on the table for the defenders. The time is running short. Furia have to make the play.
Oh, they got it down though.
Still,
it doesn't matter, they know where he is.
I
thought.
To be the steward
Oh,
of it.
net troll.
He's found himself 3 for the round. Oxy had that ultimate ready.
Yep, slide.
Khalil trying to play safe, but nobody is safe from the young thud.
We're trying to hit a headshot like that with a
Neon
Neon is at
4-0,
max speed with the
good.
ult is
And a bit
so
lucky.
difficult. Oxy walking away unscathed. Furia tried so hard to drag the rotate
teabagged me in DM. Can I get him fined by vitality?
Never took the bait. They
Bro,
never gave
just
up
type
those
in.
forward positions over towards A.
If Sivo is teabagging you, you have the easiest fucking own in the world. You can literally just say.
Was already dwindling, and you
Is
got your
Furia
tail,
actually
you got your
playing
reach
good or
until
is C9
that point.
playing
You
subpar?
cook Furia.
But
Bit
once
above.
again, just like the bonus. For
You can
Furia,
just say like,
Cloud9 only survived
bro,
with
you're
one
one.
weapon. So they
It was a
can't
super
stabilize.
team
They're
until
not
you joined the
stabilized
team.
at all on this defense side.
That's all you gotta say.
They've got to capitalize here. This is arguably the more important round.
This should be a round worth 2 as C9 look to fight towards Rebel again. It's Havoc pushing through the fast lane.
Zephyr gets clear of the situation here. Mitch also having second thoughts, as I would too, as bullets whiz above my left shoulder. He falls back towards stairs.
No, I mean that is
Love
harsh.
to get
Sivo
past
isn't
this
that bad,
board
but
so he can
they are 1 and
get
2.
that Fade ultimate.
Let's just say 1 and 2
There it
super
is.
team
They're not clearing
XD.
stairs. They send a prowler towards tree, but they don't know that Mitch is right by them. With a full suite of util, but Oxy just gets absolutely booked.
Face your fear!
Zephyr going to try and stay
Did that
silent
hit
here, but
Mitch?
well, this is going to reveal it. He will only hear silence
That's
now as the
another
Prowler
trouble
also
now.
confirms his position in upper. Havoc needs to diligently check here, but Zephyr
Gets
wins it out.
one.
It's a trade.
I can't even believe he got 1, but ultimately irrelevant as Khalil
So
just
Furia are
shuts
down the
down
thing
Mitch,
that
wanted to take
this
timing.
the EDG
Out
used
that
to do
smoke
with
through
this comp,
stairs,
right?
and
You
as
see
we
this
mentioned at the
comp,
top
and
of
at the
the
start of the
round,
half,
the
they
state
just
of the
fucking run
economy
it
as
somewhere,
Cloud9 in a
and they just
bind.
fucking run you down, and they
Ned
win
finds
because this
himself in
comp
the
is good at
equivalent
just
of
running you down.
Albuquerque, New Mexico, with
And
the chance
then
once again not put
they
in a
just start
position to
walking
succeed
some
with that
places.
weapon.
And you just kind of get surprised because you're like, well, I don't hear anything.
Vic
Why
here
am I not hearing anything?
not
They
have
should
a
just
thing
be
to do.
running it down.
It's about
And
playing
they
for
don't.
rests now in
And then
C9
you're like,
because
oh. And then you
this is
die.
the round they really
And
had
then
to
you're like,
convert
oh,
on.
we lost.
The economy for Fury, though, still would have been fine either way. But this has been back and forth stuff for C9.
Oh yeah, I mean, it feels like there will likely be no point in the rest of this map where we're going to see Furia on a pure eco.
Saving
Their
a
econ
judge
is
is certainly a
out of
choice,
control.
considering that.
And that's got Cloud9 under so much pressure. It's one of those situations where, despite one team having the lead, you can see that they don't have control of the
They
game
gotta go.
anymore.
Saving
and
a judge.
the other crucial aspects of it.
They're passengers.
Plus
Havoc
850.
again on Lotus playing Neon, topping the
Okay.
board. This is his agent, this is his home map. Oh, he looks good.
20 kills, 15 deaths here. Very, very solid performance. And yeah, every reason to smile. This team on comms is, I mean,
Except for Heat.
yeah, well, listen.
Poor
at least
Net.
he has his
Twice
slings
he's
up.
had a judge, and he's just.
That's always a good sign.
They went
I'm
away
waiting
from
for
him here.
something to make
I don't know when he
Heat
was
smile
here.
for the
It
first
just never
time
came to
in
it.
Stage 1. We'll get there eventually.
Well, you know, wouldn't hurt. A map win. Let's see if that gets the job done. It is a very awkward round here for C9. They have a Vandal. Oh, rather, a Phantom, excuse me, for Vic. Net still with the judge.
So this is
Now
the kind of
gambling
setup I think we need to see
back
more
over
from them, right?
towards A
Camera
on
here,
this
and then
sort of half
everyone
buy
just.
slash eco around. Given Furia have found the majority of their success on this A site. So it would make sense to believe
Like
that
this,
they would
like
have
the one way.
intentions of getting
Vic,
there
this is
once
nice.
again. And you know, similar
Right, so they're
to
droning deep here.
that
Oh
prior
yeah, it's
anti-eco,
just me here.
it was Furia taking
Oh yeah, we're
slow
really
control
out
of
in
A,
C,
completely
really.
cutting noise and contacting up. The
Controls are playing a different game over at C, but in the meantime, Havoc again finds the entry on Oxy. 2 rounds in a row, he gets out cleanly.
I've seen Oxy might convince them to
They
go
cross
outside.
that door, no noise made. Obviously, Mitch not going to take
When
any
this door
kind of
breaks,
peek
what
with
does he
that
do?
shorty.
He push?
Is Ned about to get some action? Well, not the kind he was hoping for, I suspect. Again, a weak goodbye for C9, but this is Furia.
This is sometimes the problem when you do this
up.
smoke as the defenders.
That was well done.
Basically just
by Furia,
invite
just
them to
reading
do
the
this.
situation, understanding
This is something that,
that they could go for a beat pivot there.
like when the
try to
attackers see
drag
this
players
smoke,
towards A and then
and it's
forces
weird that
Ned
teams
into the
don't think this
situation
themselves, because when
obviously
literally
he can't
every team
face
who's attacking
anyone
ever,
at Baby Door. He's
and you
gotta
see
go
this
for the
smoke,
swing,
you
and
just
he,
think, well, let's
on
just
the
go
lurk,
do a
playing
beast
this
split instead.
Clove was ready for
But
him.
defenders never think we should now like just
Only
leave
rifle
one
in the
person
round,
on
carried
A.
by a blackened and blue.
Even though every team does this.
Look, obviously, Clove is not a Sentinel. It's a
Every
controller, in fact. But, you know, the way that Heat is playing the Clove, a lot
we're
of
gonna
work.
be
And he
tied.
said that this is a role that he feels really comfortable in. He loves to be on the lurk. He's enjoying being a Sentinel player for this team.
Standing.
The temptation for Vic must be extreme to try and intervene in that engagement. That's not going to happen here. He's going to sit and bide his time in tree. And looking into the next round, of course, Cloud9 will be able to get themselves a decent weaponry, and there's a Rolling Thunder at the ready here for Mitch. Look, an ultimate for C9 that we've just not seen great application for in this game so far. The one round that Mitch makes use of it is just it's underwhelming. It's actually an empty site that it gets used on.
Absolutely not. So, C9, everything on the line here. Their economy
At
has
one point, I
never
really
been
felt like
in a good
C9 was in
position in
control of
the
this
second
game.
half. I mean, look at the timeline.
And now
they win 2 rounds, but they're so spaced
it
out
really doesn't.
that they've never been able to build anything up off the ground.
And those
have
rounds
breach
they
up.
win, Wyatt, they take one gun out of them, one rifle.
They're gonna heavy fight
Like
A.
C9, they are all stacked up towards
Let's see
A.
it.
Mitch does
This-
have that
I
Rolling
think
Thunder.
this is
There's a
C9's
good
best
Furia.
chance.
They might just rip that ult on them.
Fast lanes across here, and Vic's have to get forward towards Rubble.
Okay, they do keep them
Furia
back.
are more than happy to draw this early util out of a Cloud9 who are looking more and more nervous.
So how does C9 want to play this now? They've gotten that A space. Do they want to just leave Vic inserted deep? Who, by the way, has
Zion
not
Zeta
ult of his own.
699.
He's in a committed position and safely teleport away.
Thanks for the
Stay
gifted from
committed there.
Siva-
If the hit
Siva
comes,
DE
teleport
again.
to the rest of the team. He's got
Siva
options at the moment.
DE's
I'm not ready
nuts.
for this. Mitch can also preempt this flood with that ultimate of his own. And Fury now, we're down to the 1 minute mark, and they're about to look at that C site.
The last time we saw an opening like this, you know, Furia at this juncture in the round, they tried to make noise A and pivot back to C late.
That would be awkward though. They have to fight really hard for Rubble.
Yeah, they didn't even commit. They just tried to send out some initiator utility and draw rotates. They're not even going for that this time. They are only making noise towards C. 3 Cloud9 players
Wait a minute.
are in the vicinity.
Are they going to die B here? Okay, no. Going to commit to the side. It's going to be at least Havoc going for it now, but it's just him. See what he can dig up. It's going to be Net taken down. Here comes the Rolling Thunder now. A number of Fury players are committing. They're vulnerable. And Oxy looks to capitalize. Gets ahead of the side, but Khalil stands his ground and eventually falls.
got a kill on
Finally,
B.
a player advantage in around Cloud9. They've got guns
Clove is
to get
gonna
done
res.
with, but Heat's back in the game and Oxy's down. All of a sudden, Furia with all the cards to play.
There's no way that he should be getting a kill here. Oh my god! He catches the timing
Wow.
of the teleport. That is mental. C9 should have had this round locked up. And now it's all on Zeppa, who's wrapped. Back to B main. Do they expect this position? He should be good for 1 free kill.
Zeppa has ultimate off the back of his kill. Is there an opportunity to make use of it? He knows he has some time, but this gives moments for Furia to disperse, hit him from different angles. It feels all but impossible. Zeppa having to go for a 4K to salvage this round for C9. This round is worth everything. The most important in the game thus far, and geez, that medal is scary. Zeppa still pushed up despite the fact he was decayed down, but here comes that util. Rafa biding his time. You know he's going to get involved from Upper in just a moment, but he doesn't need the help. A sick round
Well,
from the
it's
Clove.
not looking good for
Furia
C9. I mean,
finally
Lotus
get out
has
in
been a
front.
map that
That
they've
is
struggled
all
with.
about Heat on that round. The question is, well, he looks a little bit slightly more
Holy.
happy than usual. Still waiting for a smile from him at some point.
A smile at me to anybody?
It might just take the map win. That is 3 rounds in a row, by the way, that
That's
Havoc
out
has
of
been
ruffle.
able to get a first blood for Furia. So mental in its own right. But past that point, it is Heat finding a kill, and then that, I mean, catching the timing on Vic to stay alive is so insane. That really determines the round, genuinely. I mean, if Vic just stays out the way or teleports a half second earlier, totally different round, but we're right back in the action. Furia, they've taken that early
goodbye.
control.
A lot of map
They're
controlling for
going heavy
Cloud9, but if
C
Furia
push.
sniffs this out, they're just going to beeline for the A site and play a post plant. Cam's got all of this action now, so the players from C9 being drawn across towards Baby Door, and he wants this action. Teasing Cloud9 to try and challenge him, and he makes
Gets
short work
3.
of it. A bloody smears on the ground for 3 of the defenders.
Asiba D with a gift to D's nuts.
I feel a cold winner's about to set here.
D's nuts must get a lot of
seeing
gifted.
2024 Heat in the server. It has been a minute. This is the Heat that rejuvenated his career on crew when he made the role swap in 2024. He has been mostly absent for Furia, trying to find his place in this team and in the league again.
Come here.
But damn, he looks good right now.
He's about to get another one. Make it 4 for Heat.
Was even someone ready
back-to-back insane rounds. Multi-kills galore for Heat.
Already
just, as usual, utterly unfazed.
2 orbs away from an ult.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Cloud9 bros.
Right back up there with this sick multi-kill. Just lines them up. Easy spray down. Beautiful stuff.
This is what happens when you allow Furia to take you to their best map. The only map they've got more than 7 rounds on.
I think C9 are really going to be kicking themselves.
They've
given
Furia they can drag other teams into a scrap, but
they have given
with
them
teams
their
that
best
are
map,
bad that only can scrap, they also drag themselves into a scrap.
Once again, Furia do not commit to rubble. They don't roll the dice. They don't take those risks.
They baited out the Armageddon C9, thinking that they were going to commit. And they haven't.
They don't have a read on what Furia are doing right now. Big's likely to get
Furia
out
are just acting. They're like the animal. They are the panther. They are just acting on instinct. It's fucking go A. No, go C. Now go back A.
Furia are always able to bounce back to a different extremity.
They're just bouncing
later in the rounds.
Like a panther.
Things are slowing down here with a minute on the clock. C9 have remained playing forward over towards that A side.
Cloud9 are the prey. Today we hunt Cloud. And also Havoc just is having a fucking different game right now.
Diffed.
I think Oxy is on edge there. He gets completely baited. You're right, that is a gap. Mitch now under some pressure, surely to be forced away as those relay bolts come calling, but he stays put. He doesn't have the ability to get out. 2 legs and a heartbeat is all he can rely on, and he uses it to get back into cubby.
30
seconds left on the clock. And Fury
they got the right read,
all the way
Mitch didn't
back to C. There are still some sniper trips to contend with. He's trying to find a timing in towards B at the same time. No, it is all a fake. They are getting into B at the moment, but there's multiple C9 players with low time.
Heat's the
you have a smoke, buddy.
Center, and here he is, the Vanguard. Zephyr wants to try and peer into the situation now. There's a plant about to go down. It's a little risky here for Furia, but the plant is secured. And now, potential map win on the line. He doesn't even need to shoot there, but it's going to be Mitch that takes him out. Big and Mitch to rely on now for Cloud9. And they need to find a way in. They give it a tap. This is going to draw Havoc forward. Khalil's going to be there to play up that smoke, and Havoc just walks up proud as a peacock, and he's shut down.
No fucking way.
Ruffer with 2
no
health.
fucking way you lost that, man.
Cloud9 at the death. Claw themselves into the rounds. But the money is shot to pieces. It's still going to be awkward. They've never established themselves money-wise, but hey, they'll take a round to stay alive if they can get one.
Oh, brother.
They were able to pull that back, and I think Furia really
if you know that they're off and you haven't lost yet.
Repivoting last second into B, where the majority of the C9 players actually were. And from there, Mitch was able to just fire off a few flashes in a row, get his teammates back into the site, into good positions, and unfortunately Havoc couldn't capitalize on that
Havoc
flank.
attacking up.
But now he wants to capitalize with the Operator on attack in the last round to take an early engagement on C.
That is wild. Okay. I draw it back to the previous round. Oxy has lost all of his first engagements in the last 5 or 6 rounds. It's been rough for the young gun.
This is the classic, why not buy an off, we're rich type moment. And also, 1 orb, he'll have that ult.
PTM wants to play around the smoke. Oxy finally gets one to start the round. Had to use the ultimate for him, but he'll take it. Awkward here for Khalil. He knows he's about to be left upon, and that's 2 now. Oxy locked in. 22 and 18, and he knows the action's over at C. Net has conceded the site to buy some time for the reinforcements.
Fury have no choice but to get in here. All right, Oxy has ran out of that ult, but he's picked up the rifle. Mitch and Zeppa, they're waiting to get their util back. Zeppa
of course, our breach has the fucking spike when our Fade and Neon are 1-0.
Are congested in the site.
Here's a rolling thunder to play off of now. Furia are mad. They don't want to close this out. Brian's playing Mitch, and they want to push but Paranoia catches out the Fade. Still, Nightfall deployed. And that's a confirmation of multiple players lurking on the other side of the masonry.
What a bold choice from Furia. Stuck in the site, let's try to get out and take the fight to them with that rolling thunder. That is confident, and I like it.
They can plant. Ned had to get so far off the site because he had to confirm a switch over towards B, but Enterprise goes down. Player advantage now for Cloud9.
Yeah, Oxy just using that speed to break the crosshair placement. And there's only 19 seconds left. This has to be stuck right now by Rafa. Aftershock to give him some safety.
He knows though. Hot on his heels are going to be Cloud9. To stay in the map, Oxy crosses, tries to bait Vic into the play. But it doesn't pay off. Havoc with an op, it's awkward here on the site. He'd be the one to rely on if anybody.
That's a never in history.
Rafa goes down and Havoc.
You are never hitting that shot in all of your lives.
Cloud9 refuse.
You could have a million lives and you wouldn't hit that fucking shot. Now you can go and lose Furia. Gloria, go back to fucking losing.
Full push out through a supporting Oxy. Using his ultimate
off with that as well.
Initiator flashes coming through there from Mitch to set him up with his kills. Perfect fault line onto Heat. And
oh, Gloria. That's not a hard shot. He's not hitting that. You're not. Against a Neon, you're not hitting it.
Not an issue when we head into.
I don't hit those. And neither does a fucking pro player who's 23 and 18. But like they were so concerned about like
I can't
not
believe
revealing
that they
the
were able
op.
to pull
I mean,
that back
get
at the
this
last
fucking
second.
ult at some point.
Look,
Get the fucking
absolutely
Neon
done. Furia played such a masterful attack half against them.
Okay, let's see.
C9
This is an attack-sided game.
No answers, but they get to
See
run
if
it
C9
back
can
on
do something.
attack now where they were.
Furia win both
finding the
pistols, though. They
majority
definitely
of
won
their
a
own
second one.
See, is the idea now, and Furia were ready for a rubble fight that just never came. Oxy's going to cross instantly. Fault line.
Okay, I mean, they're in.
Definitely sidestepped by Heat, and he sees a player cross. He's just not quick enough, so this means he gives up the site for now.
Oxy is silently trying to move forward. Wow, multiplayer push into Waterfall. This is not something C9 have tried yet.
Can Prize hold his nerve? He's got with util in his hands.
I love that.
He's sold in the Magic 8-ball with 3 guns pointed at him. Not where you want to be. So now with 4 players, Furia have to make this work. They do have a breach flash and a paranoia. Here's a fast lane, and
Big kill
Benji
from
footwork
that.
won't
That's
save
going to
Havoc.
delay enough for that
They're
Omen
finally
flash.
able to clip his wings.
Nice round by
Furia
C9.
serve themselves up to the big
That's a
grinder.
decent idea by Furia, to be
Flawless
fair.
round for Cloud9.
Last round of regulation into the first round of OT. C9, they
Win
flip
this
the
now,
page
C9.
and get to the very last one in the Lotus strat book. Bring out 2 different things that they have not done at any point. Getting that 3-man push through the dark cover into Waterfall. Prize did not expect that whatsoever. Was out in the open, shut down instantly, and then from there with all of that map control, the crossfires they can set up, make that retake.
I'm on attack. I think you got to trust your attack side. That actually was okay. Why is the Neon entering dry there? Because they thought, hey, there's 3 people here. Cypher's probably off fucking somewhere in Narnia. And we know the Breach is the one that planted, and we've seen an aftershock from him. So we know the Breach is here. We know 3 people are out here. So this Omen Paranoia, in theory, only the Cypher is unknown, right? So in theory, Omen Paranoia slaps all 3 of them, and then you just go and kill them, right? However, in practice, that was here. That was in the one spot that was bad for them.
Time began with the Cloud9 side focusing on Rubble, as did Furia. Early engagement.
Well, it's a big battle.
We're going for it, okay. Look at an old-fashioned Rubble fight. Here's Havoc pushing through. What a ping, though, off the horn. It only results in a trade. But Khalil's able to get forward now, sends a Paranoia in the baby door direction, and quickly Cloud9 have to get out of dodge, except Mitch.
Now this Clove has been lurking down B every fucking round.
He's got to pay the piper and back out.
Yeah, that drone is going to instill some fear in Heat, who is on the run. No
now Vic being dead,
the Neon had just pivoted over.
and the Neon being dead is quite interesting. It's kind of like an even trade. No smokes on defense, but no duelist on attack. They're going to drift back C because they can't smoke that off, which is a decent idea. They're also going to try and walk in probably because
Initiator util that was getting dumped on.
So the trips probably aren't as big of a deal.
The C site is completely absent of Cloud9 players. They are not going to be ready for this. They're going to be forced into full retake, but both their initiators are standing. And Mitch has basically a full suite to work with. So this should be a stately walk up now with no challenge from Cloud9. It's going to be Cloud9 in a full retake to try and take this map away from Furia and declare
30
a
seconds
fake comeback.
They are not going to be too mad at playing a full retake when you're looking at Mitch, Zappa, both with their recyclable initiator, util pieces up. Mitch has multiple flashes.
He just used one to get into hall safely, which is fine. Diligent here from Cloud9 as they now encroach. Net's in position too. Nothing to do but to do it. Foxy moves up, smoked in his way, and he wants to go for this. Oh, he catches him though again, doesn't check. Top box, and there goes Net. Mitch and Zeppa now, 2 versus 3. They want to try and double up here if they can, and that's Mitch for 3. Can he get away with this? Oh, he got it developed.
3v2 post-plant match point with unknown fan. Surely Furia won.
Save this for Furia. He needs to stop this defuse. Mitch knows he's there, but time is short now, and Price is going to try and take the charge. He lets it out. Life still in the veins of Furia.
Prize shutting down what would have been an all-timer clutch
3v2
from Mitch.
post-plant match point with unknown flank. Surely
Getting the
Furia
rolling
won.
thunder off the back of a multi-kill, connecting onto both players. That was
They're really struggling with that
sickening
Fate home. Multiple times they haven't been able to shoot.
from C9's IGL.
And you know what? Mitch almost did that against MIBR as well. Same spot, same situation. That's gonna hurt.
On the cusp of an all-timer play.
Damn, well, he's cold. I would have thrown something. All right, run it back, folks. Round 27 coming at you, and the teams are tied.
Again, Fate home.
Again,
Struggling with.
King's Oxy out, but he's in a safer spot, and there's no one really in position for Furia.
All right, that's going to be the door open towards Tree, where Heat is holding that angle, not giving it up. Doubled up with Prize over on this site.
Revealed his Havoc, does at least clear the cam. Fault line to prevent any reprisal. Havoc spending most of the round disoriented.
Oh,
Clean
Vic
from
just
Vic, that
takes
is
his
dirty.
head off.
That is into the B side, folks.
How did they just
There's
go
still a
into
minute
D?
on the clock. C9 can slow this down, try and force Furia into awkward positions, give Net time to work. It seems like he's just content at the moment, that being Net, just making sure that no one is actually pushing on the flank. C9 want to take their time, allow Mitch to get in position with this utility so they can explode into this B site.
Making them
that
sweat.
flash.
Cut noise is brilliant. Furia don't know where to expect this from. They tried to horn out off cooldown,
Fury,
and saw
they're
nothing.
both, they're both guessing A.
No real committal towards B. They're pivoting back towards A. Furia have read this, just stacked up.
This is what the players are. Furia want this, but Oxy's going to want the fight even more. Heat stops Oxy in his tracks, but there's so much more to do. And Khalil, yeah, as a loose end, he's too far from this action. Once again, both of these teams successful on these attack rounds in overtime.
Yeah, we're getting one of those OTs where both teams keep winning on their dominant side, but just can't close it out. C9, unless Khalil pulls off the impossible right now.
Mitch has built another Rolling Thunder and
I
another
went
overtime
5 and
round,
7
by the
versus
way.
Aspas and D. I don't believe you. You're all saying you're fucking
this is gonna be
DMing with pro
That's all I'm
players.
gonna say.
I just don't believe any of you.
Puts in the bed, and here we go. Cloud9 once again at advantage, but they need to
Show
win
me
a defense side
screenshots.
round to close the match.
I want screenshots. I can send screenshot of it. Okay,
Second
I want
time
a
they're having a
screenshot
chance
of
to
it.
close
Put it in
out
general
this
of the
game.
Discord.
Take us to their map pick on Pearl, where
Sound
they
jealous?
are definitely a
I'm
big
just-
favorite. Speaking about the
like
importance
4
of this
different people
Lotus
have said
map
that, oh yeah, I
for
was
Furia,
in a
the
DM
fact
with
that
this
they
pro
got
and they said
into
this,
series
and
at
you know,
all
I
feels
called
like a
them
win
mama
for them. This has
fucking
been
whatever.
easily their best map,
And then he
it
was
hasn't
like,
even
oh,
been
fuck
close
you, you're not a pro
in this
player.
stage one.
And then, bro, you didn't.
It feels like if they
weren't
can't
there,
take
bro.
this map, they can't take this series.
Vic has quietly been taken over here for Cloud9, Wyatt. 24 and 16 on the Omen. And again, Furia do like to play these early rounds slow.
I feel like Vic quietly taking over is really the story of his career, if I'm being honest.
Definitely one of the shining stars on the MXS roster. And we are waiting. The suspense is killing me.
I went 8 of 5 versus second in ranked before.
There will be stiff resistance to Furia if they want to get in here. Relay bolts used, but no follow-up.
Yeah, you did that against Zekka. What about Perk
Keeping Fury
30
in their
Fillet
half of the
Fish or
map.
whatever it was?
A minute into the round.
Furia have not loved going for these.
I mean, again, Havoc is just
on.
fucking every
He's done
round,
it
just
again.
diffing him here.
Doxy, of course.
How is it getting away with this every time? The reactions. But their shots are so absurd.
And Vic doesn't know what's about to hit him here. He doesn't know how deep into B Furia are right now. Here's the horn. Vic's able to find one. He needed more, desperately needed more.
We're gonna go again.
And Net was on the C side, not ready for the push out from B. All right, Cloud9, what have you got left? It's Zephyr and Mitch, the initiators.
One enemy.
But he plucks one from their midst.
Oh,
He's brutal.
it's not wasting any time.
Yeah. Cosmetic stun, by the way, not real. It's not real, it can't hurt you. Just take the fight. It can't hurt you.
Where's the screenshot? Now you're all just sending screenshots.
If Furia only look good using edge comp, why don't they just use edge comps on every map? Are they stupid?
Can't get anything going on defense with the
That's
team.
a fair point.
I'm gonna be honest with you, folks. We felt it would be a bit of work to sell this game.
Not anymore.
Yep. Delivering.
Making our job quite easy, actually. Appreciate that, Furia.
Stack up here behind the one-way. He, of course, will be forced away. This is customary exchanges of utils. Oxy was not fast enough to
I
find the
love the
close.
C hit,
And we clear our corners.
but not enough apparently.
C9 have taken that orb, and now they're going to try and proc the door. Make Furia think that there could be some serious presence coming towards B. And matter of fact, that's where the majority of the Brazilian side are stacked up at the moment.
Yeah, might have a check here.
Gotta go.
A re-clear for Havoc on that B side, and Net is holding the line.
This way.
Okay, fast lane towards A. Designed to allow to toggle the door. But we have 45 seconds left in the round. Cloud9 have been great on their attack sides. Both teams have converted these rounds. Cloud9 haven't done a
Could be
whole lot.
big.
Here comes Havoc. Here's the push out.
Vic is actually Havoc shut down by the double
he
face.
at least
There was
saw
a dark
them
cover thrown
drifting
by Vic
towards
over
C,
towards
so they
A,
should
which has
speed up here.
drawn the attention of a couple Furia players. So at 30 seconds, it's now C9 pivoting into C. It's all on
check?
me.
It is
He
ready
does.
for an Oxy. Whips
Nice
around.
Oxy.
Oh, man, that is deadly. Prize goes down. The last layer of defense on this side. Gap in the smoke just allows Zephyr to deal with Rafa.
It's just two teams that are too explosive on attack and just can't figure out how to stop the other on defense. Khalil is in the same sad situation as the last round. One versus four.
All too familiar.
At least Mitch doesn't have a Rolling Thunder instead, so that's
No, but
that's a
Zephyr always has an
positive.
Armageddon, so there's that. One of the util.
You got Cloud9 players. I
ultimate
mean,
choice seem to
I
be
doubt many of you
around
got
the
Furia
corner.
players, but if you did, good job.
Khalil, after being informed that he cannot in fact save.
Cover going out.
We'll have to see what he can dig up here. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, they say. And Khalil sees a firing squad lined up and he knows where his bread is buttered, folks. Not too shabby for two. Oh my god! Khalil! No! Zeb's able to bring him down. Cloud9.
Wouldn't have had time,
Round 29, but the skin of their teeth.
Almost gave us one of the Trent 180 flick after the round is over type highlight reel moments. Sometimes Khalil just looks like the best shooter in the world.
Yeah, they're going with an
He
off
gives you
scene
that
here.
like a couple times a year. Khalil is good for looking like God's gift to Valorant. He'll just give you that a few times.
Just sort of rolling it back for you
and then
real
you're
quickly.
just like, why can't this guy just do this all the time?
I love that he goes for it. Oh, okay, yeah, they realize. Now,
something new in the fold. Oxy, he's had enough of taking first tools
Problem
against
with
Havoc.
Op
He is going
is
to buy
that you're
the
playing against double
operator,
smokes.
Glass cannon. I'm surprised no one has tried this up until this point, if I'm being honest, but it's something different to try and end the game for one of these teams who just cannot win a defensive round. This is C9's third opportunity now to close this game out.
he has declared, render unto me the boomstick. And lo, I shall deliver! There's Khalil down
Okay,
early.
gets the
Finally,
first kill.
admitted first kill in for
Okay, here we
Cloud9.
go.
This is looking ugly now for Furia. Mitch peers out from tree.
Let's go. Let's end the
Havoc out of the
C9.
game now feels
Let's
grim
go.
for Furia.
Let's go to bed.
They came so close.
Tuck them in.
They really fought with Cloud9. So back and forth, the round ticker was looking like a SEN kid's belt.
Did we pay out the
Heated
pred?
Rafa
The 13
had to
plus
get themselves
people.
over to A and
I
face
mean,
the
good
music.
fucking job. They
got
did
that?
get 13 plus.
that comes away saying that has killed me. All right, these remaining two Furia players, they are encircled. Time dwindling.
Special delivery here for Zephyr.
Heater's
And that
still
util's
alive?
about to come off cooldown.
It's
So
not
Salvo's at the ready. Heat
It's
and
not
Rafa
happening.
chained together.
30 seconds left.
Now need to try and find a way to keep themselves alive in this game. It is such a tall order. 30 rounds of Valorant here on the first map of the series. Doubt surely creeping in. Fatigue, absolutely. They've got no choice but to go for it. Stand and deliver, Oxy does so. Still, Spike going down, Rafa doesn't have any opportunity. He's stuck over towards stairs, and that is that, folks.
Okay, I mean, it took a while, but we got there in the end. We got there in the end, Cloud9. Good job. Good job, Cloud9. Let's play some connections. Yeah, we'll turn that light back on. Oh, but it's quite blinding. Oh no. Bots, you're in here, chat. You're in there. Fucking hell. We really saying fucking minus? Oh, can we stop with the minus and plus stuff? I find it lame. Most of you are probably too old to be doing that anyway. I don't even know what the correct age to be is, but probably under 17, I would say. I thought it was going to be something City. Sin City, Sun City. Or is it Suns, Spurs, Nets, Bucks? NBA player? Do you mean teams? Did they mislabel this? Teams without an S? Now this I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. What could Ken be? I mean, Ken could be any person, I suppose. My first thought was like something like kennel, fallow. But I can't think of anything else. Ken. This is a strange one. Ken. I was thinking maybe error. OR on the end. I can't see that. To stray, to sin, to fall. Is it just that? To do wrong? Was it that simple, really? I was, you know what? I got into my mind of thinking that, oh, it must be stuff like this. Like where it's a letter on the end or something like that. And it was just that. I have no idea what this is. I mean, that's a tough one. Maybe I should start recording. I might start calling my chat Warner. You know why? Botswana. You guys are Warner. Okay, let's do this. They met in Korea, though, no? Probably somewhere. Where is there a checkpoint? I mean, there's a road there. Okay, where was that road? Where was that road? I lost it. Right, we're going here. I don't know where it was. We're going there. What year was this? 2019? Ah, shit. And land? England? No. Oh, I don't know where that is. Very gothic, very... Most evil looking. The problem is someone will know what that is. And maybe I should. We're on a river, but so are a lot of major cities. That's a fucking sick-ass building. Lord Stalker, thanks for becoming a member.
Have a chair, I have a chair.
Right. I would say most likely, just from an architectural standpoint, it's most likely Eastern Europe. Now I'm hoping that this is wherever we are, but I'm not sure that it is. We're on a river. I mean, I should be able to, like, if I go into city, or is it, ooh, could it be you? I don't know what Buddha Castle looks like, you see, but that could be it. Like, I mean, it would.
1, 2, 3!
Red Panda is better. It could be that. It could maybe be you. Huh? That doesn't seem big enough. Has to be by the river. I think my best shout so far is probably Hungary. You're not close enough to the river. No, it's not Istanbul, is it? No, surely not. No, the architecture would be different, surely. I think. Fuck it, I mean, it could be other places, but I'm going Budapest. What year is this? You feel quite late 60s, maybe early 70s. 72. 61. It actually fucking what? That's a good guess, though. That's good, getting it was Hungary. Having never been there myself. I mean, it looks like Benin, Republic of Benin. Ah. Always gotta find the much harder way of getting it. Oh yeah, I think I recognize the outskirts of that. Where do we go though? Porto Novo, or do you have a thing? Bon Chance, TMMC, Zembenin. Okay, let's go here. And let's say we are in 2000 and... See, if you ever get the UK... If you ever get the UK, by the way, and there's a car on there, our number plates tell you what year the car was made. So you'll know. And maybe these do. But I don't think so. You'll know what year the car... Like, you'll know it can't be before a certain year. It started? Fuck.
That previous map now has to do it again. Just as unlikely circumstances, and it gives us a little more than we expect.
He's giving Prize a real opportunity. Can he catch
this? Sometimes I get lost in time.
Oh, yeah, down. A clean one-on-one. Spike to hand.
Good replay now.
Valorant.
And
Heritage.
Salvo's up the sleeve for
Business team, thanks for the 14 months.
Hello, thinking man's wolves los. Bova told me to tell you to shut up because he's watching food YouTubers right now and that's more important. Could you please do that? It would be greatly appreciated.
And at this point,
Hashtag wolves los.
could make Zeppa think that he's actually going over towards B.
Zeppa, not second-guessing
30
himself
seconds
yet.
left.
God, this guy has got conviction, man, and it pays off. Plan is going to be over on the A side. Zeppa aware of that now. Shows himself and wins it out.
Well, there you go. You'll see the replay. I'm going to fill up my water because I was
got to believe if you're going to stick on that side like that.
Have time.
Zeppa was very patient, and it pays off for him. Catches an easy kill, and a weak Prize making the cross. You have to give some credit to Khalil, who was able to wrangle that back when C9 showed some hesitation in triple facing out on him. And he just gets that first clean duel win against Vic. And yeah, there are two players to the side. And they're like, oh wait, now let's double swing. And so it kind of results in that 1 versus 2 for Khalil. But all good. Zeppa already stepping up for the team on their own pick. As C9 look to, again, they are trying to lock up that playoff spot. A win here would do it. And a loss for Furia would essentially send them packing for stage 1. Not that every match doesn't count. Obviously, they are still playing for the champion points too.
Round 2 outlaw for Oxy, so a very cost-effective way to control the B side of the map in its entirety. Oh, well, that's a quick round for Rafa. Back to Lumbridge with you, sir. Havoc on that corner. Man, it's been a series for him. An important frag to take here. And now Furia, by no means convinced about where they want to hit. There's still a kill trip on the site for Cloud9, so they've got to be wary of being too eager to go A.
Frankly, it's felt like we may have needed to force some positive takeaways from Furia, just given how tragic this year so far has been for them.
Yeah, I see the
we don't have to pretend. Havoc is definitely giving us a very strong,
slow.
very positive takeaway for this team. He has been seriously elite today.
Oxy is positioned in the only safe place he knows he can be. And that's over towards B-Log. An area of the map that can be covered by these smokes pretty effortlessly. But here comes that plant. Net is going to bide his time. He's really not in position. Needs his tower player to have control of that part of the map. Flash in! Havoc still gets his one. Yeah, unlikely as it may seem. He makes a trade of it. Oxy was able to find, though, that pick on Khalil, and now Fury are grouped up in Hall.
Both backside, they do have that Judge and Halls. Like that could be enough if C9 try to over-push onto them.
It's a little ambitious.
Okay.
Prize is dealt with.
Okay.
And there is
I mean,
no
a bit of
glory
damage, but
with the Judge. So Cloud9 convert there and take the Outlaw in the next.
Could have been dangerous for but a moment because of Havoc being one of the best players in the server today, arguably the best right now. Finding that first kill here, headshot. The wall. I can't believe he even gets that, yeah, just before being flashed. Pretty sick. And off that, they get the plant, so the cash, pretty good for Furia.
Nice. Good round, importantly, it means that they can afford full armor, right? Because we know what Oxy's bringing into this next round. This is the bonus for Cloud9, in which they've got sort of 2 pistols and that Outlaw that needs to do some serious heavy lifting.
Of course, when you're running this double duelist and both of them have escape mechanisms, C9 can afford to play proactive. They can get forward. You have Zeppa, walking up through art right now as we watch Furia take A main. And the aforementioned Yoru has that gate crash over towards B, so he can go assist Net if necessary.
Zeppa is tucked pretty close towards Plaza. Won't really be hearing any of this though, as I think there's some early warning for Vic. He pulls out.
This is such a cool setup from C9. Look at Net. He has that cam for Link. He has the trips for Long. And now that the gate crash has expired, Zeppa can't get to him, but Mitch has gone closer to assist towards Link. The majority of the C9 players can keep that presence towards A. They're really dynamic with this comp. Love how they play the defensive side of this map.
Vic's trying to act bigger than he is.
Dinked there by a ghost? Yeah, he's down to 63 after that. So back towards Plaza. Pings here on art. This is about to get a little bit hairy.
Yeah, Furia have really taken all this time just to insert Havoc over into A main. Now they have to fully re-clear mid. Oxy posted up on the angle.
No damage.
Wow, none. That's crazy.
Rafa though does go low, down to 10. So Oxy's getting some damage. Again, with the escape mechanisms you mentioned, Cloud9 can use that Outlaw for chip damage. Flash is going to slow things up here for Fury. They wanted to get in, but Zeppa wants to take the fight. Havoc's already down. Fury had to go for it. 20 seconds left in the round. Time is of the essence. Fury know it, but there's not a lot they can do. Down to 2 players. A bonus round for Cloud9. It's about to be famously successful. And there's nothing to do but walk away with your tail between your legs.
Tuck you in.
Cloud9 players just going to scramble to try and recover some of those dropped rifles. Of course, Vic gets one. He only had the Ghost in this round.
That could not have gone worse.
They get the economy boost. Furia just playing a slow round where they ultimately don't gain much info whatsoever. They just get A main control. They don't know where Net's setup is. They don't try to prod towards Link, towards B main. And it just results with C9 being able to be essentially fully stacked up towards this A site with multiple crossfires in position to deal with the oncoming hit. Net was never tested. They never had to pull away.
Still go for a buy here, Furia.
All too easy for C9, who have now invested into the operator, thrown that over to Oxy.
And a different look now for Cloud9 and heading into this gun round.
And now they're working towards A where Net has adjusted his setup. Got that kill trip. It's attached to the default site. Stealth drone coming in and broken.
Havoc's on the site. Dashing the cloud burst there. Just gets a little bit scary. Armageddon Mitch has got nowhere to go, folks. Caught inside the grab well. And the end comes for us all. Prize able to find one.
Oh my heavens. Oh my heavens. Furia finally do a util combo. They finally learn what Teo does. And then you do that to them, Vic.
$100 in iBuyPower rewards for every ace. Follow it iBuyPower on socials, fam. That is absurd.
Where did that come from? Legitimately, where did that come from? Rafa's caught on that trip that Net placed had never been broken. Havoc's had walked into it earlier, and then Vic just snaps the perfect crosshair placement. Precise on every single angle. He genuinely manifested that out of thin air. That came out of nowhere. I was never expecting anyone to be in position to pop off like that. Vic is such an underrated star in the Americas scene.
Man, coiled like a viper on that side and then struck right in the heart of Furia.
And the bleeding doesn't stop there. Khalil shut down, was trying to prod towards B, and now Furia hit into A.
They just suppressed
God, Hammond's trying to find something, anything if he can, but unfortunately his confidence isn't backed up.
And they've just had the entire C9 team waiting for them there. These unique setups, the trips from net are really cheeky. They didn't even really need to come into play in this instance, as Furia were just denied at the choke, and Zeppa carefully watching the extremities, aware that he could be lurking through sewer. Cloud9 are just looking perfect. Their game plan as they drew it up.
Is he underrated? I would say that Vic is underrated. I think Vic has been pretty good this entire split.
They lack the depth on these other maps. Lotus looks great for them.
I think
0 and 2.
I think Vic is the difference of this team being.
They've lost their only game on Fracture.
Decent team and
honestly,
a good team.
Just not seeing nearly enough from them here, and frankly, Cloud9 are reading him just as well as the previous map. Every round, Furia are walking into the jaws of the beast.
Once you get the operator in Oxy's hands,
so I think when people talk about C9, they just talk about
the amount of map control
Oxy.
that they can have.
They'll talk about Zeppa.
Really absurd when you can put that op with your Yoru on one side of the map. You can have your Yoru teleport back to where the hit is coming in if it's on the other side of the map where you're going to have net then. With the setup,
do you think that Vic is underrated?
It's so easy for them to just control the lane.
Vic is in fact, by even saying that you don't even think he's that good, you are underrating him, no? Fury can't play other maps besides Lotus. Yes. Please another 13-0. I love free content. I too love free content. Will this be a 13-0? I don't start until we get to 9. I'm not really interested in 13-0s because I'll just get a big ult round. You have to survive the ults is the question. If we get to 9, I'll be there with you. How do you fix Furia? Bro, we're gonna need more than just like an hour in a room. No police interference. We're gonna need a while. No police interference.
Jump up on B. It's going to be rough for Furia here, man. They're going to have to do a good job of trying to...
They're doing the same AD for every
Take a main early out of the timeout. Economy looking very rough. They're fully bought into this.
The mid looking extremely unexploited by Furia right now as they've just played at the back of the map. Waiting for a push-up, which by the way,
thing?
Cloud9 have not been serving any free kills by over-pushing on these defense side rounds. They just don't do it.
This is a totally different setup from C9. This is pretty cool. They have Zeppa playing off net with the can here, who's trying to push through the Nebula, take the fight to them and catches Prize, who's over eager to take that space.
How many different setups do they have? Every round has been something new. Furia now try and get in the mid, and they've had to pay dearly for it, a toll.
I like not using dart there. It's like I said, like when they use dart earlier in here, it's like, well, you already know someone's back here. You already know this guy's here.
Mitch doesn't see anyone
close. Just shoot it.
Zeppa's still got sewer covered, has a dimensional... Yeah, he can just teleport over to B.
Pretty good.
Rafa has a 0 point there. He can throw that holes, at least get something. They have no information there for Furia.
C9 are everywhere. They are everywhere.
They're in the walls. Khalil into the cyber cage, just a messy fight. He's going to take it. Time to throw caution to the wind, Celeste. You let them blow you away.
Gotta get the spike.
Having chucked low, still no fun, by the way. Khalil, what a fight to take, and he finds himself 3.
Oh my god, and that actually gets him the Cosmic Divide, puts Zeppa in a really uncomfortable situation.
I like the swing location here, though. Havoc falls. Zeppa does not have information. He got a glimpse of Khalil. He saw him. Khalil's going to step up, and Zeppa's going to take a different swing. Does he get a cue? An indication, sound, anything. He doesn't need it!
Oh no, Khalil.
Luscious locks and devious licks. Takes Cloud9 up to 6.
Khalil is going to be so mad after that. He played that situation so well. The initial first 2 kills, he gets the Cosmic Divide off. Beautiful swing onto Oxy, and he could have killed Zeppa. He had a moment there
Oh,
where
brother.
Zeppa was not even ready to shoot back. He sidesteps it. Zeppa hasn't even died yet in this half, by the way. At a cool 8-0-0.
Time to jump. Right here.
And now that operator, of course, still in play for Roxy. The money is
Man.
absurd for C9 and Furio.
Go for that
How many
Shados,
more
that
ideas
Shados
do
type
you
beat.
have left?
That feels like might be in.
So I,
totally nail in
C9
a
last time
coffin
they
here.
saw them
Maybe
play
the
Pearl, they
first of
fought
a
like
couple
lot.
at least.
I
That
think
has got
heavy
to
a lot. So I guess that's what
deflate
Fury
you
was trying
as a
to do
team
is
so much. As a
think like, oh,
player,
they're gonna fight. Let's just fight
Fury,
away.
they're on the
And then they
cusp
just
of winning
haven't fought them
Lotus.
at all.
They take it to OT. They lose their pick, and now they're going up against this masterclass defense.
They're being dragged out into the town square and being exposed. They're so deep into the playbook, Wyatt. They're at the part where the old games of tic-tac-toe are. There's nothing more. Another slow round. This time, again, that mid-round probe into mid. Cloud9 have a different look on this round, so no one will be set up for this.
And this time, Oxy is just playing at the screen with the op. Does he want to actually press
Could be bad
forward?
for Oxy.
Looks like he does. He's going to
Could be
catch
also bad for
Khalil.
Khalil, showing a bit of
And
fucking...
enjoy hitting the site with no smokes now as well.
Okay, Null Command comes in and tries he might. Havoc cannot derive any edge. Rafa just a screaming heat there at the start of the round. And this is not a fair fight, folks. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's an extinction event.
One enemy remaining. 30.
And he's the only
Tuck
player
him
left
in.
who is yet to get on the board this game.
He's been trying to catch a lot of timings going for flanks heat. and
Worst round?
they've
This is a
simply
pretty
not
fucking rough
paid
round,
off.
you're right.
And it's
I don't
as you
know what the
mentioned, they
worst
just have
round of the week
nothing
so
to get
far
the
is.
operator off of these lines.
Did Team
Oxy
Secret
is
have any
just doing
stinkers that I missed?
whatever he
Dope.
wants.
Literally
Oh
fucking
my
dope.
god. Okay, well, he gets his
Somehow
first
that makes it
reward.
worse.
Take that, but my god, man. Furia, they feel like, all right, well, Khalil just died. We have no smokes. We just gotta go. Go now. We're close up link.
So they null command here. At no point does it really stop them. I mean, that's a dash
But it's
topside
null
with
command,
no
there's
smoke
not
to
even a
cover
fucking
tower. You've got
flash.
no cloud burst to jump
Huh?
into. At that
You
point,
want to flash out that
see what
smoke,
sticks
son?
to the wall.
Did you win? Did you win?
What do you think, folks?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Well, which long shot was the secret? No.
Be still my beating heart. Mitch, of course, still stellar over this series. A clutch that almost won out the game Lotus prematurely. Here's Havoc. Again.
You don't realize
Always
it's
good for
trick
one.
with
Is
the
okay,
Stratos
Mitch,
on?
the same spot again.
Oh, no. Mitch!
Oh, no.
All right, he's got to stop. That's just not his angle.
Okay.
It's not his angle. Get him out of the sewer.
Give us something a little,
out of there, man.
something a little fresh.
Let him play, I don't know, A main, backside. Maybe play dugout.
Stop trying to cosplay Oscar the Grouch. Now Furia this time can approach the B side from mid. This time they have some
Hit by
control
that.
util.
Seppo, well aware that this flank could be coming
Think
in
what,
from
he's
but
backside?
he's already circled past him into
Getting
the
hit by that
site.
might have helped him.
The map is quite
Gonna get a
chaotic
free
right
kill,
now
but-
as Oxy is pushed up all the way.
They thought he was
through
backside the
Vic, and
entire
so,
time.
Their post plant setup's kind of wrecked here with the
yeah, where do they go, man? Where do they
Bastards
go?
Well, getting hit by
Out
that
into the
knife
open.
won them the round.
Every
I
part of
mean,
the
maybe
being
they didn't
exposed,
need
and
it because
Oxy
they're
is
playing against
taking liberties.
Gloria.
I'm turning two-dimensional. I'm becoming
What are you,
flattened.
Paper Mario? Like, what are you doing?
30 seconds
This
left.
game is
This
flattening
guy's in the
me, man.
walls too. At some point,
I'm turning two-dimensional.
spike plant needs to be attempted. Vic gave us an incredible ace this game already. Allows himself to be revealed. Rafa has a spike to hand here, Wyatt, but it is looking grim. This whole map has been a stinker. And Zeppa gets us out
I
of
mean,
that
they've
round.
got 5 ults
Quick
left
smart.
as well. Okay, we're starting to
This is
get
a
there.
brutal one, Mitch. You can't beat around. Not gonna beat around the bush. This is a brutal one. Furia came into this game against C9, changing their comp, having nothing to deal with this operator. Oxy has just been
No
running
Brazil.
around doing whatever he
And Cloud9
pleases.
have
Swaps
5
back
ults.
to the Vandal in this instance. ADS looking like prime yay on
Well, I won off
Optic.
of your ult.
Let's go.
Thank you for that.
Just-
I can aim. I can aim. I can aim. Let's go.
Thank you for the qualifier, of course, on Optic.
That's just when he was always
Is
aimed
that
downside.
subtweeting Mitch, by the way, who obviously...
Who obviously can't aim. Right, Benin in 20, 13. I mean, my location is crazy, but it's 2025. Unlucky. Okay, this is Obama 1, yeah? This is Obama 1, I think, if he's there. Where are we? France? Oh. What's this, like a fucking...
Crack at this.
Obama 1 is a crazy way to say that? Is it? Was it like a G8 or something? G12? What
Ways for Fury to get easy information, Wyatt.
It was the
It's
G8.
so little. 0 point does it?
No, it's the
Stealth drone
G7.
does it? That's it.
At that, Oxy's getting the pace on that 0 point. They've gotten a main control.
They have all
Fury
five
have
ults.
nothing to play with in terms of the ults outside of, he does have that Steel Garden. And C9, you know, they're up 8-0 when they have all 5 ults, so they are just in a pretty fairly decent position to win out this half. And
Was that flash short?
I was get out the memory wipe and I don't need to see that one again. I don't want to remember.
Okay, another slow round for Fury. These ones have kind of collapsed. They're going to have to go for a big pop. Note the Astra Star there could be a problem. Another 0 point refresh. This should be all Fury need to know, and they still want to go for it. Arclow's got cleared, and there's Rapper. Burst into action. Big down. Blade Storm out for Roxy.
Too slow.
They're looking a little blunt here. So Furia with some momentum. Zephyr's now got in position over on the side, avoiding the Hunter's Fury. He also picked off.
Oh, wow, he's actually just going to pop that dimensional drift. Mitch still has that recon to play with as well as Fury get in here. Can maybe get a spam kill through the smoke. Here it comes.
You can already see
Prize trying to get the spike planted on Default, and he's lit. Oh, beautiful.
Shoot the darts! That's what Scan Util offers you. Still a plants there for Furia. I mean, Khalil not really in a position to intervene directly.
Oh, have it crosses, and he takes some damage there as well as C9 are doubled up. Neural Theft popped.
More information. Now, it's a matter of time. Khalil just couldn't deal with Net on the swing, and here is a tap already. Net tapping to challenge Havoc. They got it to half, and they'll clean him up. Maybe the closest that Fury have gotten.
Unlucky. They did use 4 ults, but they did have all of their ults.
They were just able to dismantle that forward position on A from C9. There was that uncomfortable timing where Oxy wanted to get the Blade Storm activated after that Steel Garden was used, but he's just caught before he can actually even really get a good shot off with the knives. And yeah, you could see that whole time in Flowers, Mitch is just waiting.
That dart is devastating.
Waiting. Okay, they're planting. The recon, free spam kill. It is beyond effortless for Cloud9. It is perfection, Mitch.
Yeah, in fact, they're actually gaining
energy. One of KO tails
which is calorically negative for them. It's like eating celery. Mad respect. Okay. Should be a push-up here pretty close for Roxy. Slightly awkward, but hey, he's good for it. Havoc just smashed both duelists here on the B side.
Now you run into the fucking double setup because you haven't ever gone B main in 9 rounds.
Well, minute 20 on the clock. Furia, they are going to try and explore over towards Art, where Net's cam is just going to say hello.
Yeah, just camming.
Watching.
He doesn't feel the need to put it away. And no need for an emergency meeting for Cloud9 here. They're quite happy with where they're set up. Heater's always been looking for this lurk timing. 1 and 8. Just, man, it was a stinker for him. It's been so difficult.
The real story arc for me is if Mitch can get back into sewer and find redemption. One last time.
Say that to me again without context. Without context, that's a very interesting thing to say. Yes. Yes, my comeuppance is through the manhole cover. Okay, here we go.
How many
Nets ever teleported over this? 30 seconds, guys.
I think they're
in trouble. Yeah, C9, they have more players than you on this site and your scan.
Well,
so,
Scan Util pretty good in the game of Valorant. Prize here tucked in this corner. Okay, Cosmic Divine gonna be popped here.
Respect.
It's gonna be a trade. It's gonna be after Rafa. Okay, he's at least able to throw a fragment to delay an early defuse. But now reposition, try and flash himself through. Little shoulder peek revealed his position though. And he can't hear the spike defuse, so we can only guess at this stage. And Oxy just, well, eliminates the guesswork for him. That is 10 rounds in a row for Cloud9. Furia, they're barely here, folks.
I don't want to know what the state of MW is right now if he's streaming this. I don't even want to know. And, you know, this takes us back to the importance of Lotus when we were
All I remember is Wyatt predicted Gloria to
Just the
go
way
to
this map is
Bangkok.
going that we must now discuss the prior map. In
He
more
thought they would
detail.
finish in the top 2 of Americas.
As important as advertised, I think.
We are really
I think
throwing
it
back to the glory days.
Is that
of
the
Furia
worst
in the
spread of
previous
all
game.
time?
Remember when Havoc had 27 kills,
Yeah.
11 first
It might be.
bloods? Those were the days. 2:50 p.m. About
Gone too soon.
30 minutes ago.
Yep. Okay, 10 rounds here for C9. Operator now in hand for Roxy, and has been happy. There was a pretty hard push down the B main that he dealt with in the previous round. Now Fury want to go A. No resistance for them early. A couple players embedded on that A site though for Cloud9.
Looks like we may be keeping this simple for the side of Furia. We have Havoc in there.
Null command.
And the rest of the guys go ahead and
See,
get
they
on
would have
in
been
there
better
to
off using
get some
Astral for
control.
this one, I think.
Dug out in
But
secret. We're going forward. We got the spike down.
here we
We're
go.
in a
This is
5-on-5.
the
Hold on.
13-0 right
We're
here.
up. Now we just need to convert.
They
this.
have still 2
Runs us down to
ults.
half health though. All said and done.
They have multiple players in A main, so when this shear wall gets triggered, if anyone does try and flank around, they've got the info. They'll be ready.
Okay. Cosmic Divide now deployed by Khalil. Now has to
Okay,
step
this
up
is
with
the
very
round.
little
This is the
information
round.
and doesn't feel like he can wait for the players to come in from that A main
They
side.
don't have time.
Gonna get busy. Mitch with the operator deals with Khalil, and in your face, that forgets. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. 3 left here for Fury now. Cloud9 starting to accelerate. Ruffer on the other side of that wall. Will be sat on the site. Eventually, Vic's gonna test him, and he wins it out. 20 health in a dream. Oxy getting it to half now, and surely of all rounds, Fury would get there. But Cloud9, the avalanche on Chad Mountain, inevitably hitting this A site.
Last round before
Yeah, C9 teams, I would investigate whether or not you have
Brother,
intentions
help me.
of picking or panning or floating Pearl against Cloud9, or intentions of playing them before the map gets rotated out of the pool. I would investigate that as well.
For free?
Doesn't seem particularly fun. They seem
Bro,
pretty
that's
alright.
how
Yeah,
bad
to
it
be
is.
honest.
That's how bad
They
it
seem
is.
pretty decent. I don't
It's
know.
absurd how like the attack side looks. The playbook is so deep. There's so many options for them.
Oh,
Fury
no.
never went into a
Oh,
identical
no.
setup. Last round and a half.
Why am I so
Last chance for
disappointed?
Fury to get an attack round on Pearl.
Because it's just sad.
God, what a difference this has been between those two maps.
Oh my god, C9 there stacked up in the smoke, ready to take a
Oh,
fight.
no.
Khalil, he actually finds that first.
Do you guys remember when Furia won with the white boy roster?
Tuck, but can't win it out.
They've
And
done
here
it.
it is. They've
This
done
is
it.
even
They've done it,
worse!
folks.
Don't give me an
They've done it.
11-1!
There's no 13-0. Well, hold on. Let's make sure they do it for real.
spike planted.
Let's pause for a second.
Nobody wins 12 rounds in a row against
Last
us.
player standing.
It's up to
Fuck
Roxy.
off.
A casual 13-5 for the map. He will allow this round to pass. And a flawless round for Furia. As we head into our
Flawless
half-time
to end,
break.
that's funny. At
And
least
there's
it's
so
funny.
much to ruminate on here for the Brazilian side.
Hopefully,
What a fucking waste of my life. What a waste of everyone's time. Let's go back to this. Right. Let's just say this is Portugal. Is this some meeting about, like, drugs in Europe? Where's, like, the Lisbon Port Authority? Obama 1, 2000 and... It could be Obama 2. It could be early Obama 2. He's a bit grey there. Let's go exactly 2012. That was 2010. Was Lisbon. 2010 NATO summit. Where are we? Here? Let's go up here.
So we had some time to consider what you would be looking at for Fury.
Bruh. What year is this? Mid-60s. '50s? Fuck. I thought the color would make it 60s. Still, the location's not bad. My locations were pretty good. 40,000, not the worst. Not the worst. That's a pass. Above 40,000, I think is perfectly fine.
That might
come
get
in
them
and win the game for them.
That might get them 6.
Okay, you know what? That's all I got.
This is.
You're the analyst, bro. All right? You're the analyst.
Don't lean on me for this. I need to phone a friend. Many friends. I don't have enough friends to phone to figure out how Fury are going to get back into this game, man. This is just pretty brutal from the C9 side, who looked legitimately perfect.
Running the
Again,
old.
everything
This is
they
a
drew up
classic
coming into this
TMV
game
call right here.
Exactly as intended. Now it's just a
The
matter of
fake
closing
B
it out
go
on
A.
attack.
This is a fucking TMV and friends. Every pistol round is this. If you want to win a ranked pistol round, by the way, and you're playing like a Deadlock or a Sage, fake B go A, any map, always works. And then you just fucking wall up on the other side.
Oh, they're so far ahead of it.
It's free.
Clams to the slaughter. Yet another extinction event plays out right before your very eyes. Did he just double his frags for the game?
Mitch, the only C9 player having a tough time in this game. Poor God, man. I need one Mitch highlight on round 14 before we're out of here.
Did Havoc just pause before shooting Oxy to really savor that moment? Behave. Behave! 3 kills, Pistol 1, Cloud9.
Okay, GG.
1 round away.
I mean, it was already GG.
Getting this over with.
Casual, easy, effortless, etc., etc. More synonyms here. Okay. Insert as many as you please. Cloud9 team. Bam. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. Playing ahead of the util, pushing right up to Flowers. Just not allowing any breathing space there for Furia. And I mean, Oxy did that straight off the rip. He sees Glil's low, he just says, I'm going for this.
At least we have some nice.
I funeral dirge for Furia. I would have thought, like, you know, what are the River Runs song, that nice little piano. I would have gone with that.
There was a tint of melancholy.
Yes.
In that track.
There was.
Which I do appreciate for this moment.
River Runs in Spring, is that what it was? Doesn't matter.
Net on his own.
Immediate entry, and Raph, it's time to pick up the Marshall and go for round 2. Wouldn't advise the Stinger at that range, personally.
Didn't quite cut it. Clone, Aldrone, all going in to clear the way. Heat now wants to interact with that. We have Cloud9 here still waiting. Heavy Astra util thrown down on the B side of the map, and they're going to see if they can tease something out of Furia.
Lil has
Find
no
the
more
thread
stars.
to unravel the sweater.
They're happy to just pause for a second, let that utility go away, and now Oxy going to dash in with the Judge. Oh no, no heat.
Oxy really forcing it. The
Oh,
issue
he
there,
got one.
still gets his. It doesn't
Okay,
have to be
GG.
clean
Let's end
for
this.
Cloud9. It just has to get the job
Nice and
done.
on time after map 1.
And
This is
Khalil
when this
has
map
been
should.
in
This is when this game should
situation
have ended.
umpteenth time in this game, and it
GG.
never feels any better, folks.
Okay, that was nice of C9 to, you know, decide to get that one over with. I'm just gonna play some more time, guys. I just played this. No, this one not as easy. Republic of Nigeria. Okay. Let's go like up here somewhere. And let's say that we are in 2005. Not bad. Okay, I've had this one before. I know that this school, I mean, I know what year it is. I know that this school was in Florida somewhere. It was somewhere down here, I think. Was it Sarasota? What was the primary school called? Can't remember. It actually was Sarasota. Let's go. I've had this one before as well. I'm running out of time guesses. This is Helsinki Olympics 19... What was it, 52? Can't remember what year it was. Okay, let's go on that I haven't had. Ville d'Alage, OPHLM. French. But where? A part of me is wondering, what if this is Monaco? It'll be like 1962 or something. It says 62. Let's just stick on 62. Macul, is that a place? Macul? I don't know why these houses are giving me like... Maybe these trees... Wait, these trees. Is it even France? It surely is France, right? There's no way this guy isn't French, right? With a scarf? This car is very European as well. I'm gonna go on the south coast somewhere. Toulon. Fuck. It makes sense. I did have doubts. That guy's scarf convinced me though. Friedrichsplein. I mean, I'm gonna go Berlin, but I don't feel good about it. It could be anywhere. I mean, it couldn't be anywhere, but... Wait, what? Is that a Belgian flag? I didn't even look at the flag. Man, I'm so confused now. Is that a... That looks like a German Empire flag. That could be a French flag, and that could be a Belgian flag. Or that could be a French flag. But why would that be a French flag? And why does it say Dutch? Why does it say Netherlands? Oh, for fuck's sake. Am I just over... Oh. Regen Jassen. Oh, it seems No. That sounds so German. Friedrichsplein. Oh, shit. This has so many straight... Right. I mean, Agenter der Kaiserlich Deutschen Reichspost. That's just German. Indisch Trustingen? But double A seems Dutch. Is that a Dutch flag? The flags are confusing me here because this isn't a Dutch flag. But this is France or Belgium. It could be either France or Belgium, right? Blue, red, right? Blue, white, red, black, yellow, red. That one I don't know. But this one is horizontal. So this is either German Empire, like, you know, pre-World War One, or the Netherlands. Also, some of you might just recognize the buildings. I don't. I'm going to go... Oh, what if it is Brussels, though? Because then it would... Ah, but it's too German to be Brussels, right? Surely. Either way, I'm going to be confused. I'm going to... Like, if it's Germany... I'm going to ask what this flag is. Why is this flag so big and prominent if it's Germany? But then why is that flag so big and prominent if it's the Netherlands? Ah, fuck it. I'm going Brussels. Fuck it. Fuck. What's this flag? Bullshit. You're the Vatican, aren't you? Isn't that the Swiss Guard? Oh, but we don't have to be in the Vatican. Does the Swiss Guard travel with the Pope? Saint something. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm pretty sure this is what they wear. I mean, I've been there. I've been to the Vatican. And I'm pretty sure that's what they wear. That fucking clown outfit. I think it is the Vatican. And but the flags, man. There's a collection of different flags. Like this looks like a Peru flag. Mexico. Some kind of Central American. And this is like what? A Maltese flag. It's just what year it is. Maybe it's like a new pope. When did the last pope die? When do we get a new pope? No one's on their phone. Or maybe you are. No one's on their phone, so I'm gonna say it's 2008. And that we're here. Let's go. It's 2013, but let's go. And it was the literal inauguration of the Pope. Vive de Gaulle. Yeah, I know where we are. Getting where we are shouldn't be too hard here, really, should it? I mean, so it's standing this way. We're kind of straight on-ish. Let's say we're like here. Now, the thing is, the color is getting me here, right? The colored aspect, the fact that this photo has color, is getting me slightly. But then you look at like this, and you look at and this says 90, this says 44. Let's go. A 10,000. Let's fucking go. Look at all these thirsty gentlemen, and then there's this guy. This is what I imagine most of you look like. Just completely out of it. In your own world. Looks like me? No, it doesn't. It's fucking nothing like me. I most look like... I'd say I most look like this guy, if anything. Of all these people in this picture, I would say the one I most look like is this guy. Now, where the fuck are we? Is a good question. I have no clue. Where are we? I mean, they speak English. Double Diamond, the beer. I mean, we've got fuck tons of adverts. Which makes me think America, but at the same time... same time, it doesn't look very... This building doesn't look very American. Could it even be England? It looks dreary enough to be England. Fuck it. Where should I put them? Here. Fuck it. 65, 66. That's a good guess. That's a pretty fucking good guess right there. Ah, if only Roger Moore as James Bond, the man with the golden gun. If only I knew when James Bond films came out. Oh. Look, there's the number 74 is there. I'll go with it. I have no idea when different James Bonds came out.
Is -57 for Furia one of the worst map differentials of all time?
What was DFMs in 2023? Can we go back? Pacific. 2023 Pacific League. League play. DFM ended on -86. What are Furia on? -53 after 4 games. Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty bad. And also, second question. Where is the Carlton? And who are you? Check KC 2023? Okay. EMEA League? No? There you go. Regular season. Comical -93. Wait, so was that worse than DFM? Actually was. KC had a worse round differential than DFM. I mean, these cars don't look very American. Your last name is Broccoli. Albert R. Broccoli. What a good name. Fuck it. I don't know where the Carlton is. Probably West London, if I had to guess. Put it somewhere here. Fuck. Fuck, the film festival, of course. I didn't even think about that. Why did I not? I've had this one before. Fuck's sake. I've played this game too much. Right. Global it is. $290. Ooh. $290. I think Turkey would be too close. It could be Bahrain. It could be Israel? Maybe. Israel is warmer, 150. Okay. It's not going to be Saudi. It's not going to be Syria. Is that Cyprus? In 3. We take those. We take those. Oh yeah, I forgot about Lug Show. What if Loud aren't shit? That'll be tough, won't it? What if Loud aren't shit? What do I do then? Where are we on VFL now? Oh, I've dropped. Oh no, that's not the attachment. Okay, I'm only 6th. I haven't dropped too far. Still up there. Still doing fine. Let's play some World. Ooh.
Need narrate to take me to top 50.
Oh, fuck. Well, we're probably in the Pacific. I have no idea. Nope, we're in the middle of the world. Okay, that does narrow it down. Let's go middle of the world. It's not the Maldives. The Maldives is more islands than this. What is it? The fucking British Indian air. Okay, it's north west of that, which puts us like near Afghanistan. Is it Bahrain? That's Bahrain. That's what it looks like. I didn't realize Bahrain had a little whatever this is. Didn't know that was a thing. Who have I got left? I've only got Sylvan left. Who's Sylvan play? He plays RRQ tomorrow. Not great. Not great. I'm gonna have to watch that game back, because that one will actually be pretty good. What's the second game tomorrow? Genji versus G. Oh, elevated, my boy. My boy. I picked RRQ in that game. I'm not feeling good about it now. I think I made a mistake. I like how Zeta, that little like icon here, is just half chopped out, so it's just the two lines. That makes me laugh. Games this week have mostly been snoozers. Is that true? In EMEA, the two good games... Actually, yeah, in EMEA there was quite a few snoozers, wasn't there? Because the good day was snoozers. Cloud9 Furia, I Sleep. G2 Lev was actually pretty good. 100 Thieves 2G not so great. Karmic Core Mates not great. Fnatic Apex not great. Vitality Heretics not great. Liquid Foot not great. Navi Giants not great. BBL Koi not great. Yeah, you're right. Most of the games have been pretty rough. Longshim Team C. Boom DRX was pretty good. This was a good game. This was a game worth rewatching. I watched it live, but it was worth rewatching. Trace beat Billy. So this is the China groups. Do we know how the playoffs works yet? No. I want. Right, so April 17th and May 4th. So there is breaks in it.
Dryad is on a box on a box on a box.
I think that's harsh. Okay, hold on. One moment. Un momento. I'm going to quickly play you nothing. I'm going to go and get a cookie because I'm starving. And I'll be back in a minute. They won't start for a minute. It's fine. Surely, right? We didn't stop. We didn't even start, man. It's fine. See, look, Sideshow and Ren, they
Don't
carry us
bring
through.
down around this guy.
Not a big fan of penguins,
No.
actually. The only part of the terrace I was a fan of was that penguin island. the clamped down super.
Let's get into the game! Alright. Sentinels versus Loud. It's historic in terms of the rivalry between the two orgs as well. And there's a
Whenever you have a
little bit more,
cookie,
I think, at stake as well on top of this. If you look at
pro
recent
tip,
history,
get some water,
well, it was Sentinels that
sprinkle water on the cookie, put it in the microwave,
out of the kickoff bracket,
and
make
thank
it
me
back
later.
as a result of it. And you know, that back and forth, that history continues. It stretches forward here for Sentinels playing for a chance at playoffs, or at least a chance to lock it up.
It was a great game last time we saw them playing kickoff. Even though that did start the beginning of Loud spiraling.
Yeah.
By the
and also
water?
making a bunch of changes. Here, 2E's comes in, playing Breach. He's picked up a Ghost.
Do you know how
a
microwaves
flash, and
work?
a fault line to try to hold off Sentinels.
Microwaves
on
heat
attack here.
water.
Unconventional. Normally the Breach would be going for full util in this situation.
So you just put it in for like
And he was just
30
holding
seconds.
fault line in case there was a rapid
Without
play
the
beginning
water,
now.
I don't know.
Realize that
Sometimes
Sentinels
it comes
all
out
the way
kind of
forward here.
hard.
Massive smokes and 2 shots to the body.
Risky.
That'll do the job. A lot of damage done by Digicine, and the follow-up is
Instead of
there.
soft and
From on
gooey.
high, 2E's trying to deliver and rain down.
No,
bits
you
and
need the
pieces of
water.
lead, and he's definitely chipped down a few of these Sentinels players, working with player disadvantage, but still access to the site, and critically as well, extremity control gains. Zelsis knows that there's risks to be taken and fights to be had. Just depends on the timing that he's willing to take here with a paranoia. An attempt to push past this one, doesn't spot anybody, was sidestepped in time. And here's
Nice
a few
shot,
shots
Bang.
as well, rattled off by Bang from the side. Every single one counts here for Sentinels. Time is of the essence, Loudy to get a bit of a move on, and definitely finding the kills now. John QT has to be that pivotal playmaker.
You're not
Can't
using
really reveal
missiles,
his
you've
position
lost.
Anyway, still lands that first one. Half wanted to defuse anyway, but all covered over the shoulder by Lucio.
John felt like he had to go and get a kill there, an additional one before he could use the salvos to play the 1v1. Loud, get back in. Relying on, I think this is going to be a serious theme of today, relying on gun skill.
Yeah.
DG with a Sheriff right at the beginning of the round. And then, weirdly enough, both Pancada and 2E's opted for Ghosts in that pistol round. Normally not a point that we're really going to harp on about. But Pancada gave up a paranoia on defense. 2E's gave up...
I take it
flash
back.
and a
This is
aftershock.
the most
So
likely game to be
really
flipped in
decided
America.
to just go for, we're going to have guns out most of the time and we're going to fight Sentinels. We're not going to opt into, you know,
God, imagine if Sen
elaborate
lose though.
tactical
Sen fans will go
strategic
crazy.
games here. We're 0-3. We've just got rid of our IGL. We've just swapped it around to get more firepower on the roster. Let's lean into the firepower.
Locating targets.
Investment from Loud as well. Digicine be a danger here. Outlaw in hand. That's going to be ramp control. All taken up. Show? Yeah, it spotted it. Okay, Zelsis removed off to the side. You can anticipate though these players into a different direction here with a fault line down through main. Still a wall in your face. So Sentinels are going to be forced up into the ramp here. They might be just going straight into the blender. Now getting a bit of a move on. Close to the side, Lucio, he reveals himself here. Now, the positioning is incredibly passive, full heaven control. Lucio can't really swing for an engagement.
2E's is holding off the pivot though, through to B, so if Sentinels at some point decide to go there, well, 2E's has just backed off
No,
now,
they're
actually.
just super passive from Loud.
Yeah, he was originally holding a sight line kind of on heaven
but
here.
this angle with a bulldog
Instead, backs
against
all
Classic,
the way out.
Yeah,
he
Bulldog
should be fine.
in his hands.
30 seconds left.
Backed all the way up here. Going to be trying to double hold this one up. Oh, just missing the timing onto it. Okay, 20 seconds remaining. Time to shine if you're 2E's. Plenty more targets here. Pancada surely has got to assist. Guns are going to be ricocheting, flashing to the side. That's a gun.
no, man.
Reclaimed. 2 players dropped, falling. Side is open access. A plant down on top of
Okay,
it, so
never mind, they have two
upgrades
Bulldogs in
acquired. The player positioning of Sentinels as well should be prime to play into this post plant.
You want to fight them on close corners, not allowed Digicine any opportunity. Can't be jiggling into the Outlaw.
Slightest at gaps as well, so Digicine's able to play himself in there, but the flash and the peak, it's mistimed ever so slightly. He's just spotted it with
What?
no scopes! No landing for Digicine! Off to the side here, bang! What space reclaimed!
Why did I speak?
Tiny little 3-piece. Cherry
Why
on top
did I
around
speak?
there.
And though Narrate's flash, not perfect for John QT to follow up on. He gets the job done, and the second flash to come out from Narrate is excellent to set up Bang.
How have you not got one,
Now
Pancada? How
that
have you not got
is
one?
a round, though, where you need more out of Loud. 2E's and Pancada cannot be holding the world's most defensive positions on the B side and just fall over when they get any pressure coming from heaven. Tui's has got to be getting more in that spot. That's not to do with playing breach.
That jinx went well.
Yeah, it's over. I take it all back.
I was wondering as well is which
I forgot the Loud
Sentinels
shit.
we're going to be getting. They've been oscillating week to week.
I think that's the thing with Loud. They convince you that they're not shit. And then they are.
It's a good response and an answer, being able
and
to
then
just
you feel sad because you remember.
They're being contested
like, oh,
as well as a slow beginning for Sentinels as well, hoping that Loud will play into them.
Set a flash here to clear Luke Show.
Yeah, it's going to be
taking
gone.
a really deep position. Nice controlled play from Sentinels, and they have the option always of returning back over to Zelsis, who's just been taking a controlled approach
Loud
to
wins this round, and next round he's
Loud won't
blazing
win
them
this
again,
round.
and then Sentinels
There
will
is
win
a
again.
literal Loud's percent of winning this round right now is we could play this round out from this map.
Especially when we get
these
the attack
guns.
side. Loved how he was
I think you could
in
honestly
his
play this
debut.
out 100 times, and
The
they
defense
would
side actually was where Loud
maybe
was
win
struggling a
one.
little bit against 100 Thieves.
I will give them one. I will give them
Here, though.
1 out of 100.
Got a really fast timing.
Uh-oh. Caught unaware, on the timing here, and they know there's an additional player. Exchange of the weaponry, but a fault line to supplement again, and an outlaw. Pass and hands exchanged into seconds.
It only just got into his hands,
Yeah.
right in time
See?
to shut that down.
See?
Good usage of
Never
it.
in doubt. There was no moment of doubt.
They've been able to spring the trap just 2 seconds earlier. John would have fallen with it in his pocket.
Bancada worked himself into a 4 position here. He'll either do some damage or go down to the spike, but he's being hunted. Second making sure there's full clearance around, and yeah, none the wiser. So 4 players surviving from Sen. It's nice and healthy in terms of the economy.
Come on, Sen, let's end this.
There's 3 different ultimates that are all getting
Tuck
built
me
up
in.
here at roughly the same kind of time. And those are the 3 that you can get the most use out of on the attack side. Yoru, Teho, Breach. So they're not quite ready yet to go for some big ultimate snowball play. So Loud will have another opportunity to try to slow things down, control the pace. And Sentinels looking like they want to go for a little bit of ramp control at the start of this round, though their breach is on entirely the opposite side of the map. So what's the game plan here? Looking like they want to stun just for a bit of B main pressure. And Pancada's smoke, the one way that he's throwing out here, it's not really doing anything.
No, Bang just TP straight past. Loud haven't really threatened, like they're willing to fight with the one-way as well, which is where you want to try and apply that conditioning.
Tap the ult on your way through, that's very
Bit of
cool.
a ramp take as well. It's cautious from Sen.
It's pretty
But makes
cautious
all the
by
right
Loud, I
moves.
think.
And Zeken's always got the gate.
Now again, if you're playing Jet, I always say this on maps like Split, Fracture. If you're playing Jet, you're playing it to up on defense side. If you're not upping on defense side, then you're trolling. Bank's
Hello.
kind of just
left
rolled
really second on a bit of an
Zeken.
island, but
Somehow
claw in your
lived
face.
that.
Get down, Mr. President. And Zeken scurries his way back.
Meanwhile, Luke Show under pressure.
Yeah, just a quick hop over
was
the
spotted.
top. Yeah, that's Bang just silently hopping over for the
they can
information.
just
Almost
pinch
just
on him,
spotting this
though.
one up, but now he's stunned up doubly so. In fact, has to drop down into offense as an aftershock. No more means of escape,
Still
but he
got a
still
kill.
manages to lock down to 1 kill. Bit more anarchy now thrown into it, and with that Outlaw in the hands of Zelsis, Digizine on that half armor. Not much long for the world. Pancada has to be the playmaker now from this
30
position
seconds
here,
left.
tucked to the side. Will he be cleared? As our clearance at best, but the instantaneous trade-off from Sentinels now. They're going to be running all the way down onto this site, getting into that post plant.
Oh no.
Another spot when Pancada actually had to do more from that position. It's a tough one though. How do you get more than 1 when you're tucked into hell like that?
You
But his
don't.
positioning was so committed.
I think
Couldn't use the
Pancada, though,
paranoia.
you've gotta-
And now he's put everything onto Kawanzine and Tui's.
You gotta
The
like,
new initiated
smoke
duo for
yourself
Loud.
off and try and delay and create as much chaos as you can.
Trying to exit through CT. Very difficult last. The Salva's going to be clearing most of the way in through backside. That's a peek
It's
from
a
Zeken.
strange
Instant
swing by Zeken.
punish.
Fucking
Off
crazy.
to the side, not anticipating that high ground
Still gonna
angle.
win,
Zelt's
but-
playing on it. John QT plays off of it.
Second round now that we've seen out of 4 where Sentinels put an extraordinary premium on A ramp control, A heaven, and then pivot through to B. These rounds can get really weird really quickly. If you get caught by somebody who's playing around the pillar and gets a nice pick and then escapes into a smoke, or maybe somebody that's playing over towards CT and gets you on the cross, these kind of rounds can be difficult to deal with, and yet Sentinels have managed them both times. Being able to get past
Okay, now they
Pancada
have
or
big
Tui's,
ults as
whoever
well.
is on the other
Loud
side of
on
the
a
map.
full eco.
And now that ult snowball starts to get online.
Yeah. There's only one person home. It's Pancada over towards the B side. That's a stray shot straight through the wall. Bang almost gets dropped.
They've gone for the double
As a
A
result
push
of it, but
early.
he's still alone here, isolated.
But that should mean
That's to
Sen
evacuate, to be honest. He wants to stay
pretty
alive.
easy
Back his
sight
way
here.
in through the spawn. TP into the back. That's Bang. Cuts up the angle. Gives an overly safe entry here for the Sentinels players. They're anticipating that there might be a response outside, but John just sticks all the way out.
Loud are currently looking for the lurker in mid. They're looking to try
Strange
to see
plant
if
location.
there's somebody there. Full
We've got
clear them
two
out
players here,
with
and then
DG and Luke.
Your TV
Now
back
that
here.
they've realized there's nobody, they can start committing to a retake. But again, it's with a bad buy.
Smoke isolates it. Both flash going to be expended. As you already said, it's a very bad buy indeed. Loud still going to be committing the abundance of util to try and make an attempt at least of this round. Already flooding out towards the fight. That's Pancada hitting off some beautiful
It's a bad
shots.
plan.
Damage
It's a
done.
terrible plan.
Absolutely absurd work from Pancada Digitine. Joined by
Bro,
the
if they-
sides
if they
here. They've
bother
got
to get on
Sentinels
the spike,
corralled
they
into the
might win.
corner. And Pancada
Does he have time? Yes.
pulls it out. Circle shrinking down.
I think he's got it.
ticking. Oh my God,
That was an
Pancada.
What
I
a
didn't even
beastly
notice.
round from Pancada. Not only does he collect every kill, but he was doing so much damage
got
even at the
Pancada?
start of the round with that wallbang headshot to begin.
It was a
His
strange
sheriff
post
aim
plant though by
was
Sen.
remarkable
That's
here.
insane.
Utterly
'cause look,
remarkable.
like
That's insane work. Absolutely insane work.
Like yeah, that snakebite didn't fully hit. They could have just been sticking that the whole time, and they would have just easy won. For some reason, he planted
Well, that's got
like here.
Loud back into the game. They needed somebody to step up and make an outrageous play.
Like
and
they could have just sat on this side and like
He's willing
easily won.
to
It
be
was
the
a
one. Here comes second with a dimensional drift. Do they have any ults that they want to combo off the back of
strange
this?
post-run by Sen.
They definitely
Holding
could.
it like
Breach
a
and
passive.
Teho ults available. They'll find Lucio in this hard anchor position as well.
Yeah, isolated. He's just trying to weave in and out as well, but it's too much to avoid. It's pressed up by the drone, stunned up on top of it. Zekin in through the visor, all in thunder.
play
Forwards!
by Sen.
Zekin's not to be denied.
Perfect. Immaculate, just as they drew it up there from Sentinels. Everybody from Loud crunched.
2 years just bumbling into the walls there, uncomfortable into the spot in a situation. There's a pick your poison spot. He had salvos at the back feet. And Digitine, he wants to hold on to this
There's
off.
no
He's not
way.
going to get a chance to. Jump spot, sees it, noise cues, made. Zekin does not care. Just like that. Pancada will get your economy in check again, get the op into Digitine's
Unlucky.
hands, but it's ripped away at a moment's notice.
Who have I got? I've got no one
And
from
I
this
think
game.
full credit to Sentinels for being patient in the previous
The
round.
only player I've got
and not
left is
using those
Sylvan from
ultimates.
T1.
You could argue, okay, well, they lose the anti-eco, so, you know, maybe they should have thrown an ult in here or there. But when you see what Sentinels are aiming for, which is waiting for these big eco swing rounds and crushing Loud's economy again, it's just the right way to play.
Yeah.
And especially with how coordinated they look. You saw them isolate Luke.
Yeah, that was not just a nice round by Sen. Everything kind of went perfectly for them there. The timing was very good. The ults were very good. It just looked like a round of a team that knew what they were doing. I do have to say, the Sen and Loud colors, I do quite like when they play each other. You know what I mean? The red and the green, it's quite... Like, this is the problem with Loud's jersey, though. They've gone for this kind of darkish green. But I like the logos next to each other. This just looks quite satisfying. You know what I mean? Terrible if you're colorblind. Oh, horrendous if you're colorblind. To them, it just looks fucking... You know, to them it's just the same color, but to us that are not, you know, afflicted that. Anyone colorblind in the chat?
At that point, yeah, they're making some fairly desperate
Anyone
moves right
colorblind
now.
that isn't red green colorblind.
Trying to make a move for it. Banks punches with the
Oh.
TP. Stun connects, but narrate straight from
Okay,
behind.
nice little play by Loud back.
Evens out at least that exchange, but still Loud have made out almost like bandits. Now there's no guns to be reclaimed here. The space is rapidly taken up once more by Sentinels, and they're looking to punish it even further. Holding that. Util.
Yeah, you're right. It is
That was
extra
hold on, that is way
satisfying
too
when
delayed. There's already
Sen are
players in
attacking.
your face.
Oh my god, you haven't just
QT.
lost that, man.
Just laying claim and laying siege down to the site.
The ultimate direction as well was to push people into the site.
That's too slow.
They weren't ready.
Oh man, that's tough from Loud.
Speed.
You start off with like a nice
Tempo
little set
increased
play,
it. Sen just
and then
inserted
your
there.
tail will pushes John into you and you both die.
Miracle
it's like they all push them into. It's one of those things where you tail and you're like, oh, this will push them back.
Giving him anything here. Everything
put
together by Sentinels is very disciplined.
Why do they keep planting that? I mean, you're right, because that's the second time.
Also
I don't know.
When an
Why do they keep planting that?
DG's form has been excellent.
Is it easier to see from him?
Stage 1. It's been brutal watching Loud because DG and Lucio have been putting down like 30 map.
Or is it harder to kill from heaven?
Still not being able to get it across the line.
2 kills and I can't play the game. You just.
DGZ goes for the operator. Now last time he tried to pull this out, ended up having to play a 1v4 or whatever it was at the very end of the round. Just got it ripped out of his hands instantly. This time the Viper's Pit designed to try to push you into the operator of DGZ that he's got posted up on an aggressive angle at A main.
You're gonna come for like a stun.
Don't really want any part of it though. That's not where Zelsis is positioned this round. Instead, looking to go up the gut.
No.
Because this is normally where Lucio is going to be having his orb, and that's not as present now.
Cover going out.
Broke up on the one side. This is the Sentinels looking to see if they can claim a bit of space. Through ropes, going to be hearing a lot of noise being made.
It's a really good protocol. Just realizing that Lucio's not going to have that orb available in mid. Mid is not going to be as heavily defended with the Viper's Pit over towards B main.
But so what do you do?
So you get this area so much freer than you otherwise would. If they manage to use the Tejo drone to force DGZ off this first aggressive angle, things start to get a lot more difficult for 2Es and DG.
Surprised with so heavy drifting this side when you know you've got this Viper's Pit.
As you said, it's going to be a really difficult spot for the DGZ and 2Es to be playing in. 2Es has to be the one to push back this presence out through vents. He's already found that first kill, and now
they're unsure though.
We've seen the scurrying on the other side of things here. Sentinels are the ones who are looking for a few more available options. There's only 25 seconds left into this round, and where you seeking to end here over towards the B side, but the pit in your face, an orb in your face on top of it, and plenty of bodies. Loud have sent in the reinforcements. TP across from Bang. There's no supplementary fire, no trade inside here, and straight through the pit as well. Murky depths, desperation from Zelsis. Peppered down from the shorty in hand.
You put a pit on B, and this is why you don't put Viper's Pit
just losing grip of that
kind of round you can have. It's always annoying me, Viper's Pit.
The kill that made the difference was 2Es onto Zekken.
But yeah, you find this first kill. I mean, I had to
pushing DG off the angle, but here it is. Stepping in front of Zekken, catching him just as he's going up the ropes. That took the sting out of what Sentinels were going for massively.
I guess you can get a good use of the orb there. If you do Viper's Pit B, that was a decent setup.
He's playing a really
you put the
aggressive
orb here as well. I'm surprised they ever had 3 people over here, because when you have this orb here and Viper's Pit here, like, this should be pretty hard to ever get into. Like, you could always have 3 players over here.
Over towards A. Louder heavily stacking it.
Yeah, they're just trying to get DGZ posted on a really nice line here. But I think John Cuty's already realized what's going on. Just from the previous round, he realizes, okay, we needed to drone DGZ off the angle quite a bit earlier, actually. So here, if he uses his drone, then the operator gets pushed behind the Viper utility.
Dash active with the DGZ. This has been waiting. Lying in wait there with the drone. That's going to be broken up. Quick dash back and away.
And that's mission essentially accomplished. Now Lucio becomes the critical player for Loud.
He's the pin holding it all together here. There's a clone in your face. Not going to be baited by that one too much, but running straight forwards. I mean, slow to a crawl.
Lucio was not missing those last week.
Takes Lucio straight out of the picture.
Another warrior steps up. Pancada, can he get it done?
Yeah, with B main control here, he needs to, but too many angles to really anticipate. Across that placement just looking like it wasn't quite there. So now the B side open for taking, and Loud have already made the decision. Retaking with an operator is just not on the cards in a 3v5. They're saving.
The calling from John in this round is lovely. The way that they isolate so many individual fights. As soon as they push the Jazeen off the line, the defensive setup over
Show was also not playing a good team last week. I mean, that's maybe fair.
Yeah. And so that's maybe fair. Put a little bit of pressure there. Zekken gets a gorgeous entry. I don't know quite how he's able to just muscle his way through, bullet tag and all. But
the Lev looked good last week.
Gets the pick there.
Was it Lev? Who did they play?
Stuck on an island.
Yeah.
Really nice round called from John, and I think utilizing a lot of the learnings from the prior too, when they ran out of time.
100 Thieves are okay.
We'll see if Zelsis can hunt a gun or two.
Yeah, they've got a lot of wealth in the back pocket here. It's absolutely the right play to try to take guns out of hands for Loud.
Surprised Second's not trying to get a kill here.
That's a deliberate footstep, don't worry. And now he's just running in, seeing if he can get anything done.
Way up. All good. They didn't manage to get that gun out of their hands. They're ready to go down towards the end there. Djizin's op.
So Loud have tried now a couple rounds with DG fighting over towards A main. I think it's a good idea to try to work it around into some different spots. B main, you don't really want to op because Bang is teleporting past the line right at the start of the round. You could try doing something aggressive in mid.
Holding it down, though.
Just
Just
like
two Loud players. Waiting out the initial burst of util.
Djizin's actually picked up a more passive angle over towards B main, so not as worried about Bang teleporting past the first angle, and just hoping that people will walk into him late.
Snap thrown as well. Doesn't really signify too much. SEN have been doing
They're
this as part of their
creating this one
protocols
way
here, but
by
there is
putting
more
the
of a follow-up
spot
now.
there,
Dimensional drift
like on this spot.
in the hands of Zekin. He's going to be clearing away. Pinpoint accuracy, pointing out multitudes of these players here. Near sighted up. That's going to be the rolling fun, and it cuts up most of the side in return. Response instantaneously from it, but 2 years is isolated out on an island there. Not too much chances from the Kawazine. Almost just going down from a bit of the stray damage and spam in the midst of it. Still that heaven smoke fading away. There's chances to be a fight to be taken. Bankada offers himself up to the podium.
All missiles away.
Can't quite finish it off though here. Still 3 left to stand and just a bit of spam through the pit. It's
What
all
are we
laid
doing?
down. Preemptive plans by Sentinels are always just feeling like they're one step ahead.
Anytime the ults are online, SEN look
planted.
gorgeous in terms of their execution. And you asked the question earlier today, Brent, what
Does this
version of
create a
SEN are we
one-way?
going to see on that stage coming up against Loud? And I think this is a damn good version.
It is.
They're looking clean so far. The first 10 rounds have been orchestrated well. Like one slip up
Loud
with a
okay or
Pancada
down?
ace
They're
and one slip
fairly
up where the
down.
macro didn't quite work. But
Why did I never
otherwise,
think about putting a
really
smoke here
well
before?
put together rounds where they've been in control from beginning to end. Navigating around the operator pretty nicely.
I suppose that's a one-way with
Second
anyone though,
for some
right? Like
big
you can do
entries,
with Astra as
utilizing
well.
ults pretty brilliantly.
Sorry.
Still trying to take this op out of his hands. It might be in SEN's best interest, honestly, to let him keep it, to be honest. Winning rounds out just from Loud not opting to play these retakes with the operator in hand. Obviously
Such an
kind of
old
getting to
one-way.
that
Bro,
spot in
who
the
was
first
doing
place.
that one-way with the old dome?
And it does become slightly more difficult. SEN are not going to have any massive ultimates now, probably for the rest of the half. They might get Johns online. So Loud might have an opportunity here, but look at the dodge on the
Something
rolling
very
thunder.
clearly, because I can't remember anyone doing it.
Zekin completely positioning himself, knowing that both breaches are going to exchange those ultimates, and he's going to have an opportunity.
I can't believe I never really thought
The
about it.
paranoia got thrown in for him to try to take the first engagement. Then the rolling thunder afterwards.
Why is it a mid one-way? Is it not better with Astra though? Like, because the Astra smoke is bigger. Does it work with Astra? Oh, what are you gonna say? What the fuck is this? Only Omen? See, now I'm seeing yes, Astra's is better. Astra smoke is too big. Make your mind up. Astra smoke takes too long to bloom. What, off the rip of the round? Could they just run through it? Do people... I guess if you saw the star there.
It's still only two.
And when Brim Smoke was smaller, they're just going to run their exec again. Pancada can't TP across.
The beginning from them.
She's
We'll
in
see if they
BV.
opt into just the salvers and the fault line early on. SEN are going to be playing slow. Not willing to be caught by it early on.
Yeah, they're definitely expecting a big stun, salvo, aftershock.
So they're trying to
They were
pretend
worried
that
that
like
Loud was pulling out
ZG
the
is
set
maybe
play
here.
there.
Right, like no util early. Oh hey, it's our jet. I walked
Locating
up.
targets.
Drone in the hands of John. Good clearance. It's not thrown into your face. Don't know what happened there. Cancelled out maybe a little bit too early, but gets to make ramp control once more. Allow us out to maneuver a bit more pieces into place. An attempt to try and defend this one. And
Oh,
Lucio is just right in front of his own wall as well, sidestepping alongside Zekin, doing a bit of a dance. Down over towards heaven control though. There's a paranoia to sweep and clear onto the one side as well, give a bit more peace of mind and dropping down Down to hell. This is Luke Show just trying to support as well. Offloading with the bullets from on the high, down low.
A strange round.
Quick exchange here. Sentinels are being squeezed.
They're just being, just pinched from like every
direction.
direction.
From the side, his coverage into the fire, but John QT now last alive, left alone into this spot here, into the 1v3 that he's made it himself. 35 seconds left into the round.
Teammates pinging out Luke Shaw. Made a footstep over towards screens, but he's surrounded.
30 seconds left.
On all fronts except vents. 25 seconds. If he had to go B, it would be right now. Otherwise, he's got to brute force his way through Luke Shaw and 2Es on site.
Yeah.
6 bullets left as well.
6 bullets, doesn't want to make any sound whatsoever with the reload here. Your chances of winning the round essentially naught at this point. Spotted out. 8 seconds left. You'd have to get a bit of a move on. There's 2 players waiting to receive. So Loud do find themselves a bit of a round here. They've stunted the momentum
around. It was a bit messy here by Sen. Don't quite know what.
He pulled his way over from mid. He wasn't worried about mid at all.
To be honest, like,
decided to hard fight. And took down
a
Zekken right at the
strange
beginning.
fight.
Any round where Zekken has fallen early on, trying to get a bit of a heaven control, Loud have ended up coming out better on the back end of that.
Yeah.
They really need Zekken to be staying alive for these. And Luke Shaw was floating around. He had so much freedom in these defensive positions there, because 2Es and Kawanzin were hard anchoring towards site. Sentinels maybe realizing that Luke Shaw was getting a little too free there, having a walkabout in the mid round, so now they're going back over to mid.
This is disrespect from him.
Hey, well, they're not playing
it passive towards B, but this is far more aggro. Controller B main, pretty critical at that as well. Putting the pressure and applying it hard onto Pancada. He's going to be dropping and falling here. And a quick peek just on the shoulder. Gives the acknowledgement here for Sentinels. They realize now, okay, there's an operator in play. So regaining that mid control. Armageddon's going to be forced out. There's a slight gap in through the back of the side. But the Dizine is going to be pushed forwards as a result. And the rate, it's going to be that level of awareness. Still trying to make it go of things. Claim down over towards the side. A wide face will not be helping out in the rate here, but site control given up, but they don't have B main. That's held down by Digizine. Smoke into your face as well. Plays way ahead of it. Inserted himself, dominated that angle nice and early, and it brings it back down to that 2v2.
Does he push CT?
Kawanzin 2 is side by side here for God knows how many years at this point. Banging Zekken, quick peek, 26 health onto Bang. That was a risky maneuver, but he gets the information for Zekken to work off of salvos. Off and around to the side here. Stun ricocheting. Needs to land that shot, but slowed down entirely here. And Bang's position, noted from earlier. So that quick cleanup.
Okay, Loud get the 5. I mean, I guess we actually have a game.
Their retake. They bring it up to 5, 7 to 5.
I still feel like Sen will be in control, but we maybe have a game. Don't love. Sen have had like a mix of rounds. Like they've had some like, I would say like fairly poor rounds, but also some excellent rounds. I think that if I was Sen, if I was Captain, I'd be saying like you're trying to brawl too much. Like you're playing into their win condition, right? Like Bang just like thinking I'm just gonna take this timing and swing. Like that's actually playing it. Like that kind of mentality is playing into Loud, right? And what Loud is good at. It's crazy that I mean, it is actually fairly likely that a 1-win team. Man, it actually, I would say, is odds on. A 1-win team is gonna make playoffs here. These guys. Who do NRG play? MIBR Lev. Okay, so a 1-win team can't make it there because one of Lev or NRG. Bro, if Lev lose to N, imagine fucking being Lev. And you win 1 game against Furia and you're fucking giving it the big one. And then imagine they don't even make playoffs and win 1 of 4. Yeah, we will have to see Pancada's IGL, and that's a good point. Sometimes, though, like, you can swap an IGL, and they just simplify everything, and it actually works better, where they just say, let's just fucking run it. Let's just fucking run A. But other times, it could be a disaster, and we're about to see. But this group is fucking... How the fuck did we get this group? Holy shit. Like, imagine being an NRG or a Lev, right? And like, you know for a fact, like in this group, you know for a fact you're at least 4th. Like, there's no way you're worse than 4th. You probably win like
round, I think, of
3
which
games.
to potentially lay claim to the map. Put a scoreboard for his team.
Okay, big pistol for Loud.
Classic Viper roll. Sentinels stacking the A side of the map, leaving B completely open. Really hard read.
Yeah, quick dash as well, and wow, Snake Bite's not going to be saving you from that spot.
It makes me laugh when the team goes for like a really hard read.
Through into heaven. This is Loud laying claim to most of this now. Narrate's just attempting to slow this one. A bit of a crawl. Salvos preemptive. Basically be taken straight back up again, but it's a cautious engagement now. You can see both teams drifting and walking straight back into it. Reloads are heard, and this is going to be a bloodbath. Straight into the blender that's occurring. Right click in your face. No anticipation for it. Aftershock as well. Slight miss onto the corner, hopping straight over, and it's 3-3 at a moment's notice.
How are they still alive in that spot? Zekan on 2 HP, and somehow Sentinels have defended B heaven. Loud, regroup, go back over to B main. Surely this avenue is not going to be as heavily defended. They've already used so much of that defensive utility. Aftershock gone, Paranoia gone.
But they're guessing A.
Loud should be able to just walk out, and what a call.
Gamble by SEN as well. They're making their moves over towards A, expecting it to be going in that direction. It is a good call from Loud.
And this is going to make it really difficult for Sentinels once they get back onto the retake here, because they have no clue how deep these Loud players could go. Look at Cowanzine all the way in spawn. You don't know if B Heaven's compromised, Spawn's compromised.
Someone make a bad call there. I mean, guessing on a pistol round and going all 3 to A.
Really, really tough to retake.
Cowanzine shows presence. Potentially a bit of a bait and switch as well, but a salvage is right. And a run on, and with the footsteps okay. Lots of targets there for Lucio to potentially take care of. And Cowanzine just not anticipating that Bang was just hanging back, holding to be that extra element into the play. Now it's planning for Pancada off to the side here. Smoking his hand, but the fault line is going to be causing a bit of delay in a tap. Not quite a tap, it's a full stick at this point. It needs to be that coverage and defense in order. That's Bang that presses that advantage.
Loud managed to
pistol
lose.
round post plant that should have had so much danger to it. Loud even going for the jiggle, the bait play. It was a nice idea to set up as well, that punish onto Zelsis. We've seen a lot of teams go for it. But I can't believe they were actually able to win that one. Lucio looked like he was set up perfectly.
Yeah.
But he had Narrate, Zekan in his face, too much to deal with. And ends up going down.
What a picture of Rob Mole.
It's a big pistol round here for Sentinels. It's a lead that's going to be accrued up as well. Second with the Outlaw, but he's not going to be receiving too much of the danger. Loud at all, very much stacked up, and Bang just taking a peek as well, just as the stun phase, but he only gets the one for his trouble. Instant reclear here, called by SEN. They don't want to give up that gun. Instead, the site is taken up by Loud.
And they know that they're going to try to defend this weapon. And so look at how much space Lucio gets immediately in screens.
Yeah, push all the way back and through in to the side. Zekan taking a few stray shots here. Heaven control is going to be given up as well. Bullets straight through the box as well. He's just trying to maneuver away and around from that wall. Somehow still gets John in the mix. Zekan still hanging back, still provides that supportive element. Just missing the timing onto the corner. Zelsis
it's chaotic. It's
can't quite lay claim to that kill. 2v3 though still. SEN have the advantages into this one, and just on that stray shot, it's a bit of a gambit from Zelsis. He knows where the last is. Eager to sniff them out.
Over the line.
Getting Sentinels in these retake positions. It's something that's been their bread and butter for years at this point. Loud are going to find it difficult, even with the rifles, even with the ultimates, are closing out rounds like this. I respect what Lucio was going for there, taking all of that space, really intelligent, getting back up behind his own Viper wall in A Heaven too. He had chances for chaos, and a bit of damage was done. SEN, not with the greatest buy for this bonus round. 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw to work with, and nobody on light armor on the other side. So this, if any round was a slam dunk for Loud, it would have to be this one.
You say that, Mr. Sideshow.
Slow at the beginning, you can tell.
And yet,
both of these teams are pretty familiar now at this point with the breach Teo business. Got to wait it out.
The RX Viper wall.
That burst of util.
Viper all
go for the
B.
reclear. John's going to be instantly breaking that one, but a fault line off of just a connection there. Rebounds and ricochets, we can't survive. Stun, just not quite connecting there to that point. It's good by Loud. And
it's going to be a free sight again, but retaking 4v5 is
get access into the side.
Pretty rough.
Some straight shot to the Outlaw. Zekant praying he can get a cheeky pick off. Doubled up. That's unorthodox here from Loud in terms of the hold. And peeking out through the smoke. There was no play for Zelsis there. He heard the plant going down and was hoping that he could take that timing.
Can Narrate recover the rifle? Because Zelsis just kind of ran in there with the Bulldog. Narrate would love to have that one back. And Luxio invents, playing as that backstab at all times,
yeah, he's
if
an
they need it.
Policy, isn't he? And yeah, well, just about sniffed out here, but Bang wasn't ready for it. At this point, it is a sealed up round for Loud.
Yeah, very clean. Exactly what they were looking for, exactly what they needed.
Then they're still going to be making it nice and awkward, or at least applying a bit of pressure in the end, but still flawless. Everybody surviving from Loud.
And you know what? Both of the times where we've seen Loud be able to accelerate really heavily and get a pick early on, it's been off the back of Tui's utility. There's that breach util that allows DG to run up ramp. We saw it on the pistol round as well, where the stun caught onto Zelsis in B Heaven. Allowed DG to dash up mid. So they've got some set game plans with Tui's breach.
Okay, a flawless but Loud. Good start. Tui's on his return,
He's
not
holding
bragging
the
too
stun
hard.
right now to see if anybody's wanting to contest.
Right, let's see if Loud.
So
this
Bang
is
wanted to fight
probably
for
the round that will
Tui's
determine
would
whether this is a
have
game or not. Although Loud
stun
do
out,
have a
DG
full
will be
buy
ready to
behind this
fight.
as well now because they want to flawless.
Onto the pillar, Bang. He's hearing the noise as well, so he's going to lay down that smoke. Looks like it's slightly to the one side. I think there's a pixel angle for him to play off. I'm not too sure.
There is, yeah. It's on top of the box, so it creates like a weird one-way with a tiny little angle underneath. The dirty little smoke.
Fault line, just in response to the drone that was sent
Gonna
flying
TP in
forwards. It's
behind
meant
the
to slow
drone.
down.
Could have done.
Loud. Ensure that they can't claim too much space up towards mid.
Just contact
Stop
through.
them though for now.
To be fair to Loud's calling, it hasn't been
It's gonna
very
be John,
one-dimensional.
but to
There
stop
has
them,
been
Here's this one dropping down silent
some
as it
decent
goes. But
parts
just
to
the
it.
trade, just by the foot, but too many tangos. Okay, we're gonna go for it anyways. The
Oh,
Salvos
but they
try and force
force
the
them
issue and
forward.
push all the way into your face. The
Well,
raid.
it splits them up.
Bit of
I thought they were all
side
going
by
to go
side,
forward
shot
there,
on the
but they
shoulder,
kind of
the IGL.
half and halved it.
Good clearance there with a drone out to the side. Gets the acknowledgement. They know that there's players, and Loud are trying to.
Oh, they got second on backside with the
attempt.
smoke.
Second's anchor position on site is so tough to deal with.
And
Yeah,
not
the
just
smoke
that,
on
it's
the
an
side
anchor
as well.
being laid down for him, and that's beautiful. Still flashed up into the moment. Gonna deal with this one, and running gunning is ordered up. It's exactly what he needed. Still flash is connected.
Survival smokes
He's running
stay
a
winning.
mockery over the round, and in full control of the site.
Survival
It's
smokes
such a
always be
great
winning.
defensive protocol to go for. We see a lot of teams that run the Yoru on this map fall back into similar positions. I mean, my head's just full of Itu doing it for T1. But fighting early over that A main angle and then dropping back off it, not getting caught by the lurk. And there are just so many different things.
Jakaiba, thanks for the 34
One
months.
side, flash it up over the top. Have a
nice
smoke
one.
thrown for you on
cooking,
site and
boys.
flash through it. It's just a beautiful spot for Zekken to have max impact and players initiators in.
3 years, not quite.
We're seeing dimensional drift. This is used very early on by Zekken.
With the paranoia, does
Very
Luxio
familiar
get
play.
caught?
Yeah. And he realizes it. I think the Zekken knows that the timing's missed ever so slightly. Now the gatecrasher on the upper side of the map, so
Yeah, that might have been a crazy one where the idea was actually to catch Pancada with a fault line, maybe?
Yeah, I think
They
they were
might be
going for
a
the
multi-layered
aggro.
thing there, but in the end, just a bit of a waste of the ult.
I think they were looking for the
Setting
aggro
up
play here,
idea
but
for
then
the
like when it's not there, you
Salvos.
just
Okay, bit of chip
maybe
damage
look
onto
for the
the
aggro across here to see if they're fast reacting back B.
Might not make a difference, but
TP back B to
so
see if
far
they're
at the
then
minute mark
fast
and
react.
Loud, they don't have any map control. Instead,
Because
just
often
opting-
you'll see this, you will have seen this
Instead they're
your
gonna be
ult, right?
making their way all
When
the way
your
over
ult down
towards
here,
A.
you like Omen flash,
They do enjoy
you
returning
know, get the
to
kill.
Luxio's positions.
But teams of like they're used
about
to
the
that
minute
Euro
mark.
defensive Euro
John,
ult, so they've started like
if he
getting
feels
ready
like he
for it
needs
and
more
just going
information,
deep
may
fast.
end up. I mean, he doesn't go
There
for
it
the
is.
peek, he goes for the drone and spots a bunch of them.
A lot of suppression as well, and
Oh,
just as the
smoke
smoke
was a bit
blooms
late.
into the face of Bang, won't deny him that kill. Kawazine dropped
A
into
lot of
it at
A
the
hits
moment.
so far from Loud.
38 seconds left.
5v4
TP
now
up to
though.
top and to the high ground. It needs to be a plant in order to use. Going to oblige, help out the team with that one.
All on
Get
site.
ourselves into the post plan. This is full heaven control here for Sentinels. Loud very much trapped out onto the site. Luxio realizes the importance. Needs to hold down to main control. Is basically the only thing stopping this team from getting in. And second, like a
Omen
thief in
flash
the night,
is
a fox in the
insane.
pen. Gets all the way into the back lines and leaves it just down to Tui's now. Flash has to be dodged, but the double face up.
Gives it a good go, but
It's that discipline that we've been seeing hammered in to Loud over and over again.
Just destroyed. What a play to go for. I mean, you normally see a play like that if you have the Yoru Ultimate, if you have an Astral to combo it with or something. So at least you have a little safe pocket to be able to get inside of. That's so bold for Zekken to go for that.
The Oma Flash was so good.
Take a look at it here again on the replay. I mean, there's Bang catching the first. And here's that teleport that he went for all the way into the back lines and comboed with the Paranoia. Just had tons of free opportunities there on the site.
It's
what
a very interesting way to take the retake.
Yeah. Senna got so many ideas, and maybe Cuba cut that one up.
Loud are struggling at this point.
Okay, 11-6. Now we're on the struggle bus for Loud. They're going for kind of a... Why are we half buying here? Just fucking full buy, bro.
Breach ults on both sides.
Just fucking go for it.
Why not? Just holding the fault line.
It's 11-6.
Jiggling with Zekken.
Oh, did he see it?
Spot that one. Just for the shoulders. Oh, they just missed each other. But okay, getting that information. Zekken.
Oh my god.
This guy's...
Bro, you know that's a fake.
Say overstaying is welcome, but with the way and the form that he's in, looking to try and take that challenge.
Narrate's really been trying to help Zelsis in mid, knowing that Zelsis is going to be a focal point.
Zekken's not moving.
I mean, neither's Luxio, though. They're both just scrapping with each other over on this A side, but Luxio's called in reinforcements.
He's just wandering around in through mid here. There's going to be that double face off the flash. Zekken this time appreciating the threat. Makes a bit of a move backwards now, holding his ground and holding it down indeed. Stalwart defender with some util to help him out. Lining up these plays, but just not enough bullets for the job really at hand still. The rest of Sentinels happy to step straight back into the fight once more.
Still
filling in
very
the gaps, and
needs to plant as well, so this shouldn't...
An incredibly difficult ask now, 2Es into a 1v2.
Why are we swinging,
one,
man?
Guardian
Why
in
would you
hand.
swing?
Just needs a second. Celtis, position noted. 2Es! Steady hand would have suited him there, but it's Zelsis who shuts him down. Brings Sentinels up to 12.
I know you're like, why not just like tuck
Really
screens
important
and
1v1 to close the door there on what would have been a fabulous clutch from 2Es. In a difficult spot today. Nobody would blame him for being bottom of the scoreboard.
Oh, where? The place that he's shooting from. The place where he just shot you from.
Having to play breach for the first ever time.
See these bullet holes in the wall?
But he's still finding his opportunities, at least, in some of these spots. And it's a 12-6 scoreline, but plenty of these rounds have actually been fairly winnable for Loud.
This.
Sen, though, the quality, the form.
Where's he going to go? He's going to get hit
over
by
the
it.
edge.
He's going to tuck behind this corner, just run him down.
Zelsis rips ult at the very beginning of the round. Has help from Zekken and Narrate with the fault line if there was any early pressure, and now both of those players can go and help elsewhere.
If you ever are in the ranked game or Premier game or whatever, if they ult mid,
they're just trying to regain a bit of control.
Take ramp.
Up towards ramp.
Full rotate B and
landing.
Leave like a late lurk here.
That Luxio makes the play in B main. So keep that in the back of your head throughout all of this, because Bang is over there just trying to control this. But that Viper's Orb is really tough to get information around. So it forces Bang to try to play forwards and take the fight. But we kind of saw Luxio scrapping with Zekken in the prior round, and it never quite resulted in the opening pick that Loud were hoping for.
Thoughts on giving points for assists? It's not
going to be going into the A side. You're going to be meeting again Zekken. He's tucked to the corner. Tight is the angle. That's a difficult one to land there. Digizine doubled up with a cloud burst, obfuscating where he was moving and hiding into.
I haven't got the spike in though.
Get themselves the site. Plan needs to go down as the next stage.
Plan needs to go down, and I think 2Es needs to use this ult aggressively. You can't allow Sentinels to just go for their classic retake protocols.
Yeah, full heavy control all out through screens. 2Es is thinking about it. He's got the fault line for the first wave. Stun for a stun. There's exchange, and he's just cycling. Mouser through all sorts of util. Paranoia sweeps. He's going to be potentially catching a bit of friendly fire onto Digizine, but I think he sidesteps it and Bang an attempt to TP past it.
TP past it.
It's cheeky. Leaving Sentinels now.
Okay, they should win this one though. This should be pretty impossible to win.
They are being stalled out entirely here.
The reason I'm not going to add assists is
still
because...
kept in the back pocket from 2Es and Cowan Z.
Well, I just don't think it's a very good idea.
That's one of the problems with Sentinels playing off-site, playing the retake so often.
Time is ticking.
It's over at this point.
Sen very aware of the fact that they're going to be losing this round, but that wasn't the objective. There was much damage as possible to Loud. They don't have that losers bonus as well to fall back on.
No, they'll win this next round. It'll be over.
No, they get 3,000. They get the plant money. They get, you know, a bit of money for getting a couple of kills as well. There's that fight that I was talking about over towards B, where Bang picked up Luke. But I think Sen have got to start realizing now, all right, Loud are holding on to a lot of utility. When they hit the site, they're trying to do it with as little as possible. But I mean, the weaponry is as little as possible.
Zekken knows it. He's immediately purchased the Outlaw. Full read of the economic state.
There's only one player with full armor. That's Kawanzine.
Get out of my way.
He's also only one of two that has a Vandal.
If you're joking about the assist thing, then a lot of people have asked about assists.
Working with.
But like,
Celsius
the problem with assists is they're just
the contact as well, gets a bit of
got to
information.
keep it as simple as
If
possible.
Djazine tries to accelerate and pick Zelsis, the fault line is waiting from Narrate. So he's always got that safety net in the back.
Or the back in spawn. Spawn's going to be used just for the stealth drone.
Also, imagine getting an assist for
actually,
fucking
I
doing
tell a lie.
like 50
Once the tag
damage
up
on it.
onto the side
It's
here,
all like gets a
Celsius'
fucking
position is known. Djazine's going full speed
Headshots
ahead as
them anyway,
Armageddon
it's
as
just
well.
not
Meant to
very
cleared away here from Sen. Gives him peace of mind, potentially to re-clear back into mid as well, deny that space from Loud.
Also, Sylvan shouldn't be a 15 cost player.
Luxio would die in one shot here. It's only Kawanzine that has the full armor.
Really important fight as well when the wall goes up. Luxio sending it flying overhead. Second knows that he's lurking around, just barely a peek. The TP back.
Didn't catch that Djazine was also in this area, I think. But Narrate is still getting called over to help anyway.
QT, gotta be that playmaker into that spot here. This is Loud. Doing anything at this point.
30 seconds
Trying to
left.
find a path to victory. Wants to
all
go
defense, by the way.
forwards, a fake, and making moves. Bang, bang! Hold up, does not anticipate that there's more players waiting for him. It's all over the place.
They
in the
got
end.
lost in that round.
Still Loud are going to be happy with it.
Hey,
More
Nico
rounds
for
stay
Sen.
alive.
It was
Hold
almost
on.
an entirely unnecessary fake there. If Loud had just gone with the rest of the pack, I think they would have won no matter where they ended. Because both of these kills came down instantly. We saw Djazine fighting onto John Cutie, but that was the pick on the other side too. Luke
Even
the Guardian
1.5
picks up
for 5
Zek,
assists,
who was
you
just
get
going
more
for a
than 2.
repeat of
But then
elbow.
what's the point?
I think it was a great read on the round from Zekken. The Outlaw was the right purchase. The fight over towards Luxio at A main was the right one. He just missed the shot.
Okay, Sen take a timeout. Say sorry? Look in the... Fine. Fuck it. Sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Why didn't you say sorry, Goblin God? Why didn't you say sorry to everyone else in the chat? Fuck do I have to say sorry for? For swearing right there. How many times? Swearing in my chat? We all know this. That's a 10-minute.
Maybe starting to do something later on, but often with help. Djazine is not getting caught in mid, overextending.
Senna going for a delayed re-clear B main though. And this is exactly where Loud are.
Okay, Sliggy.
To flash a step forwards. It's going to be a fault line to the side along with some salvos off of Bang's contact. We'll see it. How does it work out? As damage done. Here's the fault line. Here's the salvos all the way through. And aftershock as well. Why not?
What
They
a
throw it
nice
into the
play.
mix.
Beautifully done. And I think the damage done there from Bang was actually necessary to get the kill onto Djazine too. Ooh, that is good information. You've just seen him teleport away, and you know now that this lurk up towards A ramp is totally free.
Luxio's taking that timing.
Okay, narrate it. Oh,
Celsius
okay,
trying to
there.
move past the orb just before he goes down. Peeking, Shorty!
Nicely done.
Okay, and there's a follow-up.
Oh, that's brutal.
Rifle fire.
Seen multiple teams do that now.
On a more important
It's
round,
kind of
that
the
might be worthy
new-
of a death slam.
New counter to those Vipers.
Silent. Jump
Little
spots
jump
on the right,
peek
just
box.
hoping you can get a bit of mid-round information.
They're going to come back A. Zekken does have
Put
a
together
Guardian and
what Louder up to
potentially
onto a round like
an ult
this,
to
that
escape.
space that Luxio gained prior just by taking that timing. Loud can now set up for the hit.
Right there.
Could definitely still be a second round here to close the map.
Holding tight to the corner here, still got the Guardian into his hands. Clone is going to be active now, stunned up and has to gate crash all the way back out. All of his util really expended into the moment, and Luxio still holding it down over towards heaven. Gives up a lot of the space here, but he's just peeking out wide, and he's actually giving up his life as a result of it.
You ult this?
Pancada
Do
now
you ult this?
steps up to be that playmaker.
That was
Containment.
really bold from Narrate. He just walked straight through the snake bite, disrespected it.
No,
maybe not now.
Mankata does claim his kill.
I think it's wise
Be a
not
thorn in
to
the
be
side of
honest.
Sentinels if you want to try and play this
You're
route
only gonna get
effectively,
one,
so
probably.
Second already realizes it.
You might get a second if you use it now, but I
Self-go
think you just wait till
for
you're in a better spot than
Stray
this to use
shots.
it.
Pancada's revealed himself. Out wide to the sides.
Ooh.
Guardian's just not the weapon at hand to try and take that duel.
And John definitely wants to save in this spot. He bought down to 450 credits in this round, so he's got to keep this rifle online.
Well, they got the first kill, but
Took a bit of a half-committed
Still
approach
lose.
to the retake, but I think he would have sent it if Second had got that kill. Loud though, they're pulling the gap.
Yeah.
Sen
Half
feels
the
so weird
chances
now.
now
Like, if a
remaining
team
for
can run the
Sentinels.
double Senti
Only
going
3
well,
to
I don't know
close
if you
this
can
one.
win that map. Well, the thing is, I was looking at the double
It's a
Senti
really
stuff.
nice
I might do a
trap
video
play,
about this.
B-Main.
Because there's
Gotta give
been
him credit for
6
that.
double Sentis so far in Ascent in
Luke
Tier
Shaw
1.
again that I've got to give even
2
more
of
credit
them
to on the attack side, because the way that he just takes space
were
as soon as he
insane
realizes it's
beatdowns.
open to him without even ever getting punished. You never see
One,
him walk
only one of them was a like
aggressively.
decently
Step
close
over the
game,
line.
which was EDG losing to DRG.
Sean is going to buy armor.
the other
here, isn't
3
he?
were
Yeah, okay,
blowout
he's got
losses.
the This
So,
is one of the big.
it seems
rounds,
like a
the
very
big chances
unbalanced
for Central close.
Or very,
Gonna be feeling the heat
variable.
soon
in
enough.
terms of-
Stray bullets and spam. Kawazine.
Oh, it's not a good one-way, they
There
said.
goes the Taeho
Oh,
as well.
it's a terrible one-way, they said.
Is that going to be the impetus?
Got a kill there.
Returning on the round that gets sent this map. We'll see. Big opening kill.
EDG
Put a
lost
pause
on
into the
Ascent
step
to
of Loud. They
DRG,
need to
yeah.
re-explore some different avenues and directions.
We got 4 on B.
Zels is pushed
Trust
away
in
from
Zach
his
and
spot
Foley.
where he was regaining information in mid. Luke Show. They realize there's at least Luke Show here in B main, but you don't know if there's still friends stuck around with him. Second's doing what he can to hold down the entirety of the A side of the
Still
map
sticking
on his
with
own
4
here.
on B.
John Cutie just making the gamble, it's going to be a re-hit, and he is right.
Yeah, the bodies are in the right place here for Sentinels to try and shore up the defenses.
Although
Push back his
looks like
approach.
we'll
It's
see.
all contact plays up to now. Loud.
Walk out from Luke.
Trying not to make any noise. Lucas all the way out.
I made an
Wide
Astra
ahead.
lineup
Just
for
peeking out
that
to the side
one-way
here. There is that return of the
BTW,
fire
it's
out towards the
pretty
back of the
good.
side. Luke Show, demonic in the moment. Someone single-handedly trying to shut this one all the way down. Just backpedaling away to Jazeen.
30 seconds.
He's handed that angle.
Seconds
Salvos. Lay it down. An attempted delay here, but a survivor's pit that's offloaded as well, and that's a dimensional drift to try and exit out through the back. Bit of spam onto the corner.
Spike planted.
John needs to be careful though with that decay damage. 2v3 pit at play, so a bit of RNG, I think.
Unless they get a random spam onto the Viper.
Spam is going to be the name of the game
Oh,
here
what?
for Sentinels. They've already laid claim to just the one, but the pit is still standing out towards the back. This is Luke Show, you can see position. Crouched up. Got a haircut for free with that one. Shredded with bullets towards the back of the side, but still, as long as the pit is up, there's safety, and the round should be locked up entirely. Good awareness. But this rookie player of Loud
Don't lose
inserted
this,
into
Sen.
this roster when there was little hope for the more.
Last player standing.
It's a string of rounds now that realistically have been put together purely just from Luke Show himself.
Yeah, he's been fabulous.
I mean,
He
the
does
money's
it
not
again
great.
here in this
Probably
round,
second
doesn't
time
he?
out here.
He's been going for a combination of A-lurk
what you mean.
setups,
It's not a
B-lurk
great one,
setups, and this round just walks it out.
Here's a
His team were
timestamp
in
to the
full
old
control of
one-way in
B-Heaven, so
B
he was
garage.
never worried
It
about
was
that
used
angle.
quite meta for an omen to just hold one-way for info. I want an apology for me and chat.
What are you yapping about? Why am I apologizing to chat? What have I said? Bro, I know you can do that one way. Of course I've seen that one way before. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course I've seen this before. You think I'm fucking dumb? Of course I've seen that one way. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one that Bang just did. I understand that Omen got nerfed, so that you can't do that anymore. In fact, I've made multiple videos talking about that shit. Go and watch my fucking premiere guide to Split, and all I talk about is, well, no, it's not all I talk about, but I do talk about that Omen one, right? Because you know what? I fucking hated this one way. This one was shit as well. You know why? Because people could just walk past it, and it was too hard to do, like continuously for most people after the Omen changes. Like after the first Omen nerf. Like, you know when they nerfed him from, like, you could put it really anywhere? Like, imagine if they brought that back, by the way. Imagine if they brought back, like, you could truly put a one-way anywhere, like you used to be able to, though.
One way as well.
Imagine how creative people would be now.
Here's a flash play and a peek, and that was
I see what you mean,
not
though.
sure
That
what
one
happened
is
to the
quite
flash. Maybe
shit.
we got 8 by the wall, bit of the geometry Armageddon to try and set this one up already.
That's a good predict.
Sliders of off-angles and the TP forwards into the
Where
cloud
DG
burst.
was
Be
gonna
careful.
be.
Util out into his hands already with a stun. Lay it down, hopping around into the corner. Stun. We're not denying that kill at least, but still it's traded out instantaneously. But bang from behind.
Oh.
Rips away to it, Elias, make it 3! And will he grab the 4 for the 1?
Oh my god, bang. He banged them to win the game. Holy shit. When they actually needed it. They actually needed that. They needed that play. Holy fuck. Well, it legitimately got close. I mean, Loud actually could have won that. Which I think is a little concerning for SEN.
Banged from behind.
Good one. Is this like now? Oh, is this Bangladesh? Although, what's this? I mean, it's red and green. It makes sense if it's Bangladesh. I think that's... Again, the different scripts around this part of the world, I get a little... When was this? When was Bangladesh super flooded? I mean, I know it floods a lot. I get it. But I remember there being... I remember it being on the news. I mean, we're wearing masks. I mean, I don't know exactly where this is. I mean, let's put it like here. In 2000, I'm pretty sure it's pretty recent though. 2021. Oh, it actually was in the capital. Bro, it's brutal. Okay, I've already had this one, but I mean, this one's pretty easy anyway. I can't remember exactly what it was. Oh, I got baited by the Le'Veon Bell jersey because this was just a random Bell jersey. Where's the stadium? On the banks of the Three Rivers. No. Aquashore Stadium. We can see the river to our right. It's like 2006 or something. 04. Bro, look at that location. Holy shit. Ooh. The Struby Estate Wholesale. Tough MFC and Supply Co. Hydraulic Engineering. Welcome Arch at Union Depot by Detroit Publishing Co. Just like the Ford manufacturing plant or something. Hmm. Well, I don't know exactly where it would be, so let's go here. In what? 19... I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be fucking... They have a union. Let's go 20s. Well, there's a horse and cart there. Oh, we got some early cars. Still horses somewhere. Ah, fuck. 1910. 1908. I don't think that one's on me, to be honest. I think that one's pretty fucking impossible. Why does it say Detroit on it? Okay, this one we can get. What side would we be on? Are we on a bridge? Tough to tell. Anyway. Ah, 10,000, let's go. How the fuck are you meant to get this? I suppose if you know who the people are, it might help you, but... I honestly haven't a donkeys. I'm just gonna go Italy. Why I'm gonna go Italy, I could not tell you. Fuck it, I'm going Naples. At me. $1957. It's Jackie Kennedy setting foot on Mykonos for the first time. If I knew that was Jackie Kennedy, probably would have helped. My first thought is this is a film. This is the filming of Dunkirk, is my first thought. Where did they film Dunkirk? You would hope in Dunkirk. So I'm going to say we're like here. They did it in Botswana, did they? When did Dunkirk come out? When did Dunkirk come out? I saw Dunkirk when it came out. How old was I when Dunkirk came out? 2018? Something like that? I was saying it's like a Dunkirk. How How else would you say Dunkirk? What the fuck are you... Goblin God, you need to chill. You got it till 10 minutes and then you've gone crazy. Ooh. This is Dunkirk, you think? This is a strange one. Why is there a Pakistan? I can't even tell. I don't even know what that flag is. And a British flag here. This is a strange one. I'm a bit lost at sea on this one. I mean, is this like that Swiss fucking... I need to see who the people in the audience are. That's what I need to see, not the performers. Where are people from the audience from? They still look pretty Japanese. I mean, look, I mean... why are the flags, though? Why a Pakistan flag? It seems so random. Does this... I mean, does that... It's not giving off Tokyo vibe. Maybe it is. I don't know. Because I guess what year is this? 19... I guess it's before Japan's, like, economic boom, so... Wait, what? We got a guitar there? Sweet Sisters. Bro, I don't feel good about this. It's 57. It was in Tokyo. 57. That's crazy. Why are the flags there? It's a department store. Why is the... why? I mean, I have no idea. What a strange... I mean, what a strange picture.
But also...
Map 2 this fast? Map 2 this fast.
Really good at stopping Sentinels from flood retaking.
Okay.
But pause that one for a moment, because Loud look like they're doing something aggressive here on the pistol.
Trying to force these players, I think, out into the open. This is a trap play out through B main. Now Senna.
Okay, Sen kind of going for the
through C, walls up as well. There's no slowing down from this one.
But with a neon instead of a Yoru.
Waiting for the drone, TP forward as well into that smoke.
A bit like DRX here as well.
Familiar
interesting vibe. I dig it going for like a strange wall on the pistol.
Reclears can be called for, and that's Loud just looking for the play to be made. Salvos in the fault line. Slows down the approach at least for Sentinels, but it's still a 4v4 and a fight towards the flank. Narrate needs to win this one, and he just catches that timing. Already aware of the fact
big
that
win. The fact that Zelsa's died though, not ideal for them.
Yeah, nice aggressive positioning.
Now Loud have got to do it all with just 3 players remaining. There's a TP forwards, and that's going to be into the smoke. Yeah, second quick to lay claim to that area. The map at least to try that spot here, and just 2 players left to stand here. Shoulder to shoulder is Loud in a 2v3. Time starting to tick though and get away from them. Sen realize it. How do you win this round? Feeling the squeeze, a lot of tension now from them. And the plant onto the corner as well. It's picture perfect, so you can jump into the air all you like. You're not winning this round out if you're Loud.
Big round from John.
Pretty decent ideas from both teams here, but Sen one step ahead and also just a tad faster on their decision making. Loud knew that they needed a flank retake. They knew that they had to control spawn, but Luxio gets traded out. Pankara gets caught inside of this teleport.
The small details just not quite working. You can see that Loud had a good idea of what they wanted to go for, but at this level, it's all about the small details and the speed of the execution. Loud with a 4-player stack over towards Rubble, just hoping that Sentinels go into that direction. But back to a C-leaning default again.
Now, Sen historically on this map have been pretty good at their attack side and less good at their defense side. Now, with this comp as well, you'd expect
and he can get information about the stack over here
to be kind of the same,
away a gun to the defenders. In some sense, he's just a bit of bait out here at Rubble.
Interesting trap play that Loud have got cooked up.
So he's just going to walk up as far as he
break
can.
the door, so you can trigger this at any time.
See
you don't need a Viper in position.
As soon as the door opens up, I think. Fake presence from Zelsis. He's not going to be giving up a gun, though, inevitably, if he does try and fake presence.
But, I mean, look at what he's going to be dealing with. A stun, a Vice Flash, salvos. I mean, he is toast.
Walls up. Anticipate some level of it, and he's going to be moving around all the way. There's no way he escapes out of that one.
He's out.
Okay, he realized what was up, I think, because they sprayed at Blue Room. He pinged it immediately afterwards. He realized there's a trap play off of it, and he wanted to trigger it and get out.
Hate to lose some of these sprays.
And still going to be holding to the side, just about cleared in time. Skips backwards. Zelsa's still going to be getting one, though.
DG crossed up his own teammate there. Kawanzine didn't know what to look at. A spot here where really you just don't want to feed John QT his ultimate.
No. Players and bodies are flooding back into this one like Loud want to really take and make a go of this one. Lucho's already got the one there. Smoke cuts up a section of it, getting it to the ground now, gaining it forwards. This is for Loud. Already finding it, and the pistol's doing some decent work indeed. Lucho left into that 1v1, him versus Narrate, plan position. Just off to the side here. Still capable for Narrate to try and make something for it.
I got way too close.
Down. How expensive overall for Sentinels, have to say that.
Very expensive. They were allowed 2 deaths and they ended up having 4. So there's going to be 2 people coming into this bonus round with lighter weaponry. Zelsis was a completely allowable death, but then in a 3v4 situation like this, some of the SEN players getting a little overwhelmed. They've got to be careful because Loud, they're going to send it. This is a team with nothing to lose right now. 0-3. And with a dangerous squad.
Is that a Rebel fight? This is going to be carnage occurring. TP's up and around. Nakata, he's barely alive on a shredder health, and a bit of spam will supplement that one easily, sending him straight to the grave. Any attempt from Digizine swiftly just brushed off the table.
Big five for Zelsis.
And this wall set up right from the beginning of the round to allow a B pivot.
Lucho!
Oh my!
They line up for him, and he'll happily spray them all the way down.
Wow!
This is nothing.
That's outrageous Vandal spray control from the rookie player. I mean, we've seen some remarkable things from Lucho over the last couple weeks. But that one, that might be the best so far.
Nah.
The fact he doesn't even hit the, what is that, the 5th bullet he kills Zelsis with towards the end?
That's immaculate control.
Yeah, I'd be popping off.
Transfer.
I'd be popping off as well.
Yeah.
That is sickening, especially because his team lost so heavy in the Rubble fight.
Honestly, it's a bit of a...
He did that.
I thought that Zelsis had seen him.
And they're like, well, I guess we'll run the strat again. The strat wasn't the problem.
Send it again. Doors opened up.
But now that they forced, so now they've got
looking to just fake the presence.
Stingers this time.
Second inserted, the rest of his team now walking all the way.
Oh my
what
God.
is that?
Is that
Again, it's 5 for death.
There's no way his reaction times are that fast.
It's crazy. Lucho, though, stepping all the way back up here in through the smoke. Just spotted the barrel off to the side here, and he hears it. Rumbling at the footsteps, and he's just missed the timing onto it once again! Oh, the whippage at play. Could have been set up for brilliance.
We take and we give.
But for Sentinels, they're going to take that one happily as a bit of an in. Aftershock to try and push back the blue room presence. Stun's going to be ricocheting now, and it goes both ways. The Disease is going to be getting his team all the way back in. It's a beautiful one, along with a flash. Supplementary is the util, and the kills are collected.
Sentinels they were a little unsure there. They
Credit to Tui's, because he's had some really big flash rounds. That one was spectacular.
They didn't know whether to push blue room. They were droning.
The stun comes through from Kawanzine at the exact same time as the flash, and
everybody
on Sentinels looking to take that scrap. Caught dead to rights. Wow. Okay, fair enough. So he's reacting actually to the first player there, but holding so much of a crack angle, the second player dies. The Vandal giveth and the Vandal taketh away, though. A bit of a whiff in this round, but the rest of his team comes through. They've got each other's backs out here on Loud. And this is now 2 rounds in a row that Sen have tried something aggro and been crushed
Try and get him the
on
auto.
B. They're not stopping though in their
You want to go
control
second
of Rubble.
ult here, surely. Although he's got no shield, so maybe not. But then why not try it?
Money's not looking too hot here, but they're looking to try and overwhelm. Swarm these players with the pistols in hand. Close quarters is what it demands.
you're ulting?
Near side here, rolling thunder. Cuts it up from the side. Luke Shaw, his job is just to try and contain all the way up
Now
through
he's
into the
ulting,
side. He's the
surely.
only one not falling prey to most of this util, but also online.
Fair enough, I guess.
Second once more, he wants to try and galvanize the round. Even the adjustment
Fair
and
enough, I
snapback
guess.
from the rate.
I was thinking, if you're
Corner
not
away
getting
for the
Neon
moment.
ult, then
But you
why are
cannot
you
count the Sentinels
committing
team
two
out.
other big ults into it? But okay. You
One
do
second
you, I
got
guess.
his ult online, you can easily see how that would snowball. But how did he get the first two?
Ridiculous.
God, they've just blinded up Cowanzine stuck in a corner. Looks like it's a hand off the keyboard kind of moment. He didn't have a clue what was going on there. Completely bombarded with utility in the back of sight. And a death ball for Sentinels spells death and doom for Loud. These rounds have been going at a breakneck pace.
There's no slowing down. Listen, part of the course. See mount control, called for by Sen. They're not going to be going fast off the rip. Just want control.
And Luke Show's had this ultimate ever since his phenomenal spray down round over towards B. A round like this would be the time to offload it. Should the execute actually come through.
Smart from Luke Shaw. Inside the smoke for now as well. This is Sentinels just trying to bait out the wall. Now we know it's not placed towards here. Luke Shaw's been prioritizing, at least for now, over towards B.
DG's pushed all
But
the
he's
way
got good
up on it.
information that that wasn't just a fake take. It was supposed to be a proper bait out. And meanwhile, look at all of the information that Dejazine is getting. Yeah. Showcasing this guy over towards Rubble. He's on an off angle, looking to try to take a fight. But anytime the Viper wall goes up, he's got to be a little bit cautious.
He has 2 years from afar with a fault line held. Drone to clear this, and here's the danger, and here's the stun.
What
so,
are we doing? Why though?
springing the trap, Pancada now he's going to make another go of this one here with a near sight. Lots of targets to choose from here, but the Uto's going to be pushing him back out and wide into the open, and the Salvos is taking out second Cowanzine. Just picks up the moment.
We're in the mud.
Takes full control of this
He
here
plants,
now.
he gets
Zelsa's
ult,
in the rate. Left to do it all in a 2v3. All down. It's Zelsa's looking for partition into the site.
You should ult this.
Stick to the plan. It's not the best of locations, but now that means the pit is online, and that is a win con. Stun. Ricochet's out. Danger zone.
Oh, you can put that orb up
here.
as well and create a kind of like second safe haven
Navigate around
to
this
play
pit
around in his
slowly
ult.
and steadily. This completely changes the game though, and it turns into a game of these timings here. Attempt to punish, denied. Pancada can't lay claim to that kill. Just weaving in and out. TP's in through the back as well, and he's on that high ground push. As he drops down, just not favored for it in the rate. Having to just absolutely slice them up.
Viper's bit good.
Well, there might have been some questions about Narrate coming out here playing Tejo. It's not something that we normally associate with him. We've seen huge performances from him on the Fade in years past and for this Sentinel team.
Well, it looked like a pretty lost round.
But he's
for
out
Sen.
here and finds a
They
huge
managed to
round
ult
for
that.
Sen.
That ult usage has been pretty good,
Cover
to be
this
fair.
situation after
They
John
have found a
dropped over
lot of
towards
value
Rubble.
from their ults.
Nice
You know, the eco.
And rounds 3 and 4 did not
eco
go the way of
before and then
Sentinels,
that.
but they have recovered instantly. They did not allow it to knock their confidence one bit. And
Now
talking
it's an
about
eco for
confident
Loud.
fighting, they might be ready to take another aggro peek towards Rubble. But this round, Zekken doesn't charge headfirst forwards.
It's the same trap play that we saw prior from Loud. If the door gets opened. Attempt to trigger it. And here it is. Fault line. Salvo's off to the side. They've seen this one. It's familiar scene. Bang! He's barely alive. Single digits.
Or
John
not.
QT just holds down
They
that one
didn't
avenue.
square the
How did he
circle.
survive? It? Not too sure at all. Just shredded at 2 bits. But Sentinels are the ones who are finding their way forwards. Outlaw shot on wide and missing, but there's a shotgun to the face. No surviving that. Bloodbath over here towards A Rubble.
The flash just causes Sentinels to be panicked for one moment more. And Luxio, he's recovered a Vandal in the midst of all of this.
He's going re-exploring.
Has just missed the timing though by the look of things. Zekken still holding the angle. And Luke, without the armor, is going to go down immediately there. Very well navigated here from Sentinels. I was worried because it looked like they hadn't really communicated how that had worked last time. We saw Zelsis trigger the same trap play. I thought John was caught dead to rights. Somehow, I think just on the very edge of the salvos, manages to stay alive. Salvos do slightly less damage at the edge of it. Right. Gets the ult online, which is going to be useful for this next round. Look at the
was a bit
ults
too
available
aggressive. I mean, not right.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Loud, surely investing everything into this one.
You can see it. I mean, listen.
The problem is, like, he's had, like, that's a round again where you should be looking, can I use my Visal, right? Like,
going hunting. It's not going to be receiving.
They went for this big trap play. It didn't quite work. Could you have used the Visal as a part of the trap play? Maybe, right? Like, maybe you should be doing off the door tap, pop Visal, and then fight it out. Because you've had this ult now for a while.
Hard for Loud to get a good read on where exactly they should be stacking if they want to close these rounds out quickly.
Yeah, just trying to be unpredictable.
But this
I feel good.
next round is everything for Loud. They're buying up fully. Just jumps the end of that one. Yeah, okay, nothing to see here.
One enemy remaining.
Got 3 very unethical buckets. Feel like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Did you make how much of that?
You wouldn't understand sports references?
No, I genuinely wouldn't. Me, sports right over my head, mate.
Are they going to
Timeout. Unlucky. Is that Tom Cruise banging a drum? Yep, it's Tom Cruise. I don't know what film it is or what this is meant to be. Looks like Japanese writing. What year would this be? It looks a little younger. I don't know. 2016? 2006? Tom Cruise wearing a traditional Japanese drum whilst promoting Mission Impossible 3.
You definitely see it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Plus one for knife kills. I did think about plus one for knife kills, but honestly,
the angle potentially they're just letting loose of all sorts of
I think knife kills are kind of lame.
Middle. No way, bangs us all the way in through that spawn. He is isolated.
Knife kills give me nothing.
Confusion. 2 years. Onto the timing, and he's just about missed it. Bang! Just pounces and strikes back, and this guy, the fox in the pen once more.
He's pulling all of this attention towards himself.
Look at him.
And Sentinels will have a free walk into B.
He just misses the timing himself. Listen, swings and roundabouts.
But now there's no smokes. Everybody from Sentinels coordinating to get past that vice wall all at the same time. But pressure's on. They have to fight forwards. They can't just smoke off avenues.
Drone broken early. Sen realize it. Taking up a bit of control now over towards B main onto site. Big ults online. Steel Garden avoided. Armageddon is the next layer of this one. How the hell do you avoid it? You gotta skip forwards instead into Djazine waiting. Rifle in hand here.
Loud, honestly.
I'll push straight out of the picture.
Nice shit.
The rate just isolated out of the fight. There's no way he can win that from that spot now.
Crazy take. Bro.
Out so far, they tested a few times onto their B retakes. This time, I mean, he had a lot of ults to work with to make it possible, but so far, so good.
It was a bit worrying when Tui's fell, because that's one of those massive ultimates that they had to work with, but now you're talking about a bit of a silver lining. And the Visal pushed everybody into Blue Room, so that was the only real safe place to play in order to keep your primary weapons online, and that's why the Kawanzin's Teo ult comes down in that area too. Very well coordinated from Loud, and not really the game plan. That wasn't what STK presumably was discussing. Here's a brawl though. They still have that breach ult available, remember. Tui's in a spot where he could use it.
TP seconds all the way in here. This is Loud players corralled. All the way onto the site. Door opens up. That's going to be the fault line layer down.
The thing is, they've
just an attempt at stall from these Loud players, really, but they're just looking to hold their ground a little bit further. Still suppressed up to Djazine. You dare really overstep yourself here and take this fight. It is actually pretty perfect. Tracks well onto the angle, but he's opened himself up to Zeltis. Instant response from Kawazin. Rolling thunder now. And you're vulnerable up, yet Kawazin still delivers. Stun ricocheting down to the side, and that's a steady aim and steady hand from Luke Show.
Big from Luke Show.
to stand his ground against the raid into that spot. Sidestep, tip tap. Tui's looking to double up and high low potentially. They know they've got Bang cornered.
Bang not even realizing that Pancada's coming around behind. That tap of the door does absolutely nothing. They know still which direction he's coming from.
All cleared out. And look at it here. Very much set in stone. It's 2 years. He's holding on to a bit of util. Guns out potentially now. And there it is, faced up into the end. So
another nice round by Loud.
Beautiful
Good use
round
of that
again from
Rachel.
Lucio.
I don't quite know why Sen decided to try and like Giga Force it into a breach ult when they knew the breach was there and had been playing there pretty much every fucking round. I mean, it's a strange.
Goodness.
But this kill,
I mean, this is the kill that wins the round, I suppose.
inside the stun and having the patience just to hold it, and Array goes for the swing just a second too early.
Pancada hasn't got a kill yet.
Hoping that he would find their Lucio scrambling, panicking, running away. Instead, Lucio just holds his ground, takes the fight, and wins it out. Narrate 11-3, by the way, so absolutely no slouch of a performance over here from the Sentinels flex player.
A different setup from Loud as well, different look entirely. Moving Lucio's setup over towards A now, I've had enough of it. Throw it over the top, that's a good connection. Pancada is going to be caught there, but 2Es.
I mean, they got a trap place up
Attempt
here.
to slow them down, he's got that held down now. Bolt line has the door open wide, and you've triggered a trap entirely! Digizine! My God, man! No!
He didn't quite have it. He couldn't quite get it under control for the final kill. That would have made for a sick clip. Denied
Anyone
in the
got
end,
DG?
but all right. Yeah, he can't believe yeah, he
Anyone got
towards the
DGs
end,
in?
but that's all right. The first four were magical. And this is a really unusual way of playing this setup, but the Paranoia could not have connected better. That was absolutely remarkable from Pancada. All four players caught perfectly within that little cone.
Yeah. I made a reasonable reaction. When you're frying like that, Digizine is on an absolute tear.
Set up perfectly in that round, though, for the 4K.
But Pancada needed the
pressure
kills.
back onto Sentinels. It's 5-5 half.
He needs the kills, man. He was on 0. Yeah, that's definitely a timeout. It's good. I mean, to be fair to Loud, those last couple rounds have been some good rounds. But as I said, like, the one where Sen just, like, headbutted straight into them on A, maybe not their best round, but, you know, that was, again, like, we saw a nice retake by Loud when it was 5-2. That was a nice little trap play. Like, everything kind of hit perfectly, essentially. So, yeah. It's, some nice stuff.
Control of A rubble.
That was the first map?
Task, though.
Sen took a kind of... Sen looked in control and got to like... It was like 12-6 or something.
Because John's one away from his breach.
Then people will say it was a fake comeback, which I suppose it was, but it felt like it could get pretty real, and Bang had to hit a pretty insane 4K to actually close it out. But like,
Blue flames in your face.
Loud should have won that round, and then it would have come down to the last one. And Loud, honestly, it looked like we might go OT.
Not committing to this too early on. Does John feel safe enough to go for this ult or?
Yes.
Key pivot, I think, is being thought about. Jock, no way, no way! Did you see?
Gun out.
Just slips his way all the way past this one, and a few stray bullets again. He's near sighted. There's a collection. Bang follows up.
You lose your breach up.
Tiny windows of opportunity that Loud are happy to pounce on.
It's getting sloppy.
Yeah, Digizine swung inside of his own team's aftershock there. But Dewey, speaking of which, completely caught dead to rights. Bang has been so opportunistic in this round, and he's found them too to get it back into a 3v3.
He'd be quick up towards Heaven as well. He's going to gain some control on through the high ground here. Loud, no choice now but to wait it out.
Sloppy.
Take this retake together.
Pretty heavy util advantage in favor of Loud. I mean, the Pancada Paranoia is one I'm looking at.
Snake Bite is going to be slowing this one down ever so slightly. Still some util being held, and that's Narrate taking a fight. Oh, okay. Paranoia held.
Double in.
Ready for the timing, and here it is. Sending it flying forwards here as the 3 players get into spot. Along with the salvos as well. Wide open into the fight.
Oh my God, Zelsis.
He's done it.
Oh my God. Literally Bang gets them back into the round, and Zelsis wins on his own.
Can't be getting away with that. Wide swinging out. He got caught by the utility. The whole point of the retake is to put players like Zelsis into awkward positions there. Pushed way out into a sightline that Loud are already controlling, and a rare whiff from Luke Shaw and Cowanzine. Not able to get the collection, and 3 in a row. Almost doubling the kills that Zelsis has got on board. Final round of the half here. John,
6-5.
he put a heavy emphasis on
honestly,
getting this breach
5 for
online
Loud
in the
defense
previous, and then
side
got caught
against
by
Sen's
DGC.
comp. I think you'd be pretty happy.
Another play to be made out towards C-Mount again, just where the bodies are going. Flash potentially, here it is, fault line, glide to the side as well. You have to have a steady aim and a steady hand. Pancada! He's happy to just literally put an end to any sort of honey business. Sen, we're going for, it's ult expended. Rolling thunder to no avail from Sen.
Drone is down.
Send that one flying forwards here.
Bit overconfident there from Sentinels. They were so... They just put all of their eggs in the basket that they would be able to collect a fault line and a neon slide.
There.
Put themselves in a really difficult spot.
It
Looking
feels
like
a little...
6-6 half.
Smoke in your face. For Sentinels, they're going to be
I don't know. They're
creeping around the map, hoping that they can find
They've
weak
looked a
spot in the
little
defense of
sloppy
Loud.
here. You know, like, they're winning.
Right as well, lane claim. Okay, there's a
Like,
kill.
Loud will
Pancada
fucking
falling.
troll
That's
and
just
give
the
them a
salvo.
kill like
It's caught
that.
Pancada out completely. He was holding Paranoia in the back of water. Caught in a bad spot, used the Paranoia, wasted it,
Great.
died.
Oh, they got their backs to all of this here. There's a timing to be taken. Loud just about missed it. This is Sentinels grouped up. Spike
Zelsis is going to get
exchanging
pit
hands.
here.
Zelsis want away. They're going to be a pit to play in over towards B. Now the B retakes have been good from Lau, but it's an extra element that they might not be accounting for all the way through and to the side. And that is rapid from the rate. He's going for it. John at his side. And Luke Shaw now left to pick
So,
up
like,
those
this
pieces.
feels like, you know, Sen
The pit in his face already
are
to take
sloppy,
down.
and against a
Single
better
digits. He's
team, they
got
would
an inclination, and he's found it.
probably lose.
The pit drop down now, wide still. It's a steady climb up the mountain, and a hell of a time and a task for Luke Shaw. He's going to try and isolate that fight.
Oh,
Hold
that's
on!
beautiful.
Incredible peek at that.
have to be smarter
The
than
And
rewrap.
now sticking, half already. Where's the follow-up? Narrate. Narrate expects it to just be fake info. That is cold. Luke Shaw.
man? Why aren't
Just remarkable. Come on.
He is so
we just play
cold
together
out
in a
here on the
2v1?
stage. How has he
Why do we
pulled
have
that
to
one
fucking
out?
go and flank
A
around the world?
1v3. A spot that Sentinels did such a good job of recovering too from a Pancada getting caught out in the open, having a bit of a
1v3
nightmare of a
Viper's
half,
pick.
but Luke Shaw, just miracles. This wide swing is gorgeous. And he saw the salvos coming from Blue Room, realized the Narrate was going to be on the wrap. Outplayed.
6-6 half here. An incredible beginning,
rough.
really, overall to Lotus.
That's rough. And honestly, though, that's kind of what Sen deserved, right? Like, you finally, like, met someone of your match that you couldn't just fucking bail you out straight away.
At Games Arena, it's your first time, too. How you enjoying it?
I'm doing good, doing good. It's nice studio, and thank you to the fans for having me here. I appreciate it.
Heck yeah, very cool. You guys just had a really big win against Winthrop University. How's the team doing in Challengers?
It's doing good, it's doing good. Still need to be way better, for sure. But, you know, we're getting there, slowly but surely.
All right, I was looking at your agents played list. When are we going to say Waylay in there? Is it going to get in the mix? What are you favoring right now, though?
Might see me on some Tail, some Breach. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
Coming after John here. John, you better watch out, boss.
I like that. I like that. And as I let you go here, what are you thinking for the second half? We just saw Luke Shaw going crazy. He's kind of spicy this series.
Yeah, incredible game here from both of these teams. And Luck XO is actually, he's a monster. He's different. So shout out to him for showing up.
Yeah, Redux, thank you so much for your time, my man. Take care. And we are going to
Sen lose this game and lose to 2 grams in order to not make playoffs on a tiebreaker.
Is that even possible? Is that possible? I guess it is, yeah. Love how it calls them 2 grams. Yeah, the fucking kilojoules for Killjoy, 2 grams for 2G. For some reason, it calls MIBR Meeb. I've still not. That one I don't understand. I don't understand why it calls MIBR Meeb, but it does.
Digi picks up The Sheriff to work with here to start out on the attacking round. Second looking to try to find a timing to re-clear.
Sliders of angles here, just a shoulder poking out to Jazim facing that shot, and here's a little bit of a play that was cooked up earlier as well. Still trying to swing into that one. There's going to be reinforcements. Loud arriving onto the scene of the crime.
Cowanzine actually used the salvos, but I think Sentinels were just about to overextend themselves. Might have ended up working against him there. Fast pivot called, but not quick enough. Bang and John, I think you're here in time to defend this.
Okay, they're there in time.
Their faces.
So really, what you've got is a bit of a stalemate here. Zeka maintains a bit of info over.
Let's see some of Loud's calling. I mean, Loud should be favored here, really. I think comp-wise, if DG has a good half,
you see here on the pistol that Luke has bought both Thorns.
they should be okay. I mean,
potential against Sentinels.
they had struggled previously.
Get into a position and use both of these.
Here's the stomping. He knows that someone's on the case. Already smoke's going to be dropped up into their face. So
I like the late call B.
Not going to be slowed down here.
The smoking evidence is interesting, but it's actually not a bad call. You're going to push it instead.
Take these fights straight to them. Loud. Regaining control of this one as the
Okay,
doors
should
open
be a
wide.
Loud
No
pistol.
call.
I mean, especially.
Corners, I
Oh,
should
please
say.
don't lose.
Bango.
You should be good.
Here's one of his own. Going to start an attempt to try and float all the way back in through this one. Bang.
Nice.
He's quick with the trades
Okay,
on top of it. Still Loud.
Man, I mean, they're
Every
going to be
single
regretting
option really
that fucking
accounted for
bang
there.
4K if they win this match.
Because
they legit, like, had a chance.
Position. The rookie
I like
finds
the...
them an opening, an avenue into B.
I love the bang. Bang got his idyllic so far, though. I think it's looking quite good.
Read on what was happening there.
This, I think, is quite shameful, though, because they actually don't look that bad.
Still be holding on towards B main. Assume that everybody
Like, they're not playing rounds perfectly, don't get me wrong, but
so they were
like,
ready,
they've had some nice rounds.
And all of the early momentum in this game, it feels gone for Sen. There's been a streak of rounds for Loud.
Oh, the damage and the punish. It's a cheeky play overall from Sentinels, looking to see if they can do anything at all.
3 HP.
With classics in hand.
Luke with a ghost on the flank.
Please give me a 2-0 Sen, let me sleep.
He's going to be pushed.
Got bad news
off to the side here. A lot of bullets flying his way. We'll attempt to stay alive as well, just to buy as much time as possible. Loud.
This is a
looking all the way towards the A site.
Honest Valorant team.
And Loud, because of the purchase, they're allowed a couple of deaths in this. They don't mind too much if Luke Shaw and Pancada die. Or even some of the others,
thing
as long as
is,
they're able to recover
one
rifles.
of the games in Americas will be an upset.
Just holding it
One
down.
of them will be. There's no way it goes 6 for 6.
Cover going out.
100 Thieves beat 2G. G2 beat
ideal for them here, but
C9 beat
flying
Furia.
inside these smokes, probably waiting for the time to tick down.
We're almost up to 4.
Louder going
One of them will be an upset. I almost refuse to believe
towards heaven, but
yeah, just looking at that spike at this
that
point,
there won't be one.
Yeah.
Like that would like if all 6 of those games go the way
those 2Es would be the closest to being able to get
that we think. That's putting massive
rather
doubt on the
specifically die in the way
Baller's
that they
lore of
choose.
70-30. Baller's lore is coming into question. I would say. If we don't get one upset. What are the chances
important, though, playing against a team
of flipping 30% 6 times? What are the chances, sorry, of flipping 70% 6 times?
The ability to snowball.
I think we're going to see
what's
this
0.7 to the power 6?
fair amount. Celsius likes to try to get a read.
Baller's lore is that a team always has a 30% chance of winning.
Luke has just been so excellent at holding the
no,
opposite
not
side of the map
70 times 6.
for Loud. Every single map he goes to.
Let's go.
I can't imagine that this would be any exception. Clash here. Both teams wanting to fight for mount control.
11.7%.
Salvos all going to be used.
Actually higher than I thought it would be.
Fine approach, and okay, just clearing away as well, making sure that there's no even fight to be taken.
That's a massive utility advantage that Loud just got out of that.
That's not that likely.
Not much of the breach util drawn out, but a paranoia gone.
Straight up, quick pivot all the way over towards A. Now we're getting a move on.
There.
Hear the rumbling of the footsteps. Zelsis trying to lay claim to this side. He needs some backup. It is arriving just in time, just in case it is real presence. But they pulled so much util out. He's got nothing in the back pocket to slow this one down. Fuel timing's down, just trying to dodge and juke this timing to be taken. Paranoia though is good, connects. For Loud themselves are finding it difficult. But they're going to have to look
DG
towards
might
A.
call them back into an A. Yeah, it looked like they might thought about going
good.
B there, but DG's just on A and it's like, guys, there's no one
Plant down now. No pushback, off angle, jump spotted around, and the stun
Stunned them
connects.
both, I think.
I believe onto both of the players, yeah. Dejazine was slowed down himself as an aftershock out wide. Loud.
Pancada off screen as they were coming through door. Just got 2
wide,
kills.
but not anticipating the drop down there from John. Still up from the top. That's a quick trade indeed by Kawazine.
So he's here just playing with
handled in this round from Loud.
with the Viper wall essentially as they're coming out.
Walk out through tree.
Just gets 2
Takes
kills.
the risk, finds that the site is completely open, and then beautiful clear onto pit.
Pancada don't miss, bro. He's like 0-8.
Like you said, I think there was a bit of a team stun in the middle of that, but it didn't matter because the aftershock came through afterwards. Has been impressive the way that Loud have been playing today, considering they're bringing it to one of the teams that went to Masters Bangkok, representative from Americas. And, you know, all of this after making a lot of roster changes recently and changing their IGL, changing the role that Tui's is playing. But it's not like his util has been bad.
Now, 2 years has really taken quite well. I mean, listen, he's been sat at the bottom of the scoreboard, of course, but it's about the setup, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, see him, he's empowering Dejazine a lot.
Pancada had like 1 kill for so much of the first half.
Yeah.
But he was still getting really good.
Timeout SEN. Early second half timeout. Okay, must be America. What the fuck is this? Bro, why don't we do this now? Oh, maybe it's not. Is this London? It is. It's London. Bro, look at it. It's fascinating, isn't it? Well, I suppose we're in one of these places then. I like how it just says Charing and has the cross. Charing cross. What's this, like the early tube fucking line? It would have been built by then. Is that from the time I was born? No.
It's tough to rate them.
If you were looking at the time that I was born.
Zekken
What happened in 1997? Did Princess Diana die in 97?
Ever needed a hero?
Was it 96?
Would be here.
I think it was 97.
The slow siege on the attack side has not been going their way.
Yeah, tiptoeing around here. They want Zekken as that point of contact. Hoping to set up a bit of a
my favorite player?
Most of the way. That's Pancada receiving the
I don't
brunt
think
of
I
it.
had. Well, my favorite player. Who
Celtics
scored me the
really
most points on
overextending.
BFL?
Any sort of
Riot's
advantage
done
that
pretty
they
well.
claim and Lucio.
He's so good at mopping
Nice
up
by
space
Luke
when he
from
knows
Lucio.
it's uncontested.
Yeah.
He just takes it. And so
Yeah, because he
rarely
trusts
gets
his aim
punished.
so much.
Very
He knows
good
he's
level of
gonna win.
awareness from the newcomer to the Loud squad. TP up to the top. Missing the timing, but seeing the legs and yeah. He's going to be chopping them off at the knees.
Zekken. Maybe with an avenue actually here to take some kind of fight and narrate.
That's why
That's
you
just
don't stick
blind.
around.
Yep.
He knows the Pancada was up there.
Didn't reposition 2 years, sticking that plan down.
If Kawazine gets caught, the round has a different flavor to it. He's really got to keep his position up here.
Yeah, Zekken though, he's making moves already.
Gonna get salvos in 20 seconds.
Stun,
Oh,
fine.
he's
Spots
seen it.
Kawazine out. No, he's there. One bullet fired towards him. What is that? Can't quite control the rifle into his hands though, so.
Oh boy, look show. He's got it.
Yeah, okay. Whenever we see the gun in Zekken's hands, you're going to think there's some danger towards it. But at this point now, okay, it's 10-6, Loud.
Zekken ping the
And that
top
timeout
box
taken
so he
by
could
Sen.
spam.
This is
That's
the
cool.
round that it was looking towards.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Zekken, but that's all it is, one shot.
Yeah.
Whereas you're looking at the other side, and Loud have got 2 players. Luke Shaw at 20 kills, Dejazine at 19 kills. Both of them with double the next highest on the scoreboard. Kawazine at 9, Pancada 7, 2 is 4. And they are the 1-2 punch that is knocking Sentinels out here on Lotus.
I think the
forced into a bit of a slower
I
pace,
think the third America spot.
It's the nature of the comp that they're playing against. So
Really the second and
to make too
third,
many
but
mistakes off the
I
rip.
think MIBR. I'm gaining trust in MIBR, to be honest, as time goes on.
Get early information. Doesn't break the ground. Yeah, that's going to be tough.
going to evacuate entirely. So not suppressed.
But I think that
the
third American spot in particular could really be up for grabs.
Alone right now.
Like, this could be C9's time.
It's a steel guard and it's going to be easily...
Unironically.
Sign giving up and over towards Loud. Instead, Sen opting all in very much this 3 players working their way.
Yeah, crew are obviously in the mix.
It's going to be signifying a lot of when that time is to be taken.
And you get to see the reaction here from Loud. Do they flip it? Do they all fight with Dejazine? Or do they go back and reinforce Mound? 4 players looking to fight Mound. The rate's been left behind as well. That door's going to be opened up. There's an aftershock into the corner, but a stun is good. Even better than that!
Why did Pancada TP through the door? What is Pancada doing?
Mop-up, one would say here.
He's playing ranked.
But those boxes are not much in the way of cover.
Look at where he's
going. They had a one-way over towards spawn. Dejazine had full information over towards spawn. And Loud made the decision there to go back and fight the flank.
No,
they committed resources to it. There were 4 bodies there.
No,
and yet they could not stop the flood of Sentinels pouring in through Mound and Door. A great 2K from Zelkis.
That's literally
all set up with
Pancada being the IGL, the guy who's trapped there, cost them that round. Because otherwise they would just sacrifice that play.
10-7.
100%.
Super important round to get on the board there for Sentinels. And that's going to fire them up, make them believe that it's all doable. But that was on the retake. They haven't really been able to stop Loud. But once again, they're going for a similar kind of thing. This is looking
similar.
So similar to the previous round.
I'll cope you in a second.
More of a focus, you could argue, towards B main in case Pancada or Luxo are looking to try to lurk up there.
It's going to be renewed here, but a spam again. Bang is hoping that he can hunt down the drone itself, but it tags up.
Why would you think that would be sexual?
So that means no smoke, no paranoia that he could
Why
potentially
would coping someone sounds much lower like you're fighting them? To me, when I said that, I was thinking like fucking bonk you on the head.
Luxo's usually been the player to try and lurk his way up. Celtics is way ahead of most of this one here, but Util a little bit better now, and there's that return. Spotting all those bodies, making the call. An immediate attempt to try and pivot over towards C once more. Bang, looking to redeem himself, but just caught into the corner. There's no escaping that.
Makes it sound like you got a cop a
with the
feel
player advantage.
to
but
cope
they did get caught
someone.
in a situation like this before. Do they
No,
know
you
that
just got
nobody
the
on the
words
flank?
mixed up. Now you
Pancada
just said
is holding that position in a really deep
now
angle
you're
this time. And they got to hear
You
it
don't
right
know
now.
how to
The
pronounce the
stampede
word.
coming through, the flash and the peak.
In through the back as well.
Still planted for Mound.
Slowly
You have
picking
breach
away this Sentinels retake.
Should be unlosable.
No smoke as well to obfuscate this one. It's planted for Mound on top of it.
Yeah, it's a slam dunk for Loud. They have breach ultimate, they have aftershock. Salvos are going to be coming back online. It's unlosable.
We're trying to clear most of this here, but as we've already mentioned, there's no safe avenue or angle whatsoever. That's a rolling thunder. Silver lining at the end of the day for Sen, but for Loud, they're just focused on getting up to that 11th round.
Cope equals
certainly
growth.
will. The punish this
You
time
guys are
onto
sick
Bang.
in the head. What, so if
bit
anything
more
rhymes, are you all
decisive than it was in the
cockneys? What the
prior.
fuck?
If
If anything fucking rhymes, that means what it means?
Contest. I'm just loving watching Luxo in these kind of spots. The whole point of Sentinel's defenses in this round is find Luxo, run him down, and then we can
I
focus
don't know
on
why
the
this
retake.
made me
And he
laugh so
still
much.
takes one with it.
Someone typing
He still finds an opportunity
cockneys,
to keep it into a
as if it was
4v4.
like a
And then when
fucking...
Bang falls on the opposite side, it's kind of game over already.
As if there was a place.
Always feels like the case.
Zekin picks up the operator. I don't think DG was doing very much opping on defense himself.
As if he was speaking
This
the
is one
language
the
of
first times we've
cock.
seen it.
Another attempt over towards A here from Loud. A TP into the opposite direction. Wait a second, it's a full commit. Second, I think he's heard it. Potentially has with a movement. Oh my goodness! Happy feet indeed to Paranoia to try and push them back entirely, but Pancada has been picked two pieces. Bang! Supplemented a bit of fire blindly into the smoke! And he follows up entirely. The pivot is called for, but steady aim and a steady hand from John QT.
Oh no.
Finally shuts down this rookie player who's been running rampant with the lurks.
That was a mad play from Zekin. He used confusion on his opponent. Super effective. He was just running around, sliding in and out. Pancada didn't know what to do. He teleported away straight to his death.
Yeah.
And now, too, he's looking like he's going to head into this high-low setup. This was the point of
The
having the
crowd
operator
glazing
over
Sen
here to
is so
begin with,
annoying.
was to
Well, what do you want to glaze instead?
Sure that Dejazine was going to run into a nasty surprise if he did try to run down Sentinel's Omen player. pivoting around the map too. He's just
No
doing
one's
what he
glazing
can.
Zoltok.
Seems unlikely he would even get up to another breach ultimate, to be honest, by the end of the map. But
Cock.
that's what he's going for. But in a 1v5, he's not going to have too much success.
No.
But this one
What
does
would
not feel
Sideshow say
super
if you asked him to
replicable.
glaze cock?
Pancada just
I
kind
don't
of
even want to know. I
sent
don't want to
himself
know.
into
Get, in fact,
spawn.
get that image out of my head.
in some sense.
Get that image out of my head.
I can kind of understand the
10
idea by
seconds
Loud.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams do that.
With
Where
a
they open
rubble
up
fight,
that
you're trying to force the, rotation, I suppose, from Zekken.
Yeah, and also, you're just looking to pinch the C players. You're
Sure.
supposed to put as much pressure as you can onto somebody like Bang, and then as he runs backwards, he's getting caught by an Omen in spawn. It can be a really
How are we talking
effective
about
way of
cocks?
executing
Bro,
the C,
watch
but I mean,
this.
you look what
Oh,
happened.
they didn't show it.
Pancada
Why didn't they
Brent
show it?
fly. He was like, what on earth is this weird neon player doing? And teleported away. He got scared. He teleported away straight to his death. But now that it actually becomes a bit of a challenge for
Best
Zekken to
Brazilian
figure out what
roster
to do
you
with
can
this op.
build.
Because he's given away that he's played it last round on C.
Yeah.
Do you just go for the same thing again?
I'm a fan of shoring up the C approach. Bang's been holding this one alone with just the one way, and he's been getting caught out with a stun. Can't quite break Stealth Drone when it was heading towards him.
Again, the idea here is that Bang is the bait, and if Dejazine takes the bait and starts to run him down, Zekken's got to cover.
Sadek isn't Brazilian. Ooh.
And they have been trying to stop Luke Show from
Ooh,
doing this
honorary
the whole
Brazilian.
game.
Off angle. Narrate's ready for it this time.
One of the first times we've seen him punished.
Becoming quite predictable to a degree here. There's going to be that drone
Loud
that's
will win
broken
stuff.
in
I have
time.
no
Fault
doubt.
line actually does connect onto
Even
both.
though this round,
Yeah, Zekken's got to make sure he doesn't
they
get
keep
caught by
going
that.
for this
There
low
was a
guy,
real
and this time I
follow-up
got
there.
punished.
And both of the Sen players could easily be caught dead to rights.
Oh, what? Where you pulled that one from, Kawazine?
Filthy.
Quick reactions.
But it's John jiggle peeking that's going to see this.
Sees it.
Has fault line, aftershock, breach ultimate. So many tools to stop this B finish.
Stun in his face, and well, okay, Dejazine going to be laying siege now over towards this B site. Like you said, though, still got that rolling thunder. Now is the time to strike. He hears it. He's committing it into the plant. Doesn't get it off. It's perfectly timed at that.
Oh, he didn't get it off. He didn't get off the B finish.
Pushed them right out into the
Oh,
open.
no.
Fine for the taking is the lives of Loud, and still tip-tap to the side instant with the trade. John, it's been good for it right now. In the playmaker, up into the hands of
Good for it,
Mango.
all right.
We'll slow down how
He's good
fast
for a
he can
B
really hope
finish.
to play this one. The smoke propped up into your face, Pancada.
Kawanzin's had a good lead position here.
King, paranoia, forwards, dash forwards as well, and that TP off to the side as well. You're cutting it up, causing a little bit more confusion into the fight. Kawazine onto that high ground approach to Salvos as well, and he reveals his hand at that still. Heads on a swivel from the Sentinels players. A lot of angles to watch for, a lot of angles indeed, but Bang, he's got it well trained, well versed with it, and a quick attempt tapping away with a rifle from Kawazine.
Okay, nice
Not
retake by
enough
Sen.
to make the right moves. It's 11-9.
Loud don't
Sentinels
choke
are
this, surely.
clawing back.
PV, I bet my life savings
Certainly are.
25k
And the
channel
details
points
are
on
there,
Sen.
right?
What do I do? You
The
only
rolling
have
thunder was perfectly timed from John
25k
QD.
paper glitch.
Stops the plant from going down.
You're always
perfectly.
in here. How are you so poor? How much is 25k? Zoltox only has 11k. Nick has 233. Splasher has 400. There's no way, Connor Nodwell, you've got 2.1 mil. Is that true? I have infinite channel points. I've been saving for VIP for ages. Wow. That is fucking crazy. How much is VIP on now? $5 mil? Right, I'll make you a deal, Connor Nodwell. How about this? How about if this goes map 3, you bet it all on Loud. And if they win, well, I tell you what, if they lose, if Sen win, well, no, because then you're getting VIP either way. Although you probably won't, because other people won't bet that much.
Louder trying to fake like they are just lurking.
There's a 250k max bet. Oh, you can't put you can't put 2 mil on.
Towards C.
But they have.
Why do they have a max bet on Twitch channel points? Who gives a shit?
And he's alone as well, so might be able to find.
Well, John is coming back over, but he doesn't really have a weapon to be able to fight with. So John would be swinging to trade with an op. It's weird, it's awkward.
Yeah. Phone line's going to be narrowly avoided here, but the drone still needs to be taken care of. It's cleared the way, mostly. Not quite. They didn't even break it. That's a big tag onto multiple players. Dodge at a flash on top of it.
Clutch this
Lotus sticking around for this one, looking like they want to try.
I was going to say bet it all, and if they
Potentially
lose, if you get it right, I'll give you VIP.
Head taken clean off.
I wanted to reset the economy with all of Connor Nodwell's points.
John onto the angle, onto this line with the operator.
5 mil for VIP. I mean, it will be a flex. I mean, if you eventually got there, that would be a fucking giga flex.
A bit of a read in terms of how they're playing. Maybe not the intended target, but going to be happy with the kill nevertheless. 4v4 now. Savo's out wide, and it's getting personal here, and it's getting tricky for Zekin. No gun out to really try and take that fight in time, and the rate's still holding it up. On for the high ground here. There's an Armageddon, and slow down! He's missed the timing onto it.
And his ult is awful as well.
But it's been narrowly avoided, just dodged to the side. This is Loud in control. Ujazine holding it down, just spots it. Perfect with a crosshair placement. Let's see if he can claim another!
Okay.
Was it ever in
We are going map 3. I never really felt like Sen were actually going to come back.
John really did find it so awkward in that round, roaming around with an op that he couldn't use to trade anybody else. Loud get themselves up to 12. And I think Sen, they're kind of done with that experiment. What an opening from Tushazine as well, just ripping off Bang's head towards Ruffle. Came around the corner and slapped Bang.
That's Loud up to 12.
Still being powered by the 1-2
could just lower the price.
And Luke Show.
How long does it take to save up 3 mil?
How this one goes. Slowly. Loud not really opting into using too much util here, but Dezine might just be sent flying forwards anyway. Rubble control is actually given up freely.
Yes.
Junkie T's alone, isolated out towards tree. There's going to be that.
I will lower it to 3 mil. I'm going to end your suffering somewhere.
Here, and it's going to be Zeltis still dropped in a moment's notice. The rate from the top.
We're in a rank from hello, and he is.
Handled it adequately, more so than that, I would say. It's a
who's that? Sorry, Totally Felix. Thanks for the prime.
They did handle this chaos remarkably well.
Hold on,
Pankara and 2 is completely stuck. These are the 2 bottom fraggers for Loud today. At least in this map especially. And they've got to try to pull off a 2v4. Tough situation for them.
What is a fucking...
Yeah, we'll see.
Create a community challenge.
Dude, Narrate got into that position to help out his teammates so wonderfully. And taking the walk up towards stairs. Crossfire here between Zekin and Narrate. Zekin and John, pardon me.
30
Doesn't seem possible.
No. Bang just right from behind there. Oh, yeah.
Wait, I could create a community challenge to give Connor Nodwell a VIP. And see if people will donate to
Nice
him.
adjustment of the defensive setup here. Zelsis, with that orb over towards A, has a snake bite to work with. And he and John moving forwards around all of the different obstacles on the A side.
So no one does.
Into positions. See here how quickly Narrate and Bang actually with his ultimate came into reinforce.
Play the chat against each other. I didn't know you could do this.
Feels doable but difficult. Loud have generally
Sorry,
had some
hold
good
on, I'm
ideas
missing
on their attack side.
something.
And sometimes
Brugson, thanks for the tier 1. And Anonymous. Anonymous. 72Z, thanks for the 10 months.
Ult offloaded. We're going to see it overdrive, facing forwards into the blue room as well. Many targets.
Oh, the suppress.
Put away your guns. And there's not too much bite left to the task. Already out wide though. There's traces in your face, and 2 is able to at least lay claim just 2-1. But he's again isolated, and there's presence on every single front here from Sen.
Do not count Luke Show out though.
He's able to work magic in moments like this, but
it's
still,
not
surely
winnable.
you think it's undoable. It's a high-low setup. Bit of spam into the corner. Luke Show just eager to see if he can force these players out wide. Bang shuts it down. 12-11 now. One more chance here for Loud.
They got a Vice ultimate to be able to
power
work
ups. What a power up.
This round was all on Dishazine, and he got shut down to the max. Multiple stuns in his face. Peiho drone suppressing him. This round Could be
instant
fairly simple.
VIP.
Take a look at the minimap, Loud.
Changing
I've
it
got an open
to
road.
3 mil. Oh, I almost just put
Straight through to the
3.
A site. Sentinels looking to do a B crunch, but Pancada with his teleport, with his ultimate, plenty of opportunities to get away from this.
Should be able to escape, and Jetta not hiding their intent.
Wow.
Pancada stands his ground. He was rooted at the spot, but that should be a quick reaction indeed from Loud.
They want to go and get the ult over on C though.
Forced into A, forced to play to Sentinel's tune and Sentinel's tempo. And John
Juice is gonna
might
get
have an
ult as well.
opportunity as he roams around the map to get the ult orb. He did. He got the ult orb over towards C. That gets him the breach ult online. A massive tool for this retake.
I see it preemptively though. 2 years also.
They both have it, and they have. It's a strange call by Sen because
it's going to be monumental.
They're going to run into the Vice ult as well.
The entire series lined up right here. Util's going to be extended. Exchanged up towards the high ground. Here's the Rolling Thunder, and here's the Steel Garden. Lay it all the way out forwards. It's a bit of a denial of the space. It goes both ways here. Stalemate is called for, but only for a moment. Tempered and eager to draw blood. Kawazine will not be denied from the perch, and finally with those trades, it's rapidly Sentinels collapsed upon. Loud doing all the damage in the world, and Zeltis is left to do it even more. He can't get it.
Yeah, I don't like the call by Sen there, to be honest. Against Vice, possible breach ult, like, it's a strange, like, even if they get the kill, which they did, I mean, I guess you're hoping that they're going for the C orb, I guess, and then, you know, they run into you, but if like, you're really fighting uphill if they happen to have gone towards A, even in a 5v4. Oh well, we go map 3. Rip my dreams of watching RRQT1. Could Loud do this? Okay, anyway, this one was London. Is that like a famous roundabout or something? I don't know. Let's go here. And let's go in 19... I mean, there's enough cars here to where we're post World War One. Let's go 22, 1919. Shining Star International. I mean, wait, what? Is that the North Korean flag? What the fuck? But it's not. This is in Korean. That's the American flag and what looks to be the North Korean flag. But I thought we were in Vietnam or Indonesia. Although this is the Vietnamese name, no? Why is there a North Korea? Why would there be a North Korean flag there? What a strange...
Terry is an American flag, so obviously this is Florida.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it in Hanoi. And hope that whatever the fuck is going on is just a strange coincidence. I mean, what year is this? You know, it looks like the background looks fairly modernish. Picture quality doesn't seem that modernish. And these guys, I don't know what to think. Let's go 97. That's 2019. What? Why is the picture quality so bad? It was in Hanoi. I should have checked the guy's phone. I didn't even look at his phone. Okay, I know whenabouts this is. Where are we though? Are we in South Africa? I mean, is it just like Pan-African colors? Because those are the Pan-African colors. Or is that a specific nation that we are in? I don't know. I'm gonna put us in Johannesburg, but it could realistically be quite a few places. This is gonna be what? I say I know when it was. Bro. Obvious Jamaica, you think? This is my reaction when you say obvious Jamaica. This guy is my governorship, presidential. We are post-election, but where? I can't quite see it well enough. House of Facts? Does that say? What country would this be? Green with yellow. No. EC? Don't think we're in Austria. Oh, fuck. It could be a lot of places, couldn't it really? Any clues back here? Oh, is that an outline? Is that a fucking outline? Is that an outline with a dot? Do I go for... Is that dot where we are? Oh, we might be even further up on the dot. The dot's more like... The dot's more Joss. Okay, I would say this is fairly recent. I don't know when the last Nigerian election was, but let's go 2024. 2023. Fuck. I mean, pretty tough to get the location right. Humj. Fortified castle on the sea. With hills. I mean, it looks fairly Riviera. It's not what Monaco looks like, though, is it? It's got a fort. Where would have a fort? Where would have like an old, like medieval castle? Corsica might. Too nice to be Corsica. Genoa might. It's too small to be Genoa. Does Nice have a castle? Would be like here. Huh? I don't know what that says, but it's a bunch of words. Is Nice hilly? Actually does look like it. Just the roads might. Fuck it. We're going Nice. In 1969. Fuck. I've never been. Bro, I've never been to Dubrovnik. It makes sense, but Pelaclas. Centro di something. Trabajadora organizada. Getting back into the game. I don't think that one's San Marino. I'll be honest with you. Didn't see the comps. Don't need to see the comps. Loud are winning this. Trust me. And then I can make a video. See, that's the thing. If Sen just win this, where's my video gonna... What am I gonna do a video about if Sen just win this game? I'll have nothing. I've got nothing left.
kind of momentum they get off too early on. Sentinels with an attack round that looks like they want to set up for a C-split. Just checking out to see if there's that classic mid-push on the pistol from the defenders.
Luke shows ahead of this one, and it is cleared in time. Instant with it, and that's going to be the stun to lay it down. Zelsis dropped in a moment's notice, and a quick pivot and away. Dejazine just trying to scurry towards the back of the site, and hopefully the defense at least arriving in time to try and supplement this one. And
it's going to be a loud pistol. Should be.
Making sure to really put an end to all of this one. The rate. How the hell are you going to try and pave a way to victory? There's no possible way. He's got 70 health still left. Alive with 4 bullets left and remaining. 2 players out wide into the open.
2Es.
Oh my god, this is getting messy.
1 HP.
He's got 1 HP left.
He should never have had a chance in this.
1 HP and a bloody dream with Loud. Health advantage, player advantage. Spike drop down into the middle of nowhere as long as they double up here. And with that discipline, yeah. Sails away into the sunset with that pistol round win. Good.
Wait, so Connor, you still red. You don't just save it all.
Luke
still go for Brett.
Manages to pick up one because his mechanics are amazing. And then just as he flies through the smoke over towards garage window. I mean, look at him, he's in. Off the back with the stun as well.
I've got to climb somehow.
Zelsis and manages to scurry his way
do you just
back
press
into
safe?
the backside of C. Narrate's had a hell of a game, by the way. If you want to take a look at an individual on the Sentinels side of things, he's played amazingly map 1 and 2. This is what the SEN fan base was waiting for. When is this guy going to activate? We were talking about...
I remember last year you said that you'll probably never make a video on crew, and this year you already did 2, so I'm happy.
Dejazine and Luke Shaw are untouchable.
I mean, if teams play interesting games,
pretty standard game plan that's going to be occurring here from Sentinels. Grab the orb, so you can get a plant down on top of it. Maybe you can lay claim.
I'm happy
a couple of lines in through the back of the side, but Loud.
Self-stun? That bounced back off the wall.
Regrouping. Trying to play with a gun advantage.
Okay, you've seen the Cypher there as well, so you've pretty much seen
sleeves. They're all grouped up towards the back of the side here. That's a big reveal. Spawn all sorts of them. Util is going to have to be expended here, but a shot dart.
Got a kill.
Rebounding, ricocheting, and here comes the classics, and here comes the side swing of Zelsis.
Wow.
Straight bullets though, straight through the wall. Will be that answer back from Loud, but this is getting more than messy. This is getting downright dangerous. Drone up and over towards the top. Has to be that exit out of this one. Dart over and around. The timing to be avoiding, and a bit of spam into the back. You're out of bullets. Mankata is barely alive.
Where's he TPing to?
There's no surviving, surely. Mankata! No longer for the world.
What a swarm from Sentinels. They do it again. Picking up round 2 and looking great with it. There are certain teams that look like they put a lot of focus and attention in making these rounds winnable. And SEN, they're telling me
Brazil has a streamer who has permission to watch Watchparty soccer games. If you have permission, would you watch Watchparty sport games? Of course, I'd make fucking bang.
The reflank through garage at the end, also crucial from John.
What do you mean? Of course I would. Watchparty in sports? That would be printing money.
I like this idea. It's a really good idea on an eco. You hide from a recon dart, you get yourself in.
Potentially seeing it though, that's going to be that wow, at least the stun coming through. Held down the line, Sentinels. They've got the guns this time. Facing into the corner, Dejazine, he's hoping, yeah. Got to be an indicator issue there. Maybe just stepping into the aftershock, he was hoping that they would just not look at him.
Yeah, I don't think there was too much more that he could have done in that situation. He's just got to tuck and hope. Cleanly dealt with by SEN. Because that's a play we've seen from quite a lot of teams on these Haven eco rounds. I think I've yet to see it work actually in a match, but it is a nice idea.
It's got to be working somewhere, probably in scrims.
Yeah. Narrate gets up to his ultimate really, really quickly here. A lightning start. And he's been good, like I've said, on all 3 of the maps today. But it just hasn't made the difference necessarily.
Jesus Christ. Shut them up.
Scrappy. Do they have a round concocted?
I appreciate that
in the
guy.
right place at the right time again to try to challenge this in A lobby.
A lobby fight occurring. Sending it flying forwards here as well. This is hard committal with these bodies here, but an near side is good enough for the paranoia. You can't escape your fate. Kind of dropped down by the former teammate, and Zekken might be paving away a bit further forwards here. Dash to the side though. Not quite there. There's a flash into the corner, narrowly avoided. Dodge due to Kawazine. Steps up to the challenge once more, round to the side. He's got those reinforcements arriving. Lucho sidestepping with the bullets. That's no rate. Answers back rapidly at that. And
the rate flying again.
He's making the difference here. He's been playing great all day. Got his Hunter's Fury online, took a tag onto Kawazine, and that gave the confidence for Zekken to run in and try to get that kill. Didn't get it though, and it took Narrate slowly working his way forwards, being cautious of all of the peaks coming out from the flooding players, and managed to take down all three.
Marshall, take over, bro. You're so... Let's go.
He took over last time they played on Haven. He demolished EG. But Silly was saying on the desk, he didn't really even get tested in that game. Was hoping that Loud would test him a little further. As yet, he stepped up to the challenge.
And we're seeing cheeky plays in order, of course. That's a rapid shot to answer back from Luxio.
I feel like he just like
straight to the dome of bang, but already damage is being done. Kills need to be reclaimed here. You've got to be watching for all available angles. Zekken has been dropped. Bit of patience play still. Cleaning them all up. Kawazine now with 20 health. There's a multitude of weaponry to pick from. Not going for it though.
No, he's not going for any of it, because actually the guns have been dropped pretty far away in A lobby, and he just wants to try to take the timing.
Wait a second. That's a shot to the head, straight through the wall.
Too weak.
Yeah.
Only 20 health. Not much that he could do in that situation. Let's take a look at the ultimate situation here. Taeho for the defenders, for Kawazine, and on the attack side, a Breach ultimate to work with. So an opportunity for them to crack a strategy just around John QD's ult here.
I say we need less recon phantoms.
Give it. Oh, it's fine. Take it. No. Ah, it's all right. I was going to fizzball.
They're talking about who wants to take the plant at the end, the plant point. Dijazine has picked up that operator. This was your big win condition that you highlighted, but they're going completely away from him at the start of this round. Actually, the A long control, a fake. And now walking back into this mid pressure.
And Loud got more commands for themselves. Lots of bodies here. Pancada.
Okay, that's actually quite good for Loud, I think. But
Double
DG's...
TP to try and get the hell out of dodge.
They kind of ended up in a...
SEN were quick to pounce onto that one, and here's another play being made.
That's so good.
He just slipped his way all the way up through C-Long.
Loud kind of found themselves in a strange situation, because you don't expect when you're starting in like a...
operator watching that.
So the round by SEN kind of perfectly counts what Loud are trying to do, right? They're going for a 1-3-1. We start off with some fake A pressure.
The gun on Luxio.
Makes you think, like, oh, maybe we should go to A.
The rate really is taking over. I mean, he's finding so many
opportunities.
We
then end up in this mid fight, but end up getting pushed back.
This round,
so then we're like, oh, panic about mid. Maybe there's a lurk down A.
140 jobber.
The whole time they're trying to do this.
Loud just need to keep these guns intact.
That's tough.
And I think Loud will look back on this round.
What a waste of my life, SEN.
Kicking themselves for Dijazine pulling off the timing.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, damage done prior. We'll see if they can even keep one of these guns in check. The answer's no. 5-1.
Celsius closes.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them.
Yeah, the timing that he caught up C-Long there, though, is superb. I mean, against... The whole purpose of this round was that Dijazine was holding C-Long with an operator. You see him still holding it during this timing. And then Celsius walks his way up. I don't know whether Dijazine made some noise, maybe heard the footsteps rotating over towards garage or something, but couldn't have been better.
No.
And Loud put everything into that round. Sure, there wasn't any ultimates being used.
Woohoo! The hunter! It's the fake hunter and the real one.
Yeah.
Wow.
But Loud have been economically ruined out the back of that. They put everything into the operator.
Okay, timeout Loud, not looking good this map. Sad. It's all sad. Don't know where this is.
Running, salvoing, running down there with Neon. Can Sentinels control the aggression once more?
No, they're actually
doing it off sound.
SEN are playing this one patiently and passively enough.
Trying to find the best value they can off the back of the
Nick, how the fuck do you know about safe?
It doesn't last very long anymore.
Cage triggered.
Salvos, tricky spot to be playing into. You got your cage propped up, gives you a bit of safety.
Oh, does he tell them
okay, gun in hand.
He doesn't even get the chance
fast
to
go
use the
away. They don't fast go away.
What more are you looking for there?
Yeah. Walking up though into this.
We're waiting for this setup on A.
Not relying onto this one, but when everybody's just steadily crawling up onto the line, a bit of raw spam there. Stinger in hand is not quite the gun for it. Still steps forwards. But second getting tripped up twice in the making. Double TP out and away. Pancada calls for that evacuation, just trying to play his life out. And
just came back to see narrators cooking for me. This top 50 campaign is back on track.
That is Zelsis.
Yeah, narrates
this guy is the hunter right now. He is the dangers.
Tralala Tralala or Tung Sipper.
He is the Eco Cobra.
Yes.
Stop talking in tongues.
He strikes when the money is low. 6-1.
Gibby never beating the nepotism allegations with Victorial mod in his brother.
I mean, he's got a stinger in his hand, but the whole purpose of this round surely is for DG to get set up with his ultimate.
You want to
maybe
test?
Not. Maybe he just wants to use it
I don't
around
need
where he has
Nick
the
to do anything.
So that at least you know, when you get overwhelmed, you can pop the Neon ultimate and have some value. But Loud, again, they've got everything in the bank right now. They have the op online. They have 5 ults online. If they can't win a round like this, they're not going to win hardly any on defense.
Tight angle with the Jazine, flash into your face as well, hopping around!
Literally 1884.
But has a stun and connection, Hunter's Fury.
It's too short.
Sidestepping and dodging. Luke Shaw stays alive for now. Already C-side has been gained, granted, given up over to Zekken.
Both of the big ultimates are yet to rotate around.
TPs.
All 3 in spawn. They have Tail Hold, reach out, but they can't really play to flood. It'll have to be a big set retake.
Hyper aggro. It's Sen just trying to feign like they're holding on to backside control. The U2 are going to be expended on top of it.
Dude, look at this.
Rapid flank going to be occurring. He just needs his team to be buying time as well. You're seeing it all offloaded. Armageddon as well, straight up the gut. And now Zelsis has to be that playmaker. Time is of the essence, but he's got to play it patiently, not give anything away into the moment. Darts up and overhead. A quick tap as well. What is the next line of defense for all of this? TP up close to the top lines.
Played by Sen. What a nice round.
Sentinels, they're going to scatter out to the wind. Another textbook.
Hey guys, do you remember 2014?
Setting up on a deep, deep look. And then
do you remember Sammy Khedira?
They feel like they're playing on site.
Who was the guy who was playing up front for Brazil?
And all playing an off-site setup.
He was awful.
Where is that? He's got an ear piercing.
Yeah.
Fred, it was Fred,
like
wasn't
I said,
it?
if Loud can't win a round like that, where they've used every ult.
One more first month that I did last map. Yeah! Yeah!
Excitement on every front from Sen.
They're playing a pretty perfect game right now. And this is one of the maps that used to be towards the bottom of their pool. They were so struggling on this map when it came to kickoff.
Do you remember
Start
Tony Cruz?
They were banning it.
You remember?
They were playing the Yoru ISO comp.
What was he called?
Lost on it.
Schürrle.
They've really found their groove.
I think Schürrle scored in that game. I remember Khedira scored, right?
Perfect.
Muller probably scored. God, naming the goal scorers in the 7-1 Germany.
Zelsis has actually been more of a monster on the Cypher than Luke has so far.
Seeing a wall up and over into his face, bang.
Good.
Holding down the double doors.
He scored in the final.
Down through the back on top of it. It's a bit of a weird one.
Go, go, go.
And Zelsis strikes.
Not really much else to talk about.
Over towards A, and he gives them those pivot options. Ult on
Who scored for Brazil in the 7-1 is a great quiz question. That is an amazing quiz question. I have no idea. Was it Oscar?
But now he's just given himself and his team.
That's a crazy question.
Entry back in. Although Loud look like they're poised
I
ready
don't
to
remember
flood.
that goal
Salvo's
at all.
paranoia already could still be a scrap.
Might go down here, stepping forwards into the smoke. It's where it's going to be decided essentially. Zelsis quickly deals with Luke Shaw. That's going to be the ult offloaded, but still, how the hell do you get value out of it? You don't. You just don't. Straight back to the spectator seats and listen. 10 more bullets in the clip can't help you with that one. Oh my God, the disrespect.
He's styling on him.
Oh boy. No reaction?
No, they're cold. I mean, in their heads, that was like the optimal play to set up John for building up towards the breach ultimate.
No, it definitely wasn't Neymar, because Neymar didn't play.
That's
why they were forced to play Fred.
up the stairs silently. through Ivy. He's a speed demon. But our former teammate couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Crossing up Pancada. It's a pity they didn't win the pistol, because it would have looked cleaner, wouldn't it?
Bro, Loud won the pistol.
Back is the second time to shine. Full line's going to be slowing him down a tad. Heavy committal as well from just the Sentinels. They've got a lot of bodies here to try and lay siege into the A site, but they're going to give this one up. Djazine reveals his hand with the operator shot that just went wide here, so different direction to be taken now for Sentinels. Pressure exerted by Zelsis up through mid. It's going to be that breaking. Needs to be a response realistically from Loud as well to try and clear up some of this space. But Pancada, flash to the corner, tight to the corner. No one's cleared it out, but it doesn't even matter. Luke Show himself. Second. Already forwards into the fight and might be able to just slip all the way behind, but NoFF is going to be revealing the job entirely. Can't quite take that timing. Just feigns like he potentially could be. Gets his team straight back into it. Bang is also just trying to fake like he could be lurking up towards A. Util's used and the cam just spots it out entirely. Salvos the next level and layer to all of this. Luke Show is online.
Bro,
Luke looks like he's ready to get this ace. Bang. Might end up walking straight into this.
30 seconds left.
Drop and exchange of the gun. Bang. He's got plenty of money, doesn't need to be worrying too much about that one, just wants to do economical damage at this point. But he's just been highlighted, and that's an ace! Secured up, Luke Show. We're waiting for him to really show up.
I doubt many people have got Luke Show, but
this round,
he'd be a good
bit
pick.
Chaotic for Sentinels. You can see what
might
they
be
were
a
going
good
for.
stage 2 pick.
But the pivot through Garage after that B exploration didn't quite work. And a lot of players just kind of getting caught out in the open.
Yeah, make sure to follow iBuyPower on socials, hashtag unlock your ace. Lots of giveaways to be happening. And Luke Show, you can tell he's happy with that one.
Chris Paul, it's a huge 3 to cut the lead, yeah.
At the same time, though, I mean, that, you know, it's an ace, but they're down 8-2. They need way more than that.
Need every single round they can get here to just in with the operator again. Cool part of the playbook for Loud,
they see stun missiles, they just
really get too much value instead. It's a pivot that's called for. Straight up through into Garage. Trip's going to be dealt with and deals with. Luke Show's just trying to at least delay him by a bit of time here. Pancada chooses that time to strike, but now he's the one being squeezed. Revealed his hand a little bit too early, but he cuts up the ankles.
Hold on, Sen. Like, if this isn't 4-8, we might have a game.
Heavy-handed with the swings, and Djazine just comes in delayed, but necessary. Third round added to the tally. One more potentially Loud can work with.
Well, there'll be a different VFL format for Masters. So Masters won't have it the first Masters, but it will do for champs. Yeah.
By Sentinels in the prior rounds, and now
or I hope to
choosing
get
the
out for
timings
champs.
and choosing to scrap. Luke picks up another 3 in this round. Djazine's had some difficult shots and hasn't quite been able to land them, but throughout it all, Luke Show's been
Hello,
there.
Carlos. Why do you always turn up at like the end of the? Why are you turning up at fucking 3 a.m.?
Suddenly, it doesn't matter that they lost 8 rounds in a row. But that's a tough ask still, even at this point.
Bro, playoffs. My problem with playoffs for this stage
spotted out Djazine
was that I didn't know how playoffs would work.
Deep calm, and Zelsis not willing to really step over.
Like I didn't know. Right, like there. For instance, right.
Just pulling that one out 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, but
I didn't know if they were going to play playoffs like in the space of a week. You know, like start.
Second one for good measure.
Start on a Monday, end by Sunday type
That's
deal.
close. That's
But it looks
though.
like from the
Trying to
China
bait
dates
Calzine
that they are going to have breaks like they did during
smelling off here for
kickoff.
Sentinels if they're aware they've got all their faculties.
So basically, I just couldn't organize it for that.
I don't even know if they're realizing Calzine's still there, still
This
set.
is the first time they've done the playoffs like this.
Over towards A is a dangerous place, and start towards the back of B now.
I mean, I could have guessed, but I didn't want to guess and have it be wrong.
Belly broken, a bit of punish inside. Luke Show's just laying down some heavy fire suppressive element. Aftershock as well, seeking to delay. This is Loud. Surrounding, slowly tightening the net.
You have to fight over one of these connectors, and they don't look like they're in position to.
Oh, here it is, rolling thunder though. Asking you shall receive.
But
They're
who
going to try and push
follows
them
up?
back all the way up. Who is following up? That is the question. Intruder smoke. And it's only going to save you. Luke Show just narrowly off the mark with that one. Significant amount of damage done to John QT and up a flash as well to push them back.
No, this is a big round. That's a big fight, and the Ray wins it. That should be the round.
Strikes from the side. It's a critical one. Djazine in and through. Sentinels. They're just filling the streets with blood.
Second's lost his fucking mind.
It's finished.
Is this Vietnam as well? Do I go Hanoi again or Ho Chi Minh City? Let's go Ho Chi Minh this time. In 1982. Fuck. Pretty close though. What does this even mean? Darest I ask? Europeans are people from Europe. There will be a great purge one day. That one did kind of make me laugh, so I'll give you a minute. Yeah, I don't know what blanks. Europeans blanks. In English as well, though. Europeans blanks in English. Fuck, I was meant to clean my teeth during that. Okay, I'll clean them during the second round, it's fine.
Didn't really
Europeans are from
see
Moon
too much
Europa.
of it last time.
Cheers for that.
But
can I bring a plate down?
Loud pulled off a bit of a comeback.
No.
Over towards Split, made things at least interesting over there. Forced an enormous play out of Bang to close. And they'll be hoping they can do something similar.
Shock dart, that is monstrous damage.
Enormous damage.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to do the maths mentally, but that's a lot. Slightest of breeze is going to be bringing down some of those Loud players. They're not
94 and 75.
Lays it all the way down, up and over. Long-range artillery and an attempt to punish. Already gliding all the way into this fight. There's a lot of damage done. Needs to be the reinforcements. And oh, wow, Second just trying to slip his way in through that anchoring smoke, but didn't realize that timing and tempo was taken by Loud already.
Geoguessr did a good job to stay alive in the midst of all of that. Got 10 HP. Still have an aftershock to try to keep out the first wave of this retake, but double flash available to Sentinels, and the recon's back in 5. They go early.
Oh my goodness, defense is ordered.
Destroyed for it.
Pancada needed a bit of a bailout, and he's going to be receiving it. Still Sentinels just trying to take this one through stray shots. Potentially finding it here with damage to the Geoguessr. It's a 2v2 at that. Still health advantage for Sentinels. Walking all the way around here with a fault line, swinging in and trying to make that play happen. John QT left into that 1v1. Isolate the fight and win it out entirely. Time!
He's got it.
It's on his side.
What a recovery there from Sentinels. It was looking like Loud would still be able to get the job done even with such little health values on their side.
2v2 win. The initial part of that retake.
I was worried when Sen just sent it on the first wave too. They ran into the aftershock. Went before the recon dart, but ended up being the right call. And John clutches it up. 14 and 3, by the way. John and the Ray on this initiated duo are diffing their opposition on Loud. It makes sense, because it's not like Tui's is long in this role as initiator. It's his first time picking it up. Was a duelist main, went over to Smokes, went over to Sentinel. He's been around the houses trying to find a secure position in Tier 1.
Yeah, just doing it all, but
not even a force here.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Not even a force break.
Loud, it's 3 to 10. You're not opting to force and invest everything. At least for the Stingers to try and engage. You're hoping you can drag this one all the way back. You're essentially giving Sen the 11th round at this point. Now you do have open and easy access over towards B, and Geoguessr all the way in, and that's a shotgun into your face. You've got to be careful about that one, and a gun reclaimed. Picked up. Bulldog.
Bang was worried that this was actually going to be a split into A. He didn't go and help narrate.
Spike planted.
There are players everywhere.
Yeah, suddenly it's looking much more winnable with a kill like that. Yeah, laying claim to all sorts of lives. Luke Show will not be stopped. Upgrade for himself here, but with Loud, complete control of backside B, the A-Link extremity. And a spike planted for it. Sen. So I find myself eating my words, to be honest, saying that they were going to get up to 11. Don't blame me.
I mean, that's definitely what Loud were going for. I think it was the right decision to force into this round. They didn't, and they just win it anyway. I guess the Bucky was enough of a force buy.
Yeah.
And the confidence to just burst through B, run it all the way through the A connector and find value out of that made all the difference. Sen looked like they weren't quite respecting the threat on the other side there. Not necessarily with the way that Narrate died, but with the second player just walking back in through B main. I don't mind that challenge, but this play from Zelsis, probably you can find better opportunities to fight that one together with John. Kaplan starting to get just a tad frustrated. But if Loud start running things back, you'll see him, I mean, he'll be giving the people's elbow to Cuba right in the back there. Tearing the stuffing out.
We don't want to see that.
Sen have got a weird buy, haven't they? Outlaw, they're taking a timeout.
Okay.
A tactical timeout after 2 rounds.
Something heard in the comms, perhaps, that Kaplan might not be happy with. I was going to say it earlier when we saw him just, you know, poor Cubit. But
that's a very early timeout.
It is.
Is he taking a timeout after round 2? That's crazy behavior. Fuck it, it's South Africa. It was, but it was in Durban. Unlucky. Work in Vlaanderen. Where's that, in the Netherlands? Is it a place?
Back.
A decent amount of util now just to try and push the rate away. Second with a Bulldog in hand here. Got to try and break most of this util coming your way, but Nate's in the danger zone. There's no anchor smokes to be helping him out here, but they want to try and put their way in anyway. Zelsis throwing a knife out to try and catch that timing. Slight pocket to play in with the wall up against it.
Oh, DZ, what a round.
It's all being used to augment this attack.
Zine looks really good on the entry. He's finding these pockets, being able to play inside of them.
Zelsis punishes that reload. Hold on, he's just spotted. Yeah, 3 players, but Luke Show straight from the back. It's a dagger to the back there, Zekin.
These A executes, they are actually struggling, Sentinels, to hold on to them. Narrate is
we
being
saw a
forced
similar
out by
thing
the
on
stun that
Lotus, a
happens
very
over towards
attack-sided
default.
game.
He runs out as Zelsis runs in. So the idea there is to flood defend, but they're not quite on the same page with it. It's not too bad in this round. This wasn't the most important round in the world, but if that is a pattern that continues into the really crucial rifle rounds, then Sen are going to have a lot of difficulty.
Sen looking to fight over this one a bit harder. John QT, you can see him holding out his arm a little bit wide there with a fault line. Ready to receive either front B or down towards A lobby. There's a cam broken. Zekin has got to respect this one here. There's a big presence. Might be expecting just the one, and Louder feigning like they are lurking up through A lobby with just the one player potentially here, but Dejazine is all the way in through the connector, in through the lurk, and he's causing chaos and carnage.
And lives.
Quick to capitalize as well off of most of it.
And he's
pulled them all off the
space
A
in
side.
a different way.
Yeah, and this is
they
it.
have no smoke
Scary as well, the tempo increase. How does Sen manage?
Doing, man?
Can they shut down his approach? Narrate from the high
ground. Bro, you're an IGL. You're a smokes player for years.
Want to just try and eat up most
you
of
just
these
cost your
players.
team the round.
Sentinels had a super crucial decision to make there. They had Dejazine flying around like a mosquito towards the back. Do you go back, do you swat him, do you just try to commit to the A flood? And in the end, they decided, all right, we've got to fight towards A. And Pancada had made a bit of an error here, I think. Used that one smoke to try to get in through A lobby. Didn't smoke heaven. Allowed Narrate an opportunity to get in, cause a bit of chaos. And the door was open. 5-11. A massive round. Because Loud looked like they had the opportunities there. Digizine still in rare form.
It's full on. As you said, Josh, there's no slowdown in terms of that form as well.
Zekken's whole job here, Zekken's whole job is to try to deny this lurk that they've seen Luxio do. Last time when we saw Loud on the attack side of Haven, Luxio's debut, he was just taking so much space, so much free control over towards A. And so Zekken is trying to make it as tough as possible. And he's forcing out drone, he's forcing out another smoke in that area.
Trying to go for a fake though again.
So now Pancada only has one for the exec on C.
You only heard one set of footsteps though from Digizine. Still he's called it. Drone to reclear in through mid here. This is going to put the pressure onto Zelsis. He hears the footsteps, the rumble now, and he needs some help and assistance. That's called for. It's going to be that cage into his face. A lot. How do you sidestep most of this Uto coming your way? You want to play inside of it. There it is. Hunter's Fury. Big reveal off to the side. It's exactly what was called for here to Cam to try and pave the way. See if he can find a few more. And bang! Will oblige. Helping him out from behind. Over the shoulder with the bullets, but onto a purge. Luxio trying to make the most of all of this action. Zelsis cannot be cleared out, cannot be denied. That is a round from Zelsis.
Classic Haven
Playing
seed
that one
events.
beautifully. Inside his cage setup, working off the pressure from the rest of his teammates. Utilizing that Hunter's Fury from Narrate. Long range artillery support. Then a paranoia comes through from Bang. The whole time tapping the cam, using the pings. That's how you play the Cypher. To wait and buy time for the rest of your team to come and flood.
Loud with a timeout, so that means we quick guess this. Brussels. And it's the 1964. This one. It's a boat. It's... What flag is that? Nice. If I actually took the time to zoom in there, imagine. 16 seconds. Come on, let's speed run this. Fuck me. What's that? Eurovision?
Sorry, Vandalore Phantom.
Here it is. Barriers drop down. Fault line flying forwards. Down against the back wall just from the amount of pressure that Narrate was feeling. You could hear it.
You think Loud would have felt better if it was here?
No, not really. And Loud are looking to just vacate, leave the space. It's going to keep Sentinels locking a couple of players, I think, over towards the A site, just in case it's a pause that's inserted and Loud wants a re-hit over towards A site, but we know it's going into a different direction.
Been
this time,
for most of this game.
Actually, my Loud in an opportunity to really get huge anchor value, but he might catch Luxio.
Luxio, yeah, just pulling out a dart there, and there's a second one. Okay, falling right into his trap. Zelsa is laying siege to this one, picking him apart at the seams. This is a rapid go-around.
Flank retake to avoid 2E's ultimate. They don't want to all be approaching from one direction.
It's so damn fast here. There's a rolling thunder to try and clear their way in through spawn. On top of it, it's an aftershock. Push them back and slowing them down. And here is the approach from the Sentinels player. This is where you need to find some value. Here and now, Digizine with the answer back. But John QT also from the side is laying them out. Haymakers, you have to try and deal with Zekken here while a distraction occurs and triple face up on top of it. How the table turns and Sentinels.
Right, quick guess on this. I actually have no fucking clue, to be fair. Was it in Moldova? Is that pro-EU protest in Moldova? Chisnau? Probably pretty recent. I was in Romania. I thought that was... Holy fuck, that looks... That should be in this guy. Fucking Jesus. Where are we though? This is a fuck off building. I'm gonna say it's World War One. Well, what country are we though? When in doubt, if something's big. Fuck, it was Paris. Okay, goodbye everyone. Have a nice night.